Chapter 361. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had gone through thick and thin together for the past few months. So, of the original 100 or so disciples, only a dozen or so remained. The remaining dozen or so were of one mind. Seeing Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu oppressing the Hu sisters like this, how could they not be angry? Fong Ziki sneered as he stared at Nan Sheng. Young Lord Nan, young Lord Xiang. Can a first-class family decide the life and death of a second-class sex disciple at will? What do you have to say? Nan Sheng snorted as he stared at Fong Ziki with a smile, not putting him in his eyes at all. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. Then shut your mouth. Nan Sheng flicked the dust off his sleeves, his expression indifferent. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good background. Why do you think this world sects are divided into 3 grades and 9 grades? It's because people like you clearly recognize the difference between your status and mine. If you were from a first-class force, this young lord wouldn't be able to bully you, right? Nan Sheng chuckled as he spoke, as if he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his words, a sense of superiority arising from his noble background. Continuing, he continued, if you were from a super force, Tiske, this young lord wouldn't even have time to curry favor with you. Humph, the weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth. It's funny you can't see it clearly. Wait until one day you have the strength and status to bully me. If you dare to bully me, I promise I won't complain. Such a day will come. Fong Ziki said with a gloomy expression. Nan Sheng curled his lips disdainfully. Yang Kai, who had been watching from the sidelines, didn't speak. He didn't take any action, just quietly watching the two sides quarrel. Even now, he didn't express any opinion, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Nan and Xiang families were constantly on guard against him. Of all the young men, only Yang Kai was unfathomable. Although he was only a Yuan Qi boundary 6-stage cultivator, his vitality and Yuan Qi were extremely strange, so they couldn't really fight him. It was impossible for them to figure out his true strength. Yang Kai had been observing for so long because he wanted to see how many people here he could make friends with, and how many of them were true to themselves. As the saying goes, a long road tests a horse's strength. Time doesn't necessarily reveal one's true feelings, but one's heart and mind. It was difficult to see a person's true character and temperament unless it was the most difficult time. If at this time Blood Battle Gang and Stormhouse chose to remain silent and not meddle in his affairs, Yang Kai wouldn't be surprised at all. Playing it safe, this was the way to deal with things. At present, the Xiang clan and the Nan clan held the absolute advantage. The Blood Group and the Stormhouse were simply no match for them. If they continued to act tough, they were afraid that only destruction awaited them. What made Kai Yang feel gratified was that there were 3 people he cared about. The Hu sisters and Fong Ziji didn't have the slightest intention of retreating because of the other party's strength. They still firmly stood in front of him. Feeling warmth in his heart, Yang Kai's face bloomed into a smile as he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on the Hu sisters' shoulders. His eyes swept over the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters in front of him. Looking at Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, Yang Kai grinned and whispered to the Hu sisters, "Don't worry about me. If I want to leave, no one can stop me." Hu Jiao and Hu Mei Air's pretty faces lit up slightly, although they didn't know where Yang Kai's confidence came from. But hearing him speak so firmly, they didn't have the slightest doubt. On the other hand, Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu's expressions couldn't help sinking. Fong Lao sneered. "Little brat, with the 4 of us here, you dare say such big words. Do you want to try?" Yang Kai looked at him provocatively. Fong Lao's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, but to his disappointment, he didn't see the slightest panic in Yang Kai's eyes. It seemed that this young man really did have the strength to escape safely. "Surround him," Nan Sheng shouted. Yang Kai's impudence and arrogance had completely angered him. Never before had a disciple from a second-class sect dared to look at him with such disdainful eyes. This kind of gaze was like a needle that pierced into his heart. As the young lord of a first-class family, he naturally had his own pride and self-satisfaction. As soon as Nan Sheng's words fell, the two immortal ascension boundary masters behind him flew out and surrounded Yang Kai, forming a triangle with the two Xiong family masters. Even though he was surrounded by four immortal ascension boundary's 7th or 8th stage masters, Yang Kai still wore a calm expression, but his eyes were slightly more dignified than before. In his current state, he could safely escape from two immortal ascension boundary masters, but if there were 4 of them, he would have to pay a heavy price. This was just Yang Kai's estimation. If he actually did it, there would be some discrepancies. However, as long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. "You want to run? Father wants to see how you run." Nan Sheng stared at Yang Kai fiercely and shouted, "For old men, if any of these second-class sect disciples don't know what's good for them, just kill them. There's no need to worry." Yes, the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiong family and Nan family responded in unison. A loud and clear dragon roar rang out as the black flood dragon that had been hovering above Yang Kai's head slowly began to move, its gong-sized eyes exuding a cold light. Nan Sheng glanced over at the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall Masters and sneered, "I'll give you 10 breaths to leave this demon's side. Otherwise, when we start fighting—" "Ha-ha," Xiang Chu frowned and quickly said, "Two young ladies, don't be so obstinate. It's you who have gone too far." Hu Jiaoer shouted. Xiang Chu's expression couldn't help becoming cold. He really did have feelings for the Hu sisters, but it wasn't the kind of love that would last until death. As the young lord of a first-class family, what kind of stunning beauty had he not seen? Beautiful women were just a kind of entertainment for him. What he enjoyed was the process of pursuing and conquering them. But at this moment, Xiang Chu suddenly realized that he would never be able to conquer this pair of beautiful sisters and couldn't help feeling annoyed. His anger quickly turned into resentment, and after coldly snorting, he no longer said anything. 10 breaths have passed. Nan Sheng calmly shouted, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, casually saying, "Begin." The 4 immortal ascension boundary masters gathered nearby suddenly felt their yuan qi surge as they glared at the crowd. At that moment, suddenly, an extremely loud and clear cry of an eagle came from the sky. This eagle cry was extremely sharp and seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power. Even the immortal ascension boundary masters who heard it couldn't help but frown and hurriedly look up. High up in the sky, they couldn't tell how many thousands of meters high. A golden light was shining brightly. This golden light was incomparably pure, and the reflection was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. This golden light hovered in the sky above everyone's heads. It continued to hover while emitting an eagle cry. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Staring at this golden light, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed. The battle that was on the verge of breaking out had suddenly been disrupted by the sudden appearance of this golden eagle. What a handsome eagle! Nan Sheng's eyes flashed brilliantly as he couldn't help but praise. Although this golden eagle was several thousand meters in the sky, none of the people present had ordinary eyesight. So naturally, they could see it clearly. A golden eagle. Su Lao of the Xiong family suddenly frowned, vaguely thinking of something. "Ha! This young lord has decided to capture it and raise it." Nan Sheng laughed. Such a handsome eagle. If he could raise one, he would gain a lot of face. In the future, when he went out, he would take it with him and train it. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling contemptuously and sarcastically said, "You can't raise it?" Nan Sheng glanced over at him casually and sneered, not bothering to say anything, simply asking, "Have you ever seen such a strange beast?" Su Lao pondered for a moment. Su Lao frowned and said, I seem to have heard of it. Where did you hear it from? Xiang Chu was also excited and quickly asked. Su Lao frowned and racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. High up in the sky, the golden eagle's cries suddenly became more intense, as if it had found something. Immediately, it swooped down, leaving a trail of golden light behind it as it rushed straight towards the place where everyone was gathered. Nansheng, who had been wondering how to catch this eagle, was overjoyed upon seeing this and grinned. Interesting, did this strange beast find this young Lord familiar at first sight and deliberately come here to seek shelter? Xiang Chu also smiled slightly and said, Since Big Brother Nan is so refined, this little brother won't compete with you. Nansheng smiled and glanced over at Yang Kai. Boy, I'll let you live a little longer. Wait for this young lord to catch this eagle. As you wish. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and assumed a posture of watching from the sidelines. Yang Kai, take this opportunity to run, Hu Mei Er quietly whispered. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. What are you still doing here? Hu Jiao Er looked at him anxiously and worriedly said, Once they catch that eagle, they'll immediately come to deal with you. They won't have a chance. Yang Kai chuckled. His expression relaxed. The Hu sisters were suspicious, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. A moment later, the golden eagle descended, and when it was only a few dozen meters above the crowd, Nansheng suddenly soared up into the sky, his face filled with relief and excitement as he stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards the eagle. Unexpectedly, not only was the eagle handsome and powerful, its strength was also not low. With a flap of its wings, a golden light shot towards Nansheng. Nansheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged, immediately shouting excitedly, Fifth Order monster beast, Second Elder, help me. A Fifth Order flying monster beast. This was a real treasure. An ordinary Fifth Order monster beast probably wouldn't be of much use, but one that could fly was a different story. Whether it was used to investigate the enemy or to track them, it would be a great asset and could even be used in battle. If they could catch this monster beast, Nansheng's strength would also soar. After witnessing the eagle's ability, Xiang Chu couldn't help feeling a little moved, secretly regretting that he had been too generous just now. Such an eagle was much more precious than many precious treasures, but what was said couldn't be undone. Even if Xiang Chu regretted it, he couldn't snatch it away, so he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 362. The golden eagle's wings were more than 10 meters long, and its claws were as hard as steel. Compared to ordinary artifacts, these claws were not inferior at all. On top of that, it seemed to be innately capable of using some kind of beast skill. The golden light it shot out was also quite extraordinary. Although Nansheng was also one of the best masters in the Yuan Qi realm, facing such a flying monster beast, he wasn't completely confident he could capture it, so after witnessing its abilities, he immediately asked the two masters he had brought with him for help. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't hesitate and immediately acted. 2 streaks of light shot towards the golden eagle. Although they weren't powerful, they were more than enough to prevent the golden eagle from spreading its wings. You can't. The Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Su Lao's expression suddenly changed as he finally remembered where this golden eagle had come from and hurriedly called out. Nansheng and the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family couldn't help frowning, not knowing what had just happened. Although they were confused, their hands didn't stop moving. With 2 loud bangs, the golden eagle was struck by the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' attacks, and its huge body was sent tumbling through the air several times before nearly falling to the ground. Although it was a 5th Order monster beast, it was still only equivalent to an Yuan Qi realm cultivator. So how could it possibly block the attack of 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? After being delayed like this, Nansheng couldn't help but see hope of capturing it alive. Letting out a hearty laugh, He shot towards the golden eagle like a bolt of lightning and stretched out his hand to grab it. The Xiong family's Su Lao hurriedly rushed in front of Nan Sheng and shouted, "Young Lord Nan, you can't." As he shouted, he lightly patted Nan Sheng's shoulder, pushing him back. The golden eagle's clear cry sounded again, but this time it seemed to be a bit angry and hurried. The golden eagle's figure shot straight up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye flew a few thousand meters into the air. What the hell? Nan Sheng could have easily captured the golden eagle alive, but at the last moment his plan had been foiled by Su Lao, causing him to fly into a rage as he gloomily glared at Su Lao. Turning to Xiang Chu, he asked, "Brother Xiang, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Xiang Chu also frowned, not understanding why this immortal ascension boundary master from his family had suddenly gone mad. He frowned and asked, "Elder Su, what happened?" Cold sweat dripped down Elder Su's forehead as he raised his head to look at the eagle in the sky. He cupped his fists and said, "Mr. Nan, I'm sorry to offend you." "Humph!" Nan Sheng coldly snorted. His face was filled with displeasure as he said, "Tell me, why did you stop me?" Su Lao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "This eagle has an owner. He's taken?" Nan Sheng was startled for a moment before he suddenly sneered, "It's even better to have a master. My Nan family and Brother Xiang's Xiang family are both first-class families. Could it be that he couldn't get an eagle that he had set his eyes on? Tell me, whose eagle is this? Why don't they just offer it to me?" Su Lao's face turned pale, and his expression became more and more frightened. Xiang Chu seemed to have noticed something and took a deep breath. "Old man Su, do you know something about this?" Su Lao's expression was as if he had just lost his parents. His eyes swept over the disciples of Blood Group and Stormhouse, but this time he didn't look at them with the same disdain as before. Instead, he looked at them with a serious and frightened expression. Turning his head, Su Lao stared at the other three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and said bitterly, "Fifth Order Monster Beast, Golden Profound Eagle, don't you remember anything?" When the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters heard him say this, they couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Su Lao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Should I say you're all ignorant, or have you forgotten? Nearly 20 years ago, within the territory of the Great Han Dynasty, there were also several such eagles. Nearly 20 years ago, in the minds of the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they couldn't help recalling what had happened in the past. Suddenly, their expressions changed. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family blurted out, "Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle? Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle." As soon as this name came out, all the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters present felt a chill run down their spines. Fong Lao was even more stunned as he muttered, "The Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle?" Su Lao nodded heavily, quickly replying, "And it should be the Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle. But how could it appear now? Isn't there still a few years before it appears? I'm afraid something happened to the Yang family, so the Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle appeared ahead of time." Su Lao boldly speculated. The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't conceal anything when they spoke of this, nor did they deliberately lower their voices. So no matter who it was, everyone present could clearly hear what they were saying. The young disciples of the second-class sects were confused, but Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng understood, glancing at each other, both of them feeling their scalps go numb. What are they talking about? Fong Ziki frowned and asked softly, "Uncle Le, do you know?" Hu Jiao Air looked at Guan Qi Le curiously. Guan Qi Le glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and couldn't help smiling bitterly, nodding. The older generation should be able to understand. "Tell us more about it." Hu Jiao Air didn't understand why a trivial fifth-order monster beast would cause the Xiang family and Nan family's people to treat it so seriously. Even if a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master appeared, they wouldn't be so surprised, right? Good. Guan Lu knew that it was impossible for them to fight now. The appearance of this eagle meant that in the near future, the entire Great Han dynasty would be in turmoil. So his expression relaxed a lot as he asked, "Do you know the central capital's Yang family?" Everyone nodded. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families who hadn't heard of them. The Yang family has a rule. That is, when their younger generation is still young, they will all be sent out to experience the outside world for a period of 10 years. During this time, all the Yang family's disciples are not allowed to borrow any of the Yang family's strength, nor are they allowed to reveal their identities. The Yang family also allows them to temper themselves outside. After 10 years, these Yang family's disciples will all be summoned back to compete for the position of the next Yang family patriarch. In 10 years, a person's change is very great, especially for the younger generation. The Yang family's young lords have been out for 10 years without any news, so it is very troublesome to find them. So the Yang family came up with a very special method to find and recall these scattered Yang family's disciples. What method? That method is to use the monster beast. Guan Lu pointed his finger to the sky, the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. This flying monster beast has been raised with the Yang family's blood essence since childhood, so it is very sensitive to the Yang family's bloodline. As long as there is a Yang family disciple within a certain range, it can accurately find them. Oh, hearing this, everyone couldn't help feeling slightly moved. The Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle had appeared here. Didn't this mean that one of the Yang family's disciples was here? Who could this person be? Guan Lu gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before continuing. There are only a dozen or so silver blood golden feather eagles in this world, and all of them belong to the Yang family. The Yang family regards these exotic beasts as precious treasures, and except for when they are searching for important members of their family, they never release them. However, once a silver blood golden feather eagle appears, it means that the Yang family is recalling its scattered disciples, which also means the Yang family's inheritance war is about to begin. The Yang family's inheritance war? Fong Ziki raised his brow, seemingly quite interested in this topic, and the Yang family's young lords rely on their 10 years of experience outside to gather helpers and allies to compete for the position of the Yang family's next patriarch. The last Yang family inheritance war had taken place 18 years ago, and many of its members had died, but many more had become famous in that war. The Yang family's inheritance war is a great reshuffle of the world's great forces. So many people will participate. If you're interested and think you have the strength, you can also participate. When Guan Lu said this, the people from the Xiang family and Nan family didn't interrupt. The other disciples from the second-class forces who had gathered here also listened attentively. This kind of important secret wasn't something they could hear casually. After Guan Lu finished speaking, the large crowd fell silent for a long time, no one making a sound. Nan Sheng's face was even more ashen. Just now, he had shamelessly boasted that he wanted the owner of the golden feather eagle to hand it over. But after learning that this was a strange beast raised by the Yang family, how could he dare be greedy? No wonder Su Lao had been so anxious to stop him. It turned out that he had remembered something from the past. Nan Sheng secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he and his 2 elders hadn't injured the golden feather eagle just now. Otherwise, if the Yang family had seen this, it was hard to say what would have happened. This strange beast was rare and precious, and the Yang family was domineering and overbearing. If they had really injured it, they wouldn't have been able to settle the matter with just compensation. After a moment, Su Lao turned to Guan Lu and cupped his fists. This friend's explanation is very detailed. There are many details that even this old master doesn't understand. Guan Lu sneered. What happened many years ago? Who doesn't know? With such an incident happening, Su Lao also intended to ease the tension between the 2 sides, so he had only offered a few words of praise. If Guan Lu knew about this matter, how could he not? However, Guan Lu didn't accept his kindness at all. coldly spitting back at him, causing Su Lao to roll his eyes. Xiang Chu asked, suspiciously, "It's just that I remember that the Yang family dismissed the current generation of direct descendants 5 or 6 years ago. Isn't it less than 10 years?" It was precisely because it hadn't been 10 years that no one thought that this eagle was the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. If a few more years had passed when the whole world was paying attention to the Yang family's movements, the appearance of this golden feather eagle would definitely have been recognized. Nan Sheng also nodded slightly. "I've also heard about this matter. Could this be some other monster beast that's just similar to the golden feather eagle?" Su Lao sighed. "That's why I said that the Yang family must have encountered some kind of accident that caused them to recall their direct descendants so early. There's no need to doubt this is the Yang family's golden feather eagle." Then Xiang Chu's eyes swept over the crowd, but when his gaze swept over Yang Kai, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly, quickly turning back, pinching his nose as he asked, "In other words, there is a young Master Yang here?" Countless people were immediately on tenterhooks as they scanned their surroundings. The two groups of people were in conflict and were about to fight to the death, but at such a tense and important juncture, they suddenly learned that among this group of friends and foes, there was a character that they couldn't afford to offend. If this young Master Yang was a friend, then it would naturally be fine, but if he was an enemy... Chapter 363. Thinking so, no one could remain calm. The young lord of the central capital's Yang family. What kind of noble identity was this? The so-called first-class families were nothing in front of the central capital's 8 great families, not to mention the Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families. Its status was even more respected. Perhaps the Yang family young lord here might become the future patriarch of the Yang family. Now that he was weak, if they tried to make friends with him, they would naturally gain many benefits in the future. Who would dare to offend him? Unconsciously, both Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng restrained their domineering auras and scanned the crowd with dignified eyes. It was as if they had suddenly become much smaller than they were before. On the other hand, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all stared at Yang Kai expectantly. They all knew Yang Kai's name. So, at this moment, they naturally associated him with the identity of the Yang family young lord, but it was not convenient for them to ask directly. So all of them were looking forward to seeing some clues from his expression. Yang Kai's expression was calm, and there was nothing unusual about him, making them even more suspicious. Xiang Chu smiled wryly, cupped his fists, and asked, "Who is young Lord Yang?" It wasn't that he didn't know Yang Kai's name. It was just that he subconsciously didn't dare to associate him with the Yang family young lord. Xiang Chu now only hoped that the hidden Yang family young lord was in his camp. No one answered his question. Yang Kai let out a strange laugh. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk countless eyes gathered on him, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the black flood dragon that had been hovering above his head suddenly swooped down. In the blink of an eye, the 20 to 30 meter long flood dragon drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. At the same time, the towering evil chi also receded, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was only an ordinary Yuan Chi 6th stage cultivator. The expressions of the Xiang and Nan family people became gloomy. Yang Kai having lost his last hope at this time, they couldn't help but think. Looking up at the sky, the silver blood golden feather eagle was still circling. It let out a sharp cry. Yang Kai put his fingers into his mouth and whistled loudly, as if it had received some kind of order. The circling silver blood golden feather eagle responded cheerfully. It spread its wings and swooped down from a height of several thousand feet. In an instant, it arrived above the crowd. That pair of bright eagle eyes stared vigilantly and hatefully at the 3 people of the Nan family and slowly landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. Folding its wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle screeched at the 3 Nan family members in a threatening manner. The faces of the Nan family and Xiang family members suddenly paled, Xiang Chu's face twitching slightly as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. The unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family had now landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. There was no need to think too much about Yang Kai's true identity. The Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai without blinking, as if they had just met him. Their beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The bodies of Xierong and Li Fu of Soaring Rainbow Court went limp. He fell limply to the ground. Their two sects had racked their brains to curry favor with Xiang Chu, aiding him in his evil deeds and slandering Yang Kai. Never had they expected to pick up a sesame seed and throw away a watermelon, offending a person even Xiang Chu didn't dare to offend. This was the true definition of having eyes but failing to see, short-sighted. Both of their sects had suffered heavy casualties, and each of them had lost an immortal ascension boundary elder to Yang Kai, so they had hoped that Xiang Chu would avenge them. While they were at it, they could also hug the big tree that was the Xiang family, but now everything had been in vain. Forget about revenge. Now that they had offended the Yang family's young lord, whether they could survive was another matter altogether. No wonder he said the price of offending him was not something their sects could afford. They really couldn't afford it. Young Master Yang. Xiang Chu looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, his palms wet with sweat, but he had no choice but to brace himself and ask. Nansheng opened his mouth, his heart filled with regret. This time, he had really been caught in an unexpected disaster. He had just passed by this place on his way back to the Nan family and had not expected to cause such a big trouble. If he had known this would happen, why would he have come here to watch the fun? He could have just ridden his cloud-treading colt back to the Nan family. Faced with Xiang Chu's inquiry, Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before concentrating on combing the feathers of the silver blood golden feather eagle perched on his shoulder. This fifth-order flying monster beast was quite special. Its feathers seemed to be made of pure gold, and after being raised by the Yang family for so many years, it had been taken care of very well. Each of its feathers was as sharp as a knife, and its hardness and sharpness were not inferior to an ordinary Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. Coupled with its hook-like beak and sharp claws, an average Yuan Qi realm cultivator may not be its opponent. Only a cultivator at the 6th or 7th stage of Yuan Qi or above would be able to defeat it. Yang Kai did not speak, so even though Xiang Chu was full of grievances and resentment, he did not dare show the slightest bit of it. Cupping his fists, he stood there with a cautious expression on his face. Nan Sheng's face turned red as he thickened his face and said, "Young Master Yang." This Nan had eyes but failed to see. What happened just now was this Nan's fault. I hope young Master Yang will not take it to heart. Hu Jiao couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Just now, Nan Sheng had been so overbearing and arrogant, facing more than a dozen second-class sect disciples and not allowing them to resist. But now, in front of the young lord of a superforce, his performance was so humble that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Kai. It was as if he was a completely different person, and the difference in attitude was so great that it made people raise their eyebrows. When the laughter reached Nan Sheng's ears, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. His expression also changed as he forced a smile and said, "Young lady, please don't take offense. This Nan apologizes to you." Humph! Hu Jiao sneered and turned her face away, not wanting to look at this realistic face. The 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Nan and Xiang family also had no choice but to put down their faces and cup their fists. "Young Master Yang, please forgive us for our rudeness just now." Yang Kai let out a light breath and glanced over at them indifferently, chuckling lightly. "It's not your fault you didn't know." Hearing him say this, the Xiang clan and Nan clan members were all delighted. As long as Yang Kai didn't pursue today's matter, everything would be fine. On top of that, the Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so Yang Kai, as the Yang family's young lord, naturally needed to gather support and gather his supporters in order to win the position of the next patriarch. The Xiang and Nan families were both first-class families, with such powerful support. As long as Yang Kai wanted to win in the inheritance war, he would definitely try to win them over. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Yang Kai hadn't suffered any losses from today's events, so naturally he was willing to let it go. Perhaps today, he would even be able to form a good relationship with the Yang family young lord, creating a story of friendship without discord. Thinking about all kinds of possibilities, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng both wore joyful and expectant expressions. Just as they were celebrating, though, the silver blood golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder suddenly let out a shrill cry, as if it had been injured, flapping its wings and flying high into the sky. "What happened?" Xiang Chu asked eagerly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of confusion filling his face. The same was true for everyone else. What they saw was Yang Kai holding 2 golden feathers in his hand. These 2 feathers gleamed with a golden light, as if they were finely ground blades, the same length and shape. Obviously, they had been plucked from the silver blood golden feather eagle. No wonder the eagle had suddenly flown up in fright. After plucking the feathers, Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at them, and simply threw them to the ground. "Young Master Yang, what is the meaning of this?" Nan Sheng was confused as he frowned at Yang Kai. This silver blood golden feather eagle was extremely handsome and had an excellent appearance. On top of that, it was a rare and precious exotic beast, and was the one who had found Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai didn't like it, he wouldn't suddenly attack it. What is he doing? Nan Sheng couldn't understand. Xiang Chu, on the other hand, was much more sensitive than Nan Sheng. Looking at the 2 golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, he had a bad feeling about this, but before he could think clearly, 2 figures had already approached them. The speed of these 2 people was extremely fast, and their bodies were shrouded in a brilliant light. At a glance, it was obvious that their strength wasn't low. The distance of a few thousand meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man was tall and sturdy, with a cold expression. There was a long scar on his face that ran from left to right like an earthworm. It was sinister on the bridge of his nose. His aura was as sharp as a blade, and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. With one look, one could tell that he was a veteran. The woman was in her prime with a graceful figure. It was impossible to tell how old she was, but she was dignified and beautiful. Her pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, but her oval face was expressionless and indifferent. Both men and women were immortal ascension boundary masters, but the feeling they gave off was much stronger than the masters from the Xiang and Nan families. The moment they saw them, everyone couldn't help comparing them to the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Nan and Xiang families, but all of them came to the same conclusion. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters were a match for this man and woman. Each of the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagles was followed by a Yang family master, so that once they found a Yang family young lord, they could be escorted home. The 2 people in front of them had obviously followed the silver blood golden feather eagles all the way here. Both of them had a jade token hanging from their waists with a blood-red Yang character written on it, Yang family blood warriors. Fong Lao couldn't help muttering. The Yang family blood warriors had served the Yang family for generations and were extremely loyal to it. Each one of them had outstanding talent and had been trained since childhood. A lot of manpower, material, and financial resources had been spent on their growth. Their origins may not be as noble as those of the young lords and young ladies, but the achievements they could achieve were definitely not lower. The Yang family had an above immortal ascension boundary grand elder, who was a blood warrior. But now, the Yang family treated him as an honored guest. Even if a direct descendant saw him, they would have to kowtow to him. Therefore, The Yang family blood warriors also represented a powerful combat strength. All of the blood warriors had the ability to fight above their realm and were basically invincible in the same realm. What was most valuable was their loyalty. For the sake of the Yang family, they were willing to sacrifice everything. After all, from a young age, the Yang family had instilled in them the ideology of family supremacy. In order to train them, the Yang family had paid a great price. Chapter 364. This was indeed the unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family. Yang Kai really was a Yang family young lord. Where is the young lord? The middle-aged man's hawk-like eyes scanned the crowd. His expression didn't change at all because of the presence of the Xiang and Nan families. He simply raised his voice and asked. When he asked this question, the woman also glanced around, trying to find her young lord in the crowd. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. The next moment, the two blood warriors also cast their eyes over, and after seeing Yang Kai's face and judging his age and cultivation, their expressions suddenly became suspicious. As blood warriors, they had naturally seen many of the Yang family's young lords. Even if they had never interacted with them, they had at least seen them a few times. The two of them had already guessed before coming here that using the silver blood golden feather eagle, they could easily find their young lord's residence. If he looked familiar, they would be able to determine his identity. However, when they saw Yang Kai, the two of them couldn't help feeling a sense of unfamiliarity among the Yang family's young lords who had gone out for life experience. How could they be so young? Moreover, this appearance, they hadn't seen him before. It was no wonder they were suspicious. When Yang Kai left home, he was only 12 or 13 years old and was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. Now that more than 5 years had passed, Yang Kai had naturally changed a lot. However, the woman's observation was more detailed, and after a long time, she suddenly exclaimed, "Little lord!" The middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Yang Kai. His heart couldn't help feeling a storm. Little lord! When he was dismissed, he was the youngest young lord, the one under the command of fourth Master Yang. But wasn't the little lord congenitally deficient and unable to cultivate? When they left the Yang family this time, the blood warriors had been discussing among themselves. If they were to see the little lord, they would have to strictly guard him, because it was very likely that the little lord was just an ordinary person. The Yang family had many enemies, so perhaps this time someone would take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate these scattered young lords. Now that they looked at him again, how could this young man be an ordinary person? He was clearly a cultivator of Yuan Qi State Level 6. Although this level of cultivation could not be considered to be top-notch, it was still not weak. The middle-aged man and the woman looked at each other. Then, with a flash of their bodies, they suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, and an invisible force spread out in all directions. Everyone around Yang Kai was pushed a few dozen feet away. The domineering and overbearing nature of the Yang family was clear to see. The Hu sisters retreated again and couldn't help but pout in anger. "They're both my friends. Go easy on them." Yang Kai looked at the two of them indifferently. The middle-aged man and the woman looked calm, as if they didn't care about him at all. Before confirming the true identity of Yang Kai, the blood warriors didn't treat anyone kindly. "Are you really the young master?" The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and asked with uncertainty. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He flicked his finger and cut a small wound. He lifted his finger, and a few drops of blood immediately dripped down. The woman reacted quickly. She quickly took out a jade pendant and respectfully held it with both hands, using it to receive the drops of blood. When the blood fell into the jade pendant, it seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared in an instant. The originally ordinary jade pendant, after absorbing the blood, suddenly exuded a brilliant light. Only a direct descendant of the Yang family could activate the mysterious light in this jade pendant. Confirmed. The middle-aged man and woman glanced at each other and quickly knelt on the ground. Blood warrior, Tu Feng. Blood warrior. Tang Yuxian greets the little lord. Stand up. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, there was a great deal of respect and dignity in their eyes. No longer any of their previous carelessness. If it were any other young lord who had reached the Yuan Qi 6th stage at this moment, they wouldn't have shown such a change. But the little lord was different. Because the fourth Master Yang had not yet recovered from his injuries, the little lord had been born with a congenital deficiency. For more than 10 years in the Yang family, he had always been an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, but now he had actually grown to such a level. In just 5 years, he had cultivated to the Yuan Qi 6th stage. This kind of speed, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help but sigh, so how could they still underestimate him? Moreover, this little lord's position at this moment was quite dangerous. This was the front line of the war, with the ash-gray cloud, evil land. As a Yang family young lord, he actually dared to take such a risk and come here. This kind of mentality and courage was obviously not something an ordinary person could possess. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought they had taken on a boring job this time, but they hadn't expected to be shocked by the little lord's strength. The direct descendants of the Yang family were all crazy masters. They couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help admiring him. After looking at Yang Kai for a while, Tu Feng retracted his gaze and asked, "Who is in charge of this place?" Xiang Chu's scalp went numb as he quickly stepped forward, smiled bitterly, and cupped his fists, replying to Senior, "This place is managed by my Xiang family." Xiang family. Tu Feng frowned and nodded slightly. The decisive battle was finished 2 days ago, so there should be nothing left to do here, right? If there is nothing else, we'll take the little lord away. If there is something you need, just give us the order, and we'll help you on behalf of the little lord. I wouldn't dare. Xiang Chu was now eager to send these Yang family people far away. So how could he dare to say anything else, quickly saying, "There is nothing left to do here. We're just about to go back, Senior. Please help yourself." And Tu Feng gave him a look that said, "You're quite sensible, quite satisfied." Just as he was about to lead Yang Kai away, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a murderous aura burst out from his body. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also went cold as she stared towards the ground. The Xiang family and Nan family people didn't know what had happened, but all of them were frightened and frightened. Ha ha! Tu Feng suddenly chuckled, the scars on his face becoming more and more terrifying. Muttering in a cold tone, "I was wondering why the eagle was so frightened, hovering in the sky without landing, so that's what happened." The Xiang family and Nan family people were both shocked. Xiang Chu also raised his head, staring at Yang Kai in horror. Only now did he finally react. Yang Kai had just plucked 2 of the silver blood golden feather eagle's feathers and threw them on the ground. This was clearly an attempt to frame someone else who dared to hit my Yang family's eagle. Tang Yuxian's face was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes flashing a murderous intent as she swept her eyes over the Nan family and Xiang family people, coldly shouting, "Stand up!" Tu Feng also sneered, the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. Each one of them is extremely precious and has not been seen for a long time, yet someone actually dares to have ideas about it. Interesting, interesting. Senior, Xiang Chu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, seemingly only now realizing the viciousness of Yang Kai's actions. I had eyes but failed to recognize the silver blood golden feather eagle in time. It was indeed abrupt, but I didn't hurt it, didn't recognize it. Tu Feng coldly snorted. What's the point of having eyes? Tang Yuxian also responded aggressively. You didn't hurt it? Then, what's the matter with these 2 feathers? This. Xiang Chu was suddenly speechless. He couldn't just say that the Yang family's little lord had plucked these feathers himself and threw them on the ground. regardless of whether they believed him or not. It was a fact that they had attacked the silver blood golden feather eagle. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. The Yang family was famous for being domineering and arrogant. How could they be easily dealt with after their eagle was injured? Seeing the faces of the Xiang and Nan family masters all pale and filled with righteous indignation, they couldn't help feeling bitter. All of them looked like they had lost their parents, while the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling happy. Sure enough, retribution for retribution. What goes around comes around. Just now they had joined forces with Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to frame Yang Kai, but now the tables had completely turned. It was as if all the injustice and slander they had just inflicted on Yang Kai had been completely borne by them. Xiang Chu still wanted to defend himself, but Su Lao slowly shook his head at him. Defending himself in front of the Yang family was tantamount to playing a lute to a cow. It was completely useless. With a pale face, Su Lao said, "This matter is our fault, friend. Please explain yourself. What's the rules of the martial world?" Tu Feng sneered. The 4 immortal ascension boundary masters all paled. After a moment, all of them sighed deeply, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters behind Nan Xing stepped forward and glanced at each other, their faces filled with sadness, immediately stretching out their fingers and condensing their chi into a blade. The 2 Nan family masters' eyes filled with sadness. Their bodies couldn't help trembling slightly. Hesitating, Tu Feng stared at them coldly, his yuan qi surging and scrupulously. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also wore a cold expression, as if she was dissatisfied, she would immediately begin a slaughter. Ha! A faint sigh came out from the mouths of the 2 masters, both of them closing their eyes, a trace of pain and despair filling their faces. The yuan qi blade slashed down, and with a flash of light, the 2 masters' arms flew off from their elbows, blood gushing out. With a muffled groan, the faces of the 2 masters instantly turned pale, quickly circulating their secret arts to stop the flow of blood, one of them trembling as he stared at Tu Feng and asked, "Is this enough?" All the disciples from the second-class sects were horrified. Although they had long heard that the Yang family was powerful and domineering, none of them had expected it to be so monstrous. Just a single question from this blood warrior had forced 2 masters to cripple their own arms. These were 2 immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. If they were placed in their sects, they would definitely be elders or protectors, perhaps even comparable to the sect master. But now, they had been bullied like this without daring to resist. It wasn't until this moment that the second-class sects truly understood what the Yang family was, what the head of the 8 great families was. This kind of heritage and momentum was something their sects simply couldn't compare with. Tu Feng coldly said, "Only 2 people? From what I can see, there are 4 masters here." The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang family were suddenly stunned. Fang Lao and Su Lao of the Xiang family really hadn't attacked the silver blood golden feather eagle just now, and Su Lao had even stopped the actions of the 3 Nan family elders, but the Yang family blood warrior obviously wasn't willing to give up so easily. "We didn't attack that eagle." Su Lao's forehead oozed cold sweat as he hurriedly tried to defend himself. Severing one's own arm was not a minor injury. After losing an arm, a master's strength would drop by at least 20%, possibly even more, which was equivalent to becoming a half-cripple in the future. Tu Feng didn't seem to hear him at all, staring at him and Fang Lao coldly, "An arm or your life, choose." Fang Lao and Su Lao's expressions changed greatly. They hadn't expected Tu Feng to be so unreasonable. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." Tu Feng continued to pressure them. Su Lao and Fang Lao's eyes suddenly dimmed as they glanced at each other, both shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. "2 elders, this Xiang Chu owes you this much." Xiang Chu took a deep breath. filled with grief and indignation. What else could these two masters say? Their young lord was right next to them, and although they knew that it was impossible for a blood warrior to kill the heir of a first-class family for no reason, killing the two of them wasn't a big problem. We admit defeat. Su Lao and Fong Lao's expressions became gloomy, no longer saying anything. Just like the other two, they gathered their yuan qi, condensed it into a blade, and cut off one of their arms. Is that okay? Su Lao asked with a pale face. Is there no one else? Tu Feng asked, his eyes sweeping across the other side like a hawk. Nansheng felt uncomfortable being stared at and couldn't help shrinking his neck. Yang Kai grinned at him. Nansheng's face also went white. Nansheng was the first one to attack the silver blood golden feather eagle. The Xiang family's Su Lao and Fong Lao were only implicated. It looks like there's still someone else. Tu Feng saw Nansheng's guilty and panicked expression and knew that this matter was related to him. So he shouted, "Do you want me to do it myself?" The faces of the four masters from the Nan family and Xiang family changed again. The blood warrior had bullied them and ordered them to cut off one of their arms. They had nothing to say, nor did they have the ability to resist. But now that Tu Feng had actually set his sights on Nansheng, the situation was completely different. Nansheng was the young lord of a first-class family and the successor of the Nan family. If he really lost one of his arms here, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Therefore, even though the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters knew the strength of the Blood Warrior, they couldn't help glaring at Tu Feng with resentment and vigilance, secretly circulating their yuan qi. If they continued to be pressured, there was bound to be a great battle. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. Young Lord Nan's identity is honorable. There's no need to cut off one of his arms. Tu Feng's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Nansheng glanced towards Yang Kai with a look of surprise and gratitude, obviously not having expected this young man would actually let him go. Just cut off two of your fingers. Yang Kai's smile faded as he said. The gratitude in Nansheng's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of extreme resentment. Good, since the little lord says so, you can cut off two of your own fingers. Tu Feng nodded, seemingly giving Nansheng a great gift. Good. Nansheng was also a decisive person. Hearing this, he didn't waste any more time, pulling out a dagger from his waist, and with a flash of light, two of his fingers fell to the ground. During this entire process, he didn't even bat an eyelid. I'll remember you. Nansheng grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai coldly, muttering under his breath. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Young Lord Nan, this is just a punishment for injuring Ying-er. Have you forgotten that there is still a debt between us that has yet to be settled? Nansheng's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly went silent. Chapter 365. Yang Kai really still had grievances with them. Just now, Xiang Chu and Nansheng had wanted to kill Yang Kai, and if it weren't for the timely arrival of the Golden Feather Eagle, they would have already started fighting. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to resolve his grievances so easily, so he had plucked the eagle's feathers and retaliated on the spot. Listening to him say this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore calm expressions, not showing the slightest surprise, as if they had already noticed the tense atmosphere here. However, both of them remained silent, staring curiously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. The Blood Warrior's mission this time was only to safely bring back the Yang family's direct descendants. There were no other instructions. Just now, they had forced the Nan and Xiang family masters to retreat, only because the Golden Feather Eagle had been injured. Now, if Yang Kai wanted to find trouble with these people, that was Yang Kai's business. The two Blood Warriors wouldn't intervene. They were loyal to the Yang family, not Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications or strength to order them to do anything. Only when his life was in danger would the two Blood Warriors act. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly felt that this time they had received the little lord. Quite interesting. Both of them were members of the Yang family, so they were naturally arrogant and domineering. Yang Kai's aggressive and unrelenting attitude was clearly to their liking. For a moment, both of them were looking forward to it. Xiang Chu laughed dryly. What does young Master Yang want us to do? His fist wasn't as big as his opponent's, so Xiang Chu had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs. Su Lao also endured the heart-wrenching pain and said with a frown, "We admit defeat this time. However, as the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Young Master Yang, you also want to participate in the inheritance war, please reconsider." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he coldly snorted, "Reconsider? Ridiculous." As soon as his voice fell, 2 blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body. A floral fragrance wafted out, lingering around the tip of everyone's nose. 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. The petals fluttered in the air, suddenly transforming into 2 red lights that flashed and disappeared. 2 muffled groans rang out as Xierong and Soaring Rainbow Quartz Li Fu fell to the ground, their vitality drained away. Everyone was in an uproar. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement while the faces of the Nan and Xiang family members all changed. No one seemed to have expected this. He actually dared to kill someone in front of so many people. As soon as Xierong and Li Fu died, the remaining members of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all collapsed to the ground, looking at Yang Kai in horror, a chill running down their spines. The 2 petals flickered one after another. A series of muffled sounds rang out, and all the disciples of the Thunderlight Court and Soaring Rainbow Court died in a short span of 10 breaths of time. The ground was littered with corpses. Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng's breathing suddenly stagnated as they involuntarily gulped. "Within 3 months, I want to see your sincerity in the central capital. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying the prestige of a first-class family." Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He suddenly chuckled. "You can keep your lives for now." Xiang Chu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, a burst of bitter taste spreading in his mouth. Nan Sheng was even more furious, covering the wound on his hand as he glared at Yang Kai. After a long time, Xiang Chu finally managed to squeeze out a forced smile. "Many thanks. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Xiang Chu led the group away. "Those 3 cloud-treading colts are mine." Yang Kai glanced over at the 3 monster beasts that the Nan family had just mounted and said faintly. Nan Sheng, who had already mounted his mount, couldn't help taking a deep breath when he heard this and quickly jumped back down, quickly being dragged away by the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters beside him. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and stared at Yang Kai with a funny expression, thinking that this little lord of hers seemed to be a child who hadn't grown up yet, always acting like a bully. Opening her mouth, she was about to speak when Tu Feng slowly shook his head at her. "Little lord, Yuxian and I will wait for you over there." Tu Feng's appearance was rough, but his mind was quite sharp. Knowing that Yang Kai still had something to say to his friends, he left with Tang Yuxian first, and Yang Kai nodded. After everyone had left, leaving behind only the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, Yang Kai discovered that these people were all looking at him strangely. Many of these people's eyes were filled with awe, but to Yang Kai's relief, the Hu sisters and Fong Ziki didn't look at him in such a way. Not only that, Hu Jiao Air's beautiful eyes also flashed a hint of hatred. "Do you have any questions?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose and looked towards the Hu sisters. Hu Mei Air pursed her lips and wanted to ask something but didn't. Hu Jiao Air, on the other hand, coldly said, "No." Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, "You really don't?" "No means no. I already know what I need to know. What else do you need to ask?" Hu Jiao Air glared at him fiercely before grabbing her sister's hand and saying, "Come on, let's go home." And Hu Mei smiled apologetically to Yang Kai before quickly catching up with her sister's pace. Guan Qi cupped his fist towards Yang Kai and also let out a hollow laugh before leading the others away. Fong Ziki stayed behind and asked, "Brother Yang, is the inheritance war fun? I don't know, I've never tried it before." Yang Kai shook his head. "Do you want to participate?" Fong Ziki raised his brow and asked, "As long as one has a certain level of strength, they must participate. It's not up to me." Yang Kai nodded. "Interesting. I'll definitely visit you in the central capital some other day." Fong Ziki laughed. "I'll be waiting." Yang Kai also smiled. A gust of wind blew through Yang Kai's black hair. Standing in place, Yang Kai watched the dozen or so people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gradually disappear into the distance. Among the crowd, there were two women who from time to time glanced back until they disappeared from sight. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kai like ghosts and waited quietly. "I'm going to retreat for a while. Wait for me for a while," Yang Kai ordered, lightly before diving into the camp and finding a fairly spacious house. Entering it, Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After a long time, Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed slightly. "Retreat? Is the little lord about to break through?" "There are some signs." Tu Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion. "His yuan qi is fluctuating a bit. It is indeed a sign of a breakthrough. It seems that before we came here, he experienced a great battle. If it weren't for this reason, how could he suddenly break through without warning?" Tu Feng smiled faintly, looking up at the golden feather eagle in the sky. "Yuxian, do you think the little lord is a bit soft-hearted?" Tang Yuxian tilted her head and looked at Tu Feng. "I just think he's still a child. It's inevitable that his methods would be softer." Tu Feng slowly shook his head and quickly said, "Young family people, even if he's a child, don't underestimate him. Yuxian, you've been in the Yang family for so many years. How can you still be so naive? This little lord is not as simple as you think." "What do you mean?" Tang Yuxian suddenly became interested. "You can see that he has grievances with the Xiang and Nan families, right?" Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly. "I'm not blind. Naturally, I can see it. Moreover, their grievances don't seem to be shallow." "What do you think the little lord should do?" "Kill him," Tang Yuxian said lightly. "He should try to win them over. The inheritance war needs such allies. By doing this, he has offended so many people while also releasing a tiger back to the mountain. I'm afraid the Xiang and Nan families will become his enemies in the future." "That's why I said you were too naive." Tu Feng grinned. "Those two young men can't be killed. Both of them are the next patriarchs of the Xiang and Nan families. If we really kill them, the little lord will also be in trouble. He doesn't have enough power right now to deal with such troubles. Not to mention, he doesn't have the ability to kill their young masters under the noses of 4 immortal ascension boundary masters. Then we should win them over." Tang Yuxian spat disdainfully. "We've already offended them. What's the point of winning them over? Even if we win them over, I'm afraid the 2 young masters will still be disloyal, so it's better to go down this dark road and offend them as much as possible while scraping as many benefits from them as possible." Tu Feng narrowed his eyes. "Some people need to be beaten until they're afraid, until they tremble at the sight of you. Then they won't be able to resist. But the little lord obviously doesn't have the means or strength to do so. And the little lord really can't do this, after all. He's still young, but he should have such intentions towards the Xiang and Nan families. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so domineering. I'd like to see how he performs in the inheritance war." "Ooh." Tang Yuxian suddenly became puzzled. "Why are you so interested in him?" Tu Feng chuckled, reaching out his hand and grabbing the 2 golden feathers on the ground. Handing one of them to Tang Yuxian, Tu Feng said, "These 2 feathers weren't knocked off at all." Tang Yuxian stared at them and couldn't help feeling surprised. "They were plucked off? Who plucked them?" "Who else could it be?" Tang Yuxian glanced towards the spot where Yang Kai was in seclusion and exclaimed, "So insidious? He's actually using us as bait." After saying so, she stared at Tu Feng and asked, "Since you already saw through it, why did you let him do as he pleased? Why would I expose him on the spot?" Tu Feng rolled his eyes. "No matter what, he's still a young lord of the Yang family. How could I do something that would cause him to lose face? Smelly brat. He's really insidious." Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. Being taken advantage of like this, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling somewhat unconvinced. She was an immortal Ascension boundary master, yet she couldn't even see through such a trick. It was really a bit shameful. Tu Feng frowned. "This time, we don't know if the Blood Warriors will be required to participate in the Inheritance War. If they do, the two of us will need to find a trustworthy and powerful young lord to follow. In the Inheritance War, the consequences of standing on the wrong side are very serious." "Do you want to follow him?" Tang Yuxian frowned. "I don't have such an idea for the time being. We've only just met him, so it's still not too bad. Let's see how he performs on the road." Heh. The Yang family's unwritten rules on the way home. Not only are the young lords trying to conquer us, we're also observing them to see if they're worth following. "I'll do as you say." Tang Yuxian nodded. After saying so, she smiled charmingly. "I'll have to carefully keep my eyes open. I can't be used by him again." Ha! Tu Feng laughed loudly. Chapter 366. Yang Kai walked out in high spirits. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stepped forward and saluted, carefully examining him, and discovering that he had indeed broken through to the Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage. The two Blood Warriors nodded secretly, also feeling some admiration in their hearts. Being able to break through so quickly after the great battle, this little lord's aptitude should not be bad. What was strange, though, was that after more than a decade in the Yang family, why was he just an ordinary person? What had happened to him in the past few years that allowed him to achieve what he had now in one fell swoop? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai with different expressions on their faces, seemingly waiting for something. What happened to the Yang family? Why did you call us back so early this time? Yang Kai frowned and asked the two. Tu Feng's face was a little gloomy as he replied. The patriarch was injured during the decisive battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Lands Masters. The patriarch was injured by the profound Een Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King. Poison Qi and Ghost Qi entered his body at the same time. Although he was treated in time and his life was saved, the elders of the family said that the situation was not optimistic, so we must determine the next patriarch as soon as possible. The patriarch was injured? Yang Kai was stunned. The current patriarch of the Yang family should be Yang Kai's great-uncle, Yang Yinghao. His strength was not low, but such a character had actually been injured during the Great Battle, and it seemed that his injuries were not light. Otherwise, the patriarch would not have been so anxious to call back the Yang family's direct descendants and start the Inheritance War. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly, regarding the people and matters of the family. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Yang family, and even his uncles had only met a few times. Besides his own parents, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for the other members of the Yang family. This was also the case for the other direct descendants of the Yang family. The previous generation's direct descendants had only returned to the family after 10 years of experience outside, and during the Inheritance War, they had not shown any mercy to their brothers. So the bond between the Yang family members was very thin. It wasn't as deep as the other families. Seeing his calm reaction, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also didn't show much surprise. The two of them had been in the Yang family for so long, so they naturally understood the temperament of the Yang family. "Young master," Tu Feng asked, "if there is nothing else, let's return to the Yang family first." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, "Is there a deadline set by the family?" "No." Tu Feng slowly shook his head. Furthermore, I reckon that you are the first young master to be found. 2 days ago, the golden feather eagle was released. Yuxian and I chased you all the way here, and we were very lucky to run into you. The others are probably still searching with the golden feather eagles. That's good. Yong Kai smiled faintly. Young master, do you still have something to do? Yes. I want to go back to the sect. Yong Kai nodded. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other and couldn't help marveling. The cuckoo bird Yang family's direct disciples were all raised in the wild. They hid their identities and lived in other sections. After 10 years, these young lords would secretly leave the sect, not wanting to let their sect elders or brothers and sisters know about it. After all, after living there for so many years, even if they were made of wood, they would still have some feelings. Deceiving the sect like this would cause them to feel guilty. But this young man in front of them not only didn't sneak away, he actually wanted to go back. This was quite interesting. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain this to his sect elders. Tang Yuxian suddenly became curious and asked, "What is the name of young master's sect?" Yang Kai chuckled and glanced over at her, only to see her grinning and looking expectantly at him, seemingly wanting to inquire about the situation. "It's better if I don't say." Tang Yuxian was startled, not quite understanding what he meant. However, as a blood warrior, she didn't ask any more questions, only faintly feeling that this young lord wasn't easy to deal with. "Let's go." Yang Kai had already jumped onto the cloud-treading colt and shouted towards her and Tu Feng. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before leaping onto the cloud-treading colts as well. Although they were both immortal ascension boundary masters, and their flying speed was quite fast. Since they had cloud-treading colts, they were naturally happy to save some energy and yuan qi. The three cloud-treading colts flew as fast as lightning. Above their heads, the silver blood golden feather eagle followed, letting out a clear cry from time to time. From here to High Heaven Pavilion was at least 10,000 kilometers away. Even riding a cloud-treading colt would take 2 to 3 days to reach it. However, Yang Kai didn't go at full speed, instead maintaining a moderate speed. The Yang family's unwritten rule was one that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian knew, but how could Yang Kai not know? Along the way, his performance would affect the choices of these two blood warriors in the future. Participating in the inheritance war wasn't just about the strength of the Yang family young lords. It could even be said that one's own strength was the least important aspect. What mattered in the inheritance war was how much support a young lord could gather and how many forces would bow their heads. The more support a young lord could gather and the more forces would bow their heads, the more it would show the young lord's connections and means, allowing him to sit in the Yang family patriarch's position. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families, so what it needed was connections and means. Yang Kai could be said to be poor right now, so naturally he was very interested in these two blood warriors who had come to escort him home. If he could convince them on the road, it would be equivalent to having 2 powerful immortal ascension boundary helpers on his way home. Therefore, on this road he couldn't go too fast. If he went too fast, even if Yang Kai had all kinds of means, he wouldn't have enough time to use them. But he also couldn't go too slow, otherwise he would appear lazy. Yang Kai led the way, while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed without complaint. In one day, they traveled 2,000 kilometers leisurely. After 3 days, they had only covered half of the distance. At night, the three stopped to rest. Tu Feng went out to hunt while Tang Yuxian searched for dry wood nearby. A bonfire was lit. After the bonfire was lit, Tu Feng also returned with a full harvest. The two of them worked together to clean the meat in a nearby stream before returning and roasting it over the fire. While the two of them were busy, Yang Kai was a few dozen meters away, constantly whistling as he teased the silver blood golden feather eagle that had landed on a treetop to rest. Over the past few days, once they stopped to rest, Yang Kai would tease the golden feather eagle like this. But after 3 days, the harvest was minimal. The golden feather eagle seemed to hold a grudge. That day, in order to frame Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu, Yang Kai had plucked 2 of its golden feathers. Even now, the eagle still regarded Yang Kai as its greatest enemy. When Yang Kai approached it slightly, it would cry out and flap its wings fiercely. Even if Yang Kai was a direct descendant of the Yang family, he still couldn't control it. Tang Yuxian spun the roasted meat in her hand. Glancing over at Yang Kai, she couldn't help smiling when she saw that he still hadn't made any progress. "Serves him right," Tang Yuxian said softly. Although the silver blood golden feather eagle is only a 5th-order monster beast, its sentience is very high. Don't even think about getting close to it for the rest of your life. Tu Feng also nodded heavily, apparently agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion. The little lord should also know this. Why is he still doing such a thankless thing? Tang Yuxian frowned. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. An ulterior motive isn't in the wine. What do you mean? Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Tu Feng smacked his lips. The little lord is trying to find a way to impress us. You don't understand? Haven't you noticed that our speed these past few days hasn't been very fast? He's just stalling for time. Tang Yuxian was surprised. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly felt that what Tu Feng said made sense. Glancing over at him with her beautiful eyes, "How can you be so meticulous? You've grown so big in vain." Tu Feng chuckled. "It's not that I'm meticulous. It's just that the little lord's intentions are too obvious. Even a fool can understand. Ahem. It seems I said something wrong." "What do you think?" Tang Yuxian looked at him with a smile, causing Tu Feng to suddenly feel embarrassed. Not bothering to pursue the matter, Tang Yuxian turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. If he thinks so, he's destined to be disappointed. And don't worry about him. We just need to ensure his safety. Tu Feng grinned, then called out to Yang Kai, "Little lord, it's time to eat." Yang Kai nodded and walked back with a calm expression. While eating, Tang Yuxian smiled and turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little lord, how is your progress?" Hearing her ask this, Tu Feng quickly winked at her, indicating that she shouldn't meddle in Yang Kai's affairs. Yang Kai hadn't made any progress. If she asked, wouldn't that be embarrassing the young lord? In fact, Tang Yuxian was also being kind and wanted to remind Yang Kai not to waste his efforts, lest the greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. Young people like to show off was understandable. Unexpectedly, after hearing her question, Yang Kai actually smiled faintly and replied casually while eating, almost, "I should be able to eliminate its hostility by tomorrow." Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, not knowing what to say. How is it almost? Isn't it obvious he's still far from it? Moreover, how could he be so sure he could eliminate the golden feather eagle's hostility by tomorrow? That monster beast was born to hold grudges. After plucking 2 of its feathers, it would never pay you any mind for the rest of its life. What's wrong? Yang Kai saw their silence and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Tu Feng quickly shook his head and smiled. Then, "I wish the little lord success." Tu Feng's words were quite insincere, but Yang Kai didn't seem to notice and just nodded lightly, and Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and suddenly felt a headache coming on. The little lord in front of her was so confident and had made such bold claims. If the golden feather eagle still ignored him tomorrow, wouldn't he lose face? The little lord would lose face, and if he became angry at this moment, Tang Yuxian even had thoughts of killing the golden feather eagle. As long as the golden feather eagle died tonight, the little lord wouldn't have to feel embarrassed tomorrow. Glancing at Tu Feng, both of them lowered their heads and remained silent, neither of them willing to say another word. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation, and while eating the barbecue, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, blooming into an imperceptible smile. Chapter 367. Early the next morning, Tang Yuxian woke up from her meditative state and looked around, slowly getting up and walking to the side. Not far away, Tu Feng was standing with his hands crossed behind his back, staring forward motionlessly. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuxian walked up to him and asked, a puzzled look on her face. "Shu." Tu Feng quickly gestured to her and then motioned her to look forward. Acting all mysterious, Tang Yuxian rolled her eyes and looked towards the direction Yang Kai was pointing, instantly becoming stunned on the spot. Not far in front of him, the young master of his family was in an extremely strange posture. One foot on the ground, two arms stretched out, like the wings of a flying bird, slowly and rhythmically moving up and down. At first glance, it seemed that he was also like a bird, flying through the sky, full of a natural charm. What made Tang Yuxian feel even more surprised, though, was that the silver blood golden feather eagle in front of the little lord was actually mimicking his movements. Spreading its two golden wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle let out a series of cries as it flapped its wings up and down, rolling up a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the golden feather eagle was not as hostile as it had been a few days ago, its cries instead seeming to contain a sense of intimacy. As time passed, when the rhythm of the man and eagle completely overlapped the little lord, an eagle slowly flew up from the ground at the same time. It seemed that, at that moment, the man and eagle had perfectly overlapped, becoming one. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were dumbfounded, their faces filled with astonishment. The two of them were both powerful and had high cultivation, but if they asked themselves, they had no way to deal with this golden feather eagle. In the entire Yang family, besides the one who specifically raised and trained them, the golden feather eagle didn't care about anyone, but now it was actually playing with the little lord. And this was even after the little lord had plucked out two of its golden feathers. For a moment, the two blood warriors couldn't believe what they were seeing and couldn't help glancing at each other. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock, wondering what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to accomplish this. A moment later, the man and eagle were several dozen meters above the ground. This was accompanied by a burst of laughter. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and flew directly onto the back of the golden feather eagle, under the watchful eyes of the two blood warriors. The golden feather eagle let out a crisp cry and spread its wings. The back of the golden feather eagle was not wide, barely enough for a person to sit on. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were clearly aware that Yang Kai wasn't using any of his strength or Yuan Qi at all. It was the golden feather eagle that was carrying him, and it was doing so voluntarily. "Didn't you say this beast was very vengeful?" Tang Yuxian suddenly felt like her brain wasn't working. Tu Feng opened his mouth and suddenly grinned meaningfully. "Good. He really made us look at him in a new light. But if that's all, it's not enough." Tang Yuxian nodded slightly. Wanting a blood warrior to willingly submit to him wasn't a simple matter, especially Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, both of whom were powerful Immortal Ascension boundary masters. How could they easily submit to a mere eagle? After a long time, the golden feather eagle slowly descended. When it was about 100 feet above the ground, Yang Kai also jumped down from its back. The golden feathered eagle folded its wings and landed directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, looking extremely obedient. Its hook-like beak also affectionately combed Yang Kai's hair. "Little Lord is truly amazing," Tu Feng sincerely praised. Yang Kai patted the golden feather eagle's head and chuckled. "I offended it a few days ago. It took me a lot of effort to turn it into a friend." "How did you do that?" Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he said solemnly, "I felt its heart and let it perceive my intentions." Tang Yuxian couldn't help but blink, suddenly feeling like this was quite profound. "Let's go." Yang Kai didn't have any intention of showing off and simply jumped onto the cloud-treading colt. Over the next few days, the group's speed was still neither fast nor slow, but the relationship between the golden feather eagle and Yang Kai was becoming more and more intimate. Even this fifth-order monster beast could clearly perceive Yang Kai's various commands, whether they were simple or complex. It was able to complete all of them without any flaws. The two blood warriors were suddenly amazed by Yang Kai. Even the Yang family member who raised and trained the golden feather eagle probably didn't have Yang Kai's ability. This time, if the little lord was defeated in the inheritance war, it wouldn't be a bad idea to become an eagle breeder in the Yang family. Yang Kai was also secretly amused. If it weren't for the two blood warriors, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. A trivial fifth-order monster beast, with just a single beast slave seal. No matter how unruly it would have no choice but to obediently obey. Yang Kai still had to act for a few days, which was extremely exhausting. Another 3 days later, in front of High Heaven Pavilion, the entire sect was in tatters and ruins. The ground was scorched, and there were collapsed buildings everywhere. The earth was groaning. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his mood was somewhat heavy. The sect that had existed for hundreds of years was now in ruins. If it was a few years ago, Yang Kai wouldn't have a sense of belonging to this place. But after experiencing so many things, Yang Kai had already regarded this place as his own. "This is Little Lord's sect?" Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why this place was so bleak and desolate, as if it had been completely destroyed. Yang Kai dismounted from his cloud-treading colt and nodded slightly. Tu Feng stepped forward and found a huge burnt plaque on the ground, picking it up and flipping it over. Tang Yuxian curiously leaned over to take a look. The last time she had asked Yang Kai which sect he belonged to, Yang Kai had avoided answering, making her very concerned. "High heaven," Tu Feng murmured softly. The plaque had been burned beyond recognition, and the last word was somewhat unclear, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were naturally not shallow, so they immediately thought of a possibility. "High Heaven Pavilion." Tang Yuxian's pretty face was filled with surprise, exchanging a glance with Tu Feng before quickly turning to Yang Kai. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two blood warriors couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as they stared in shock. High Heaven Pavilion. It was just a second-class sect, but this sect was now world-famous. It was the sect where the demon lord had come from. It was also said that when the Chiu family masters had come here before, they had suffered a big loss. The Chiu family's first young lady, Chiu Yimeng, had disappeared here, along with Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, and by families by Yunfeng. Several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been injured. After that incident, the Chiu family's masters sent out news that High Heaven Pavilion had an above-immortal Ascension Boundary Master. An above-immortal Ascension Boundary Master. No second-class sect had ever produced such a character. With such a character in charge, High Heaven Pavilion could easily become a first-class force. Because Chiu Yimeng had disappeared, the Chiu family masters had burned down High Heaven Pavilion in a fit of anger. Until now, there was also no news of the Chiu family's first young lady. As members of the 8 great families, the 2 blood warriors of the Yang family were naturally clear about this information. Learning about Yang Kai's sect, the 2 blood warriors were truly shocked. Tu Feng stared blankly at the broken plaque. Throwing it away or holding it wasn't right. All he could do was roll his eyes. Yang Kai had already stepped inside. "Little Lord, be careful, there are many people inside." Tang Yuxian quickly warned. "There are people inside." Yang Kai was startled and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Sure enough, there were people inside, and there were quite a few of them. At least a few hundred. Glancing inside suspiciously, Yang Kai hurriedly walked in. After walking for a short time, Yang Kai saw that High Heaven Pavilion was in full swing. The people who came and went were all familiar faces. These people were actually all former disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Some were from the younger generation, some were from the previous generation, and everyone was busy cleaning up the ruins of the sect. It seemed that they wanted to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion. Yong Kai stared blankly. High Heaven Pavilion was because of its relationship with the Demon Lord. It had been designated as an evil sect, and before the sect's disaster, Ling Tai Su had dismissed 90% of its disciples, leaving only 100 or so people to leave the sect through the void corridor. How could so many people suddenly appear now? And they were even beginning to rebuild with such fanfare. Weren't they afraid the Chiu family would come looking for trouble again? While Yong Kai was confused, a High Heaven Pavilion disciple who was passing by suddenly stopped and stared at him in surprise. She cried out involuntarily, "Kai Yang?" Yong Kai turned his head and found that this person turned out to be Chao Zhengwen, originally a disciple of the Great Elder. He was later recruited by the Bai families by Yunfeng, but after being severely injured by Yong Kai, Bai Yunfeng no longer paid attention to him. Chao Zhengwen had spent several months in the sect recovering from his injuries, so the matter of him joining the Bai family was left unsettled. Since then, the entire sect didn't like him very much. "Brother Chao," Yong Kai called out casually. Chao Zhengwen panicked and stumbled back a few steps. Last time, Yong Kai had injured him in a flash, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Now that he saw Yong Kai again, he found that he was much stronger than before, so naturally he was frightened. Their conversation spread to the side and immediately attracted the attention of many people. After discovering Yong Kai, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all felt a little embarrassed. "Where's Yong Kai?" A low voice called out from nearby. When this voice reached Yong Kai's ears, Yong Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Looking towards the source of this voice, Yong Kai saw a handsome young man striding over, dressed in a black robe. This young man's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared coldly towards Yong Kai. Standing 10 meters in front of Yong Kai, this young man glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian indifferently, but when he saw Tang Yuxian, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Immediately, this young man converged his gaze and stared at Yong Kai, his mouth curling into a smile as he said, "Junior brother Yang, you've returned." Yong Kai also grinned. "Brother Xia." Xia Hongchun was one of the core disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, and Yong Kai had countless grievances with him. "It's good that you're back." Brother Xia Hongchen's face was full of arrogance as he said with a faint arrogance on his face, "Since you've returned, you should help us rebuild the sect. It just so happens that we are currently short of manpower. It seems that Junior Brother Yang has grown a lot these past few years. There are many places here for you to show off your skills. I hope you won't be disappointed." Yong Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling surprised, their expressions becoming extremely strange. Chapter 368. This boy was quite interesting. He actually wanted a young lord of the Yang family to help rebuild this ruin, and even boasted about showing off his skills. The place where Yong Kai wanted to show off his skills was the central capital, the Yang family's inheritance war. But not here. "Are these to your friends?" Xia Hongchun turned his eyes to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian and asked lightly, and Yong Kai nodded slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly, but they didn't speak. They were Yang family blood warriors. Their status was lower than that of a Yang family young lord. So naturally they weren't qualified to be Yong Kai's friends. But Yong Kai simply admitted it, which made the two of them feel a little touched. Xia Hongchun smiled, somewhat unconcerned. "Since you are Junior Brother Yang's friends, you are also my High Heaven Pavilion's friends. If you two don't mind, you can also help. Naturally, there will be many benefits for you." The two blood warriors' brow furrowed slightly, their expressions becoming playful. Glancing at each other, they could see the look in each other's eyes. Although they were Yang family blood warriors, and their status was lower than that of a Yang family young lord, that was only within the Yang family. If they really left the Yang family, even the elders of first-class forces wouldn't dare treat them so casually, let alone order them to do anything. But this little brat in front of them actually wanted them to help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion, and even wanted to give them benefits. Benefits that could satisfy the Yang family blood warriors were not something an average person could offer. Did this little brat really have such confidence? Xia Hongchen looked up at the sky and couldn't help frowning after a moment. Where did this eagle come from? It's so noisy, it's annoying. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch his nose while the looks on Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces became more and more strange. The golden feather eagle had followed Yang Kai back here, and had already flown up into the sky. Its cries echoing out naturally attracted Xia Hongchen's attention. Xia Hongchen nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes. But this eagle is quite handsome. Saying so, turning his head, he called out, "Marshal Uncle Zhong." A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s immediately walked over. This person was also a member of High Heaven Pavilion. Even though he was only a disciple from the previous generation, he had now reached the immortal ascension boundary first stage, which wasn't too bad. "Is something the matter, Marshal Nephew?" Xia Hongchen pointed at the golden feather eagle in the sky and asked, "With Marshal Uncle's skills, can you shoot that eagle down? I don't want to disturb those two girls." The Marshal Uncle raised his head and looked at him. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "It's too high, and this eagle doesn't look weak. I'm afraid I can't do anything." Xia Hongchen frowned, his expression somewhat displeased as he waved his hand. "Then it's fine. You can go back to work." "Yes." After this person left, Xia Hongchen smiled faintly. "It seems that I have to do it myself." Junior brother Yang waited for a moment. "I'll talk to you after I've dealt with the eagle." "Oh." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In the next moment, Xia Hongchen shot up into the sky and flew straight towards the golden feather eagle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him, just staring at Xia Hongchen's back as if they were watching a good show. The Yang family's golden feather eagle. If it was so easy to catch or shoot down, it wouldn't be a monster beast raised by the Yang family. Does this person have some kind of grudge with the little lord? Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Just now, Xia Hongchen's attitude towards Yang Kai was clearly seen by her, and now he intended to show off his skills in front of Yang Kai. Obviously, there was some kind of grudge between the two. "It's all in the past," Yang Kai said indifferently, gently shaking his head. The battle with Xia Hongchen was just an internal struggle within the sect. Now that the sect was gone, Yang Kai didn't care about the past. Where did this eagle come from? Just as he was looking at Xia Hongchen, a voice suddenly called out from the side. Immediately, two beautiful figures quickly walked over from a short distance away. The one leading them was a tall woman in her 20s with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, and a slender waist. She wore a long purple dress that set off her noble temperament. Beside her was a petite woman who seemed to be younger. This woman was quite petite, but her pair of jade peaks were huge, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. As she walked, her jade peaks undulated up and down in an exaggerated manner. Her small face was an intoxicating blush, and her round buttocks seemed to ripple like waves, making anyone who saw them feel as if they would sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. The two pairs of beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the golden feather eagle in the sky, both of their expressions extremely dignified. It was as if what they were looking at wasn't an eagle soaring through the sky, but a giant monster. When the two women walked out, the nearby High Heaven Pavilion disciples, whether male or female, old or young, all stopped what they were doing and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, young lady Qiu." "Greetings, young lady Luo." Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman turned a deaf ear to these greetings and continued to stare straight up into the sky. "Elder sister Qiu, is this really that eagle?" Luo Xiaoman still gave off an innocent and naive feeling, asking softly as she observed. It should be. Chiu Meng nodded solemnly. But I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes. That Xie Hongchen flew up. Luo Xiaoman pointed to the sky. What does that idiot want to do? Chiu Meng's eyes flashed coldly. Her pretty face extremely cold. Does he want to kill that eagle? How could that eagle be killed so casually? Even if it was wounded, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. Although she had long known that Xie Hongchen liked to show off, at this moment, Chiu Meng felt that he was simply an idiot. As long as one had a good eye, they would probably be able to see that this eagle's origin was extraordinary. Young Lady Chiu? Tang Yuxian looked at Chiu Meng suspiciously and called out softly. When Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman walked over together, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors were stunned. No matter who it was, none of them had expected to meet these two here. Yang Kai knew that the two of them were under the control of Shanqing Luo, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know that Chiu Meng had disappeared from High Heaven Pavilion without any news since. After carefully examining Chiu Meng for a moment, Tang Yuxian confirmed that this was the Chiu family's first young lady who had been missing for several months. Seeing this, she couldn't help calling out. Hearing this, Chiu Meng quickly turned her head, and after seeing Yang Kai, her expression also froze. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face went pale with fright, and she quickly hid behind Chiu Meng while glaring at Yang Kai. Tu Feng suddenly wondered, his expression becoming strange, faintly feeling that this Chiu family first young lady seemed to know his little lord. After a long time, Chiu Meng smiled at Yang Kai before turning her eyes to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, sizing them up. Tang Yuxian recognized her, but she didn't know Tang Yuxian. But when she saw the jade tokens on the waists of the two blood warriors, her pretty face couldn't help changing. Yang family blood warriors. Greetings, young Lady Chiu. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both quickly saluted. Chiu Meng's status was equal to Yang Kai's, and it could even be said that Chiu Meng's status was higher than Yang Kai's. After all, this woman was a rare genius of the Chiu family and was one of the best of the younger generation in the central capital, while Yang Kai was just a disciple who had yet to return to his family. Facing such a character, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't be careless. The look on Chiu Meng's face changed several times as her eyes swept back and forth between the three people in front of her. After a long time, she stared at Yang Kai and couldn't help laughing. The Yang family blood warriors are here, and you also have the Yang family's unique silver blood golden feather eagle. Are you a direct descendant of the Yang family? Seeing this, if Chiu Meng still didn't know Yang Kai's true identity, she wouldn't be Chiu Meng. Yang Kai nodded. It seems I've been mistaken all this time. Chiu Meng muttered to herself. Although she knew that Yang Kai hadn't revealed his identity because of the Yang family's rules, now that she thought about it, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. It was ridiculous that when she was in Shanqing Luo's palace, she had even offered generous conditions to win Yang Kai over to the Chiu family. He was already a young lord of the Yang family, so what was the point of trying to win him over? No wonder he wasn't tempted at all at that time. Chiu Meng had always thought that his eyes were higher than his head, and his temperament was indifferent. Now that she thought about it, he had never even considered it, nor did he need to consider it. Grinding her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, Chiu Meng couldn't wait to skin him alive to relieve the shame and embarrassment in her heart. No one had ever forced her to eat such a bitter pill. You're a young lord of the Yang family? Luo Xiaoman also stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked. Naturally he is. Chiu Meng sneered softly. Luo Xiaoman suddenly became speechless and didn't know what to say. She still remembered that Chiu Meng had once evaluated Yang Kai, saying that fortunately he didn't have a strong background. If he did, the whole world would have been turned upside down by him. Now it seemed that his background was not only strong, but also deep. It was simply incomparable. Do you too know my young lord? Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she curiously stared at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. As a woman, she smelled a hint of unusualness from the conversation between these people. It seemed that there was some kind of unusual relationship between her little lord and these two girls in front of her. I know. Of course I know him. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly as she bit her lip. Tu Feng couldn't help shivering as he felt goosebumps appear all over his body. You don't need to look at me with such hostility. I don't owe you anything. Yang Kai looked at Qiu Yimeng with a wry smile. He could naturally feel the hostility from this woman. You don't owe us anything? Qiu Yimeng sneered. You owe us a lot. These words were quite ambiguous to the ears, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to fill with anticipation. Do you want me to go through them one by one for you? Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai intently. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he nodded. You speak. I'm listening. Good. Qiu Yimeng smiled, her beautiful eyes flashing a sly light as she pursed her red lips. Then let's start with the fan. Hey. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly rushed up and covered her mouth. Chapter 369. He had gone out early in the morning to pay his New Year's greetings and only returned home after dark. Tomorrow he would continue to go out, but he wouldn't stop updating. The name Shanqing Luo couldn't be casually mentioned. Seeing their young lord acting so boldly, the two blood warriors couldn't help but stare at him in amazement. Qiu Yimeng, the Qiu family's first young lady, a prominent figure in the central capital, the target of all the young lords, no one had ever dared to treat her like this. However, even after being treated like this, she didn't attack, and instead just struggled like an ordinary woman. Glancing at each other, the two blood warriors could see the excitement in each other's eyes. There's something strange here, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Let go. Qiu Yimeng couldn't break free and shouted vaguely. Yang Kai glanced at her threateningly before slowly letting go and retreating a few steps. Frowning, Yang Kai said indifferently, I don't owe you anything. What happened to you is your own fault. It has nothing to do with me. Heartless. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Don't say such easily misunderstood words. We've only met by chance. There's no friendship between us. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. She found that all of her previous methods had no effect on Yang Kai. If these methods were used on any other young lord of the central capital, they would definitely be happy to oblige. So how could he treat her so coldly? I have a lot of things to ask you. Is there a convenient place to talk? Yang Kai looked around. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips. However, after thinking for a moment, she nodded. Come with me. The surrounding high heaven pavilion disciples all wore blank looks, feeling somewhat inexplicable. They hadn't heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng just now. All they had seen was an ambiguous scene. Qiu Yimeng, they all knew each other. So why did it seem that Yang Kai was an old acquaintance of hers, and their relationship wasn't shallow? What kind of ability did he have? He was actually able to befriend a master like the Qiu family's first young lady. Not long after the group of people left, Xia Hongchen descended from the sky with a face full of grime. After chasing for so long, he didn't even manage to catch a single hair of the golden feather eagle and was almost injured by it. After landing, he was surprised to find that Yang Kai had disappeared. Where is Yang Kai? Xia Hongchen asked the people around him coldly. He was invited by Miss Qiu. A junior brother beside him answered. Invited? Xia Hongchen raised his eyebrows. With a look of disbelief, he asked, Are you sure he was invited? The junior brother observed his expression and didn't dare to be so sure. He could only mumble. It seems that he was called over by Miss Qiu. Xia Hongchen nodded with satisfaction, but soon became suspicious. Why did Chiu Yimeng call him over? I should be the one in charge here. What right does he have to be called over? Confused, Yang Kai quickly walked over to the place where Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were temporarily resting. Inside one of the rooms, Chiu Yimeng, Luo Xiaoman, and Yang Kai sat at a table. The room was very simple, and there weren't many furnishings inside. It was obvious that it was newly built, probably to provide accommodation for Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. Outside the house, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood like door gods, not moving at all, their expressions cold and solemn. The Chiu family's first young lady personally poured tea, sitting back down. She brushed her hair behind her ear and turned to Yang Kai. If you have any questions, just ask. When did she let you go? Yang Kai picked up his teacup and asked casually. About a month ago. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, naturally knowing that Yang Kai was referring to the beguiling demon Queen Shan Qing Luo. She really didn't embarrass us. She just took us around the battlefield and let us leave before the decisive battle began. What did you gain? I've changed a lot. Haha. Chiu Yimeng hesitated for a while before sincerely saying, I used to think that all the people in the ash-gray cloud evil land deserve to die, but now I don't dare think so. I've seen many innocent people being cruelly slaughtered by self-proclaimed righteous people. I've also seen many outside forces commit crimes in the ash-gray cloud evil land. She's right, this world is not just black and white. Everyone has an evil spirit in their heart, and everyone has the potential to become an evil spirit. It's just a matter of whether or not you can stick to your heart. And Yang Kai nodded lightly. It was really rare for Chiu Yimeng to change so much. Shan Qing Luo taking her to the battlefield was the right thing to do. Perhaps Shan Qing Luo hoped that she could use the power of the Chiu family to change the world's perception of the ash-gray cloud evil land. So she had taken such great pains. After I came back, I came here. Chiu Yimeng smiled happily. Does your Chiu family know that you're safe? Yang Kai frowned. I've already sent a letter back. Chiu Yimeng nodded. Purple Fern Valley also sent a letter. As for the Bai family, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared straight at Chiu Yimeng. The latter chuckled lightly. Ha, don't be nervous. Xiaoman and I told the Bai family that Bai Yunfeng was hunted down by the Thunderbolt Beast King's subordinates and unfortunately died. It has nothing to do with you and that woman. That would be for the best. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although Bai Yunfeng's death really had nothing to do with him, if the truth of the matter were to spread, the Bai family would not let it go. Those great forces were notorious for being unreasonable. Otherwise, High Heaven Pavilion would not have suffered such a disaster. Chiu Yimeng slowly stretched her waist, revealing her graceful curves, but she didn't seem to care at all and simply said, I once told you that if one day I was able to escape, I would definitely help High Heaven Pavilion restore its name. Right now, I don't have that ability, so I can only rebuild this place first and then make other plans. Although Chiu Yimeng was the first young lady of the Chiu family, restoring High Heaven Pavilion's reputation was a matter of great importance and was not something she could decide alone. At the very least, she needed someone from one of the super forces to take the lead. Are you presiding over the reconstruction work here? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. What do you think? Chiu Yimeng smiled. High Heaven Pavilion has been designated as an evil sect. If I didn't show up, who would dare to build here? I was originally going to treat this place as one of the Chiu family's properties for the time being, and then find an opportunity to restore High Heaven Pavilion in the future. This can be considered as returning a favor to you. This is not returning a favor. This is what your Chiu family should do. Yang Kai sneered. Chiu Yimeng was startled but didn't refute, nodding. That makes sense. After all, it was my Chiu family who set this place on fire, but no matter what, you're back now. Moreover, you're a person with a strong background. So just treat this place as your own property. I'm too lazy to get involved. He, this is the property of the Yang family's young lord. No one will say anything, right? Ooh. Yang Kai was startled, but didn't refuse. After pondering for a long time, he felt that this was indeed a good idea and nodded. Thank you. Chiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she smiled happily. But what happened to those people outside? Where did you find them? Yang Kai asked curiously. They were nearby. Chiu Yimeng smiled, resting her chin on the table as she said lazily, they were all people who had taken refuge with the two nearby sects. I talked to the higher-ups of the two factions and brought them back. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The people outside should be disciples who had taken refuge with Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. Yang Kai hadn't expected that before the sect's disaster, Xie Hongchen, a core disciple, would also leave High Heaven Pavilion. On the contrary, people like Li Yuntian had firmly stayed behind and finally escaped through the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. It was true that a long road tests a horse's strength and a long time reveals a person's heart. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. At that time, they had chosen to leave the sect. It was also their freedom. Those people had been taken in by Storm Hall, and now Chiu Yimeng had come forward to bring them back. With her status as the Chiu family's first young lady, how could Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall dare say anything? One's own sect must be rebuilt by one's own people. Don't you think so? Chiu Yimeng smiled, her eyes full of expectation, as if she was waiting for Yang Kai to praise her. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words and just glanced over at Luo Xiaoman, who was grinning at him like a little tiger. Chiu Yimeng suddenly rolled her eyes, knowing that this guy was just pretending to be confused, so she didn't force him. Right, when you came here, was there anything special around here? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Special places? And such as evil qi or demonic qi. Yang Kai's expression became serious. Oh, you're talking about that. Chiu Yimeng smiled faintly. When we came here, we didn't see it, but we heard from your fellow disciple, Xie Hongchen, that the coiling dragon stream was once filled with demonic qi. Originally, the two nearby sects were preparing to relocate, but after a few months, there seemed to be something down there that was swallowing the demonic qi. Has anyone gone down there to investigate? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The thing that swallowed the demonic qi, others didn't know what it was, but Yang Kai was clear. The old demon. When he returned here, Yang Kai had tried to probe his surroundings but couldn't find any trace of the old demon's aura. He should have succeeded, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had gone. Does this old demon want to take this opportunity to get rid of this young master's control? Yang Kai thought for a moment and thought of a possibility. It wasn't impossible. The old demon was a true demon. It was normal for him to be untrustworthy and unscrupulous. No one has gone down there to investigate. The nearby cultivator is extremely wary of the coiling dragon stream. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. This was understandable. Who knew if there was still any danger down there? Before, when the demonic qi filled the heavens, everyone could feel a fatal threat. But now, although it was safe, no one dared to play around with their lives. Do you know what's down there? Chiu Yimeng suddenly became vigilant as she stared at Yang Kai. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Chiu Yimeng curled her lips, knowing that he didn't trust her very much and still had a lot of reservations about himself. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the reconstruction of your sect. I've spent a lot of time here, and although I've already sent a message back to the central capital, I need to return home as soon as possible. Otherwise, my family will send someone to find me again. Chiu Yimeng said bitterly, as if she was very reluctant to return to the central capital. So I think it's best to let your fellow sect members rebuild this place on their own. I won't interfere, and will leave everything to Xie Hongchen. What do you think? Chapter 370. If you say so, then so be it. I believe you. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. So generous. Chiu Meng snorted. If anything happens, don't come looking for me. Your fellow disciple looks good, but in fact, compared to you, he's far worse. I can only let him manage the sect. To the side, Luo Xiaoman also nodded her head in agreement, although she didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai, and was even afraid of him. It was undeniable that this young man was quite outstanding among his peers. Whether it was his temperament, willpower, perseverance, or strength, he was much stronger than anyone else. You should know your fellow disciple better than I do. If you think he's not good enough, just replace him. Chiu Meng said casually. No need to bother. Rebuilding the sect isn't a big deal. Just let him manage it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, glancing towards the door, and chuckling. He's here. Chiu Meng was startled, but soon heard Xia Hongchen shout from outside. Why are you stopping me? I'm going to find young Lady Chiu. Young Lady Chiu is discussing an important matter with my young lord. You can't enter. Tu Feng blocked the door and said lightly, his expression cold. Xia Hongchen couldn't help laughing as he stared at Tu Feng. Your young lord? Ha, what young lord? You're not talking about Yang Kai, are you? Did you make a mistake? This is my High Heaven Pavilion's territory. Is there a place I can't enter? Saying so, he tried to rush inside. You can't enter. Tu Feng still firmly blocked the door. His expression was calm. Xia Hongchen's face sank as he whispered, Since you were brought here by Yang Kai, I'll give you some face. Don't be so shameless. Get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Tang Yuxian immediately showed a beautiful smile, one that was quite intriguing. Tu Feng stared at Xia Hongchen indifferently. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Inside the room, Chiu Meng stared at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly wanting to see some clues from his face. Let him in. Yang Kai frowned. Xia Hongchen was still a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. He was also an influential figure in the sect, but now he was behaving like an idiot. Yang Kai's face also darkened. When Tu Feng heard the order, he quickly turned around. Xia Hongchen coldly snorted, patted his clothes, and walked into the room with his head held high. When he saw the situation in the room, he couldn't help but be stunned. He found that Yang Kai was actually sitting at the table with Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman. This kind of treatment was something Xia Hongchen had never enjoyed before. Every time he came to see Chiu Meng, he would respectfully stand at the door and be dismissed by Chiu Meng after a few words. Why could Yang Kai sit here? Although he was feeling doubtful and depressed, he still wore a smile on his face. Xia Hongchen was very polite. Greetings, Miss Chiu and Miss Luo. And Chiu Meng smiled faintly and said, You came at just the right time. Your junior brother and I are discussing the reconstruction of High Heaven Pavilion. It seems he has some ideas he wants to discuss with you. Oh, Xia Hongchen chuckled. Narrowing his eyes at Yang Kai, he asked, What ideas does junior brother have? His tone was casual, but also somewhat provocative. Chiu Meng quickly adjusted her posture and made an expression of watching a good play. Interesting. This idiot still hasn't figured out Yang Kai's true identity. Not only did he dare to speak arrogantly in front of two blood warriors, he even tried to target a young lord of the Yang family. Even if he was stupid, how could he possibly be so stupid? Yang Kai frowned and said, I don't have any opinions, but I do have a request. Xia Hongchen chuckled. A request? And in front of Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman, Xia Hongchen could only pretend to be magnanimous and nodded, Let's hear it. Everything in the sect should be rebuilt according to the original layout and deployment. All the buildings should not deviate in the slightest. Senior brother has lived in the sect for so many years, so you should be quite familiar with every blade of grass and every tree here. If you supervise, you should be able to do this. Xia Hongchen's face twitched slightly. When Yang Kai said these words, he didn't use a negotiating tone, but rather a commanding one, which naturally made him feel very uncomfortable. This is really a request. Just as he was about to ridicule Xia Hongchen, Yang Kai continued, if there is a shortage of manpower, you can transfer some from the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. In the name of the Chiu family's first young lady, you can compensate them afterwards. Chiu Meng couldn't help rolling her eyes, but didn't say anything. Xia Hongchen was startled, not understanding why Chiu Meng didn't even try to refute. If there is a shortage of money and materials, send a letter to the central capital and ask the Chiu family's first young lady to transfer them to you. The Chiu family's financial resources are strong, so you don't need to worry about these things, right? Yang Kai looked at Chiu Meng with a smile. Shameless. Chiu Meng ground her teeth in hatred. Xia Hongchen finally felt this situation was inconceivable, his expression fluctuating. At this time, if he still couldn't see the problem, he would really be a fool. This junior brother Yang in front of him seemed to have a different relationship with Chiu Meng. Otherwise, how could Chiu Meng not have any reaction to his words? Rebuilding a second-class sect was not a big deal for the Chiu family, but it still required a lot of financial and material resources. Did Yang Kai decide on this with just 2 or 3 words? If he had no relationship with Chiu Meng, how could she have agreed? Xia Hongchen's heart suddenly set off stormy waves as he subconsciously realized that this junior brother of his was no longer the same as before. In addition, Yang Kai tapped his fingers on the table, a moment later saying in a low voice, "Send out a summons to all the scattered disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Go home." The last 2 words, Yang Kai said firmly, like a big drum beating on the hearts of everyone in the room, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Only those who had lost their sect and had no one to rely on knew how tempting the word "go home" was. The room was silent, and Chiu Meng's expression also became solemn. "Brother, do you have anything to add?" Yang Kai raised his eyes. Looking at Xia Hongchen, he asked. Xia Hongchen shook his head, subconsciously. No. During this time, he had been so focused on showing off in front of Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman that he hadn't thought much about the rebuilding of the sect, so how could he have anything to say? If that's the case, then let's do as you say. Yang Kai concluded. Xia Hongchen was stunned for a long time before he suddenly recovered and turned to Chiu Meng, "Young Lady Chiu." This. Chiu Meng frowned. "Didn't you hear clearly?" "I heard clearly, but can junior brother make the decision?" Xia Hongchen asked with a look of disbelief. Chiu Meng smiled. "He can't make the decision. Then no one will be able to call the shots." Xia Hongchen suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes trembling as he stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had already stood up indifferently. Walking towards the door, when he passed by Xia Hongchen, he suddenly paused. In a low voice, he said, "Brother, if you dare do anything to betray the sect again, I will make you regret ever living in this world." Xia Hongchen only felt a chill run down his spine, from head to toe. Chiu Meng didn't even look at him, and simply followed Yang Kai out. Just as Luo Xiaoman was about to leave, Xia Hongchen quickly called out to her. "What's the matter?" Luo Xiaoman looked at him suspiciously, feeling that this idiot was quite pitiful. "Young Lady Luo, my junior brother, what is his background?" Xia Hongchen pursed his dry lips and asked softly. Luo Xiaoman bit her lip, secretly glancing towards the door. She whispered, "The central capital's Yang family's young lord, you'd best behave yourself." Saying so, she hurriedly chased after him. Xia Hongchen suddenly felt his body go soft, and he fell to the ground. In an instant, sweat poured out of his forehead. Central capital's Yang family's young lord. Those few words were like a clap of thunder, but they exploded in Xia Hongchen's ears, causing his consciousness to blur. It turns out that his junior brother, whose strength isn't very high, is actually such a master. He couldn't help but laugh at how he had been targeting him these past few years, even secretly plotting against him. What qualifications did he have to fight with him? What qualifications did he have to compete with him? Yang Kai must be well aware of what had happened in the past. So why hadn't he killed him yet? Having his life spared so easily, Xie Hongchun not only didn't feel happy, but instead felt as if his heart had turned to ash. This kind of treatment and cold treatment was even more unbearable than killing him. Yang Kai must have let him go because he felt he was no longer qualified to fight with him. Would a tiger care about the provocation of an ant? Ha ha! Letting out a nervous laugh, Xie Hongchun suddenly felt that he was a complete loser in this life. Below the coiling dragon stream, 1,000 meters away, inside Yang Kai's cave mansion, a group of people flew in. Looking at the familiar furnishings, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with the faces of Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. After the destruction of the sect, this was the only place that had been left intact. Inside the cave mansion, there seemed to be the scent of the two women's bodies, and the stone bed was stained with traces of Su Yanhuan. His little senior sister had also slept on it, and every time she fell asleep, no matter how he called her, she wouldn't wake up. Even if he tried to take advantage of her, she would turn a deaf ear. How could Yang Kai not know that she was pretending to be asleep, but because of her extremely shy personality, Xia Ningchang was too embarrassed to face Yang Kai's flirting. Regarding Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai wasn't worried. During this time, she must have been studying alchemy with Xiao Fu Sheng on Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. With Meng Wuya's protection, she should be safe. But what about Su Yan? Since the last time they parted, there had been no news of her. Where did she go? Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's heavy mood and the nostalgia in his eyes, the two blood warriors, Qiu Yi Meng and Luo Xiaoman, just stood quietly at the entrance of the cave, not bothering him. Walking inside, Yang Kai sat on the stone bed and stroked its smooth surface, memories of the past flashing through his mind. After leaving this place, it would be difficult for him to return here in the future. The outcome of the Central Capital's inheritance war was difficult to predict. His mood fluctuating, Yang Kai found that he liked this place very much. Chapter 371. One day and one night later, Yang Kai strode out of the cave. The two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, had been waiting outside. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions were meticulous, while Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had long since sat down in boredom. Seeing Yang Kai walk out with a calm expression, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling slightly surprised. Although they hadn't seen Yang Kai for a day and night, they could clearly feel the pain coming from him. But now, the little lord had completely adjusted himself without the slightest clue. His calm expression exuded confidence, causing both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes to light up. "Help yourselves, I'm going to go down." Yang Kai called out to everyone and walked straight to the entrance of the cave. Qiu Yimeng suddenly perked up and stared at him eagerly. "What's down there?" She had been here for some time now, and was quite curious about what lay beneath the coiling dragon stream, but the people from High Heaven Pavilion had always been wary of it. Even the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had advised her not to enter the coiling dragon stream. So until today, Qiu Yimeng had never thought of going down. But now that Yang Kai wanted to go down, she naturally became curious. "Ha ha!" Yang Kai smiled perfunctorily before directly rushing down. This guy, Qiu Yimeng stamped her feet but didn't chase after him. Yang Kai clearly didn't want her to follow him. If she followed him, it would only annoy him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the depths of the coiling dragon stream. "Young Lady Qiu, please forgive him. My little lord's temper seems to be a bit too straightforward." Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly. She had only been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days, but she was keenly aware that Yang Kai had many good qualities that others of his age didn't possess. Because of this, Tang Yuxian was actually quite optimistic about this little lord, and immediately tried to exonerate Yang Kai. It's nothing. Qiu Yimeng didn't care. Tu Feng glanced at her thoughtfully and asked casually, "Young Lady Qiu and the little lord are old acquaintances." He. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and slowly shook her head. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Qiu Yimeng's status and aptitude were both extraordinary. Among the younger generation of the central capital, all the young lords of the 8 great families would be proud to befriend her. But now she was actually lowering her status like this. He didn't even have the confidence to admit that he was an old acquaintance of Yang Kai. What was going on? The bitterness and unwillingness in this smile was genuine and not fake. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian naturally saw it clearly. "You can also feel his coldness towards me." Qiu Yimeng didn't show any sign of embarrassment, and instead said quite frankly, "He and I can only be considered acquaintances, that's all." The 2 blood warriors suddenly became curious. Tu Feng quickly asking, "If it's convenient, can young Lady Qiu explain?" "If it's not convenient, just pretend I didn't ask." Qiu Yimeng's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. His expression was calm. After a while, he said, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. The last time I led a team to High Heaven Pavilion to inquire about the Demon Lord, I met him. At that time, we were still enemies. You probably know most of what happened that day." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded together. High Heaven Pavilion sect master and 4 elders had fought a dozen or so immortal ascension boundary masters from the Qiu family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley. Not only had they escaped safely, but they had also injured several of them. It was because of that battle that the world learned that there was an above immortal ascension boundary master in High Heaven Pavilion. But what the world doesn't know is quite mysterious. Mysterious? The 2 blood warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. For Qiu Yimeng to give such an evaluation, it seemed that there were still some unknown secrets that day. And mysterious, High Heaven Pavilion is a mysterious sect, and your little lord is also a mysterious person. Qiu Yimeng smiled. Before that, she had never known that there was a place in this world that could connect the north and south, separated by thousands of kilometers. She also didn't know that a man whose cultivation base was far lower than hers could make her feel helpless and suffer defeat after defeat. What's more, she didn't know that someone could capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen in just a month. Qiu Yimeng thought that she was also a top talent. If she had been born a man, she would have definitely become the next patriarch of the Qiu family. Unfortunately, she had been born a girl, which was quite a pity. However, even she didn't dare compare herself to Yang Kai. This young man's potential was terrifying. If he really grew up, his achievements would far surpass his current level. Perhaps he could even create a legend. How mysterious! Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked expectantly, "How mysterious?" It's not convenient for me to say, but if you want to know, you can ask young Master Yang yourself. If I speak too much, he may really hold a grudge against me. Such a thankless task. How could I do it? The 2 blood warriors were suddenly stunned. Qiu Yimeng had just brought up their interest, but now she couldn't give them a satisfactory answer. This kind of uncertainty was really uncomfortable, like a cat was scratching at their hearts. If it had been anyone else who spoke like this, the 2 blood warriors would have used the Yang family's torture methods to force them to confess. But since Qiu Yimeng had said so, they couldn't do anything about it. With a serious expression, Qiu Yimeng said, "Although it's not convenient for me to say too much, I can tell you that absolutely do not underestimate your little lord." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly became dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. Qiu Yimeng had used the word absolutely 3 times in a row, and her tone was quite dignified. What did this mean? It meant that the Qiu family's first young lady was extremely confident in Yang Kai, and it was 120% confidence. Those who underestimate him will pay a heavy price. Chiu Yimeng's pretty face turned, and she laughed. Tu Feng's face twitched, suddenly feeling like this was all a bit unreal. Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed, unable to understand why Chiu Yimeng would speak so confidently and without reservation. However, even if the two of them were suspicious, they knew that Chiu Yimeng would definitely not speak without thinking. With a solemn expression, they nodded. "We'll remember." Chiu Yimeng nodded slightly, seemingly casually asking, "This time, in the Yang family's inheritance war, will you blood warriors participate?" Tu Feng smiled bitterly. "We don't know. The family hasn't specifically mentioned this yet. If you participate, if I were you, I would definitely follow him," Chiu Yimeng said solemnly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't deny this, only lightly replying, "Many thanks for young Lady Chiu's guidance. If that day really comes, we will consider it carefully." Chiu Yimeng no longer said anything, knowing that even if she spoke a few words, it would be impossible to influence the minds of these two immortal ascension boundary masters. When the time came, they would only choose who to follow based on their own judgment. Others would not be able to interfere. Saying so much now wouldn't have much of an effect. At most, it would only make them look forward to Yang Kai's performance even more. At the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai stopped at the place where he had first left and looked around, not finding any trace of the old demon. The old demon must have left this place long ago. The originally towering demonic chi was now completely gone, having been completely swallowed up by him. At that time, the old demon had said that he would look for Yang Kai after he finished dealing with the situation here, but what happened later was beyond the two of their expectations. The Chiu family had brought a large number of people to attack them, while Su Yan and the others had fled 10,000 kilometers through the void corridor. Yang Kai had run all the way to the ash-gray cloud evil land. This was something neither he nor the old demon had anticipated. Even if the old demon wanted to find him, he didn't have a clear direction. If this was the reason why the old demon hadn't contacted him until now, it was understandable. Was he disloyal or not? Yang Kai wasn't sure. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After a moment, his expression changed, and he quickly turned his head to the side of the mountain. There was nothing special about this place, but under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was keenly aware of something unusual. Here, there was some residual demonic chi. Staring at it, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved it. A ripple spread out and a line of handwriting appeared on the plain mountain. The handwriting didn't look old and should have been made not long ago. Glancing at it, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. The old demon didn't seem to want to escape his control and had used some special means to leave a message here. Old servant has succeeded and is now out looking for young master. If he cannot find him, he will return here in 3 months. Leave a message. This was clearly written by the old demon. The old demon was preparing to spend 3 months out to inquire about Yang Kai and would return here in 3 months. Because he knew that no matter what, as long as Yang Kai was still alive, he would definitely come here to find him. Leaving such a handwriting was enough to prove the old demon's loyalty. Showing a happy expression, Yang Kai used his finger like a sword and carved a line of words below. Central Capital, Yang family. There was no need to say anything more. As long as the old demon returned here, he would definitely understand everything. Laughing, Yang Kai flew up like a bolt of lightning. Back in the secluded cave, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian cast a concerned look at him. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the way they looked at him now was different from before, a lot more dignified and serious. "Has everything been taken care of?" Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile. "And what do you plan to do next?" Yang Kai grinned. Full of confidence, returned to the central capital and participate in the inheritance war. Chiu Yimeng showed a knowing expression and happily said, "Good. I'm also going back. If you don't mind, how about we go together?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, "Whatever." Chiu Yimeng smiled. "Then I'll borrow your light." Yang Kai was puzzled. "Borrow what light? You'll know tomorrow." Chiu Yimeng chuckled but didn't answer, instead saying, "Wait for me for half a day. I have to deal with some things here. I'll set off tomorrow morning." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Chiu Yimeng also had to deal with High Heaven Pavilion's affairs, so she could naturally delay for half a day. Chapter 372. The next day, the group was ready to set out. No one from High Heaven Pavilion came to see them off. Xie Hongqin was even more aware that he no longer had the face to appear in front of Yang Kai, so he could only silently preside over the reconstruction of the sect. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai finally realized what Chiu Yimeng meant when she said she wanted to take advantage of him yesterday. The silver blood golden feather eagle soared high in the sky, while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian each rode a cloud-treading colt. Both of them stared at Yang Kai with a strange smile on their faces, seemingly looking forward to something. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly felt a little depressed. Their group only had 3 cloud-treading colts, one for each of the 2 blood warriors, one for Yang Kai, so Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had no mounts. Tang Yuxian could take one more person, but what about the other? Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both young girls, and on this long journey to the central capital, there would be some bumps along the way. No matter which one of them rode with Yang Kai, there would definitely be some inevitable collisions. "Between me and Xiaoman, you can choose one yourself." Chiu Yimeng didn't seem to care, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai, as she said with a smile. She smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of ambiguity, making anyone who saw her unable to stop themselves from fantasizing. Luo Xiaoman also realized the current situation and couldn't help blushing slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yuxian, Tu Feng, I'll ride alone." The smile on Chiu Yimeng's face quickly converged as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected him to refuse such a good opportunity to get closer to such a beautiful woman. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors looked a little surprised. Tu Feng laughed. "I don't mind, but I'm afraid the 2 young ladies won't agree." Chiu Yimeng couldn't help glaring at him fiercely, causing Tu Feng to suddenly shut up and let out a hollow laugh. "And I have an idea." Chiu Yimeng's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled. "What? You and Tu Feng can ride together, so Xiaoman and I can ride your horse. You're dreaming." Yang Kai decisively refused. What a joke! If he were to ride the same cloud-treading colt as Tu Feng, what would that look like? Chiu Yimeng seemed to know he would say this, so her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "Then you can go with elder sister Tang." Tang Yuxian, who had been watching the fun, heard these words and her pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Although Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family, and she was a blood warrior of the Yang family, if Yang Kai really wanted to share a cloud-treading colt with her, she wouldn't refuse. He was on tenterhooks, afraid that Yang Kai would agree. No, Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly felt that things were a little difficult. "This won't do, that won't do. What are you going to do?" Chiu Yimeng wasn't in a hurry and simply smiled, a trace of craftiness flashing across her eyes. Apparently, she had already considered this issue yesterday. Yang Kai was silent for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a good idea. "Hey, you're a man. Come up with an idea. Don't tell me we're just going to sit here and wait," Chiu Yimeng urged. Yang Kai grit his teeth, jumped onto his cloud-treading colt, and stretched out his hand. Chiu Yimeng smiled happily and was about to climb up when Yang Kai suddenly called out, "Luo Xiaoman, come up!" The Chiu family's first young lady's expression changed on the spot as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. a trace of embarrassment flashing across her eyes, as she secretly wished she could cut Yong Kai into 1,000 pieces. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman, like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly stepped back and waved her hands. No, no, don't. She didn't know why, but from the bottom of her heart, she was afraid of Yong Kai. Go, Yong Kai said impatiently, taking back his hand and shouting to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian preparing to gallop off. Hey! Qiu Yimeng hurriedly grabbed his thigh and angrily said, How can you be so heartless? Heartless? It's not like you don't know where the central capital is. If you don't want to travel by yourself, you can just hire a carriage. Yong Kai really didn't want to be entangled with her anymore. Qiu Yimeng glared at him bitterly, but seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, after a long time she said, Xiaoman, go up. I'm scared. Luo Xiaoman cried out. What are you afraid of? He won't bite you. Qiu Yimeng didn't allow her to explain, directly grabbing Luo Xiaoman's arm and throwing her behind Yong Kai, while she herself leapt onto Tang Yuxian's cloud-treading colt. Hold on tight, Yong Kai said before urging his cloud-treading colt forward like a bolt of lightning. Luo Xiaoman was at a loss as she quickly grabbed onto Yong Kai's clothes, her pretty face instantly becoming pale. The rest of the way was silent. Qiu Yimeng seemed to be very angry and didn't speak to Yong Kai during the rest of the journey, but Luo Xiaoman, after a long day of fear, slowly relaxed. The road was long and bumpy, but from time to time, Yong Kai would feel 2 huge softies on his back, each of which was amazingly flexible, making him somewhat glad that he had made the right decision. Luo Xiaoman, this girl, was really strong. If he had brought Qiu Yimeng with him, he likely wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a feeling. Such a discovery seemed to make the trip back to the central capital a little less boring. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also noticed the strange atmosphere in the group and didn't dare say anything, so the atmosphere along the way was quite silent. Only the sound of the wind whistling past their ears could be heard, not a single person speaking. Along the way, the entire world seemed to have learned that the Yang family was summoning its young lords, and news of the inheritance war was gradually spreading. The righteous and demonic Great War had broken out some time ago, and now the Yang family was about to launch the inheritance war. This year was destined to be a year of unrest for the entire Great Han dynasty. The inheritance war had also attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. The Yang family's inheritance war, although it was just a top family selecting the next patriarch for its own family, each time it involved a wide range of people and had unparalleled influence. Almost all the great forces in the world would participate. These great forces participated in order to allow their family's younger generation to experience the demeanor and heritage of a top family's young lord, increasing their experience and tempering themselves. On the other hand, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to establish good relations with the central capital's 8 great families. If one's vision was correct, and they followed the right people, they would naturally enjoy many benefits in the future. In addition to these great forces, there were also many lone cultivator who would come to the central capital to seek opportunities to stand out. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a grand event that everyone was looking forward to. Some people took advantage of this opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate and become famous, while others were hunted down and killed. Both advantages and disadvantages coexisted. The entire inheritance war was a gamble, gambling on one's life and future. And this war completely revolved around this generation of young masters of the Yang family. 5 days later, the group had arrived 10,000 kilometers away, but they were still some distance away from the central capital. The 3 cloud-treading colts came to a stop, and Qiu Yimeng gazed into the distance, after a while saying, That's the Lu family's territory. I want to go there and borrow 2 cloud-treading colts. Saying so, she turned to look at Yong Kai and asked, Do you want to go there and rest? Yong Kai frowned. and was about to refuse when Tang Yuxian suddenly said, "Since you've come here, let's go, it won't take long." Yang Kai glanced at her suspiciously, not knowing why she had made such a decision for him. Tang Yuxian smiled and said, "The Lu family seems to have some relationship with the Chiu family, right?" Chiu Yimeng nodded, "And they are cousins, but of the central capital's 8 great families, which one doesn't have some kind of relationship with the outside forces. If you really think about it, the entire world is connected by blood. It's just that the Lu family and Chiu family's relationship is quite close and have often interacted with each other over the years." Tang Yuxian nodded. "The Lu family is also a first-class family, so it won't be a disgrace for the little lord to visit." The meaning of her words was clear to Yang Kai in an instant. Tang Yuxian wanted him to take this opportunity to win over the Lu family and see if he could add some help to the upcoming inheritance war. Even if he couldn't win them over, at least he could get acquainted with them. Although Yang Kai now had the status of a young lord of the Yang family, in the end, he had nothing. A young lord of the Yang family without a solid foundation, no matter how strong he was nothing more than a paper tiger. After knowing her intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse and nodded. "Good, this is their territory, but it wouldn't be polite to pay them a visit." Chiu Yimeng snorted, despising Yang Kai's hypocrisy. The Lu family wasn't a first-class family, but over the past few decades it had been quite close to the Chiu family. After receiving the Chiu family's care and guidance, the Lu family's influence had gradually become stronger and had even produced an above-immortal ascension boundary master. This was something that had only happened in the past few years. If one really wanted to calculate, the Lu family wasn't very powerful among first-class forces. After being promoted to a first-class family, the nearby second-class and third-class forces had no choice but to bow their heads, so the Lu family naturally dominated. Lu Liang was the patriarch of the Lu family, and although his strength wasn't top-notch, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage, as a patriarch, strength wasn't the most important thing. His ability to communicate and manage affairs was the biggest reason for the Lu family's prosperity. It was also because he had not been stingy with his visits over the past few years and had contacted the Chiu family from time to time that he was able to hug the Chiu family's big tree. When the group arrived, the several guards immediately realized that the identity of these people was extraordinary and quickly stepped forward to ask them respectfully. They were the guards of the Lu family's gate, so naturally they had some insight. A monster beast like the cloud-treading cult could only be raised by first-class forces, which was enough to prove the nobility of Yang Kai's group. Chiu Yimeng reported her identity and name, and the group was immediately welcomed inside. Another guard hurriedly rushed inside, presumably to inform the Lu family's upper echelons. This was a manor full of lofts with small bridges over flowing water, pavilions, and terraces filled with a variety of flowers and plants, giving one a refreshing feeling. These lofts weren't very tall, but they were exquisite, giving off a poetic and picturesque air. Chiu Yimeng walked at the front, Luo Xiaoman walking side by side with Yang Kai following behind, and the 2 blood warriors at the back. As they walked, Yang Kai was also quite interested in this manner. Chapter 373. Before they had gone far, though, a group of people appeared in front of them, led by the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Liang. Lu Liang was dressed in a blue robe, his figure tall and slender, with a small mustache above his mouth, giving him a refined and elegant appearance. His pair of slender eyes always exuded a wise and far-sighted light. The first impression this person gave was shrewd, but the second impression was still shrewd. He strode out from inside, a look of ecstasy on his face as he laughed heartily, quickly arriving in front of Chiu Yimeng and bowing respectfully. "Young Lady Chiu, your presence brings light to the Lu family's humble dwelling." Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family was supported by the Chiu family, and Chiu Yimeng's status in the Chiu family was not low, So when Lu Liang saw Chiu eat Meng, he didn't dare act carelessly. Moreover, it had always been Lu Liang who visited the Chiu family in the central capital. This was the first time a direct descendant of the Chiu family had come to visit his Lu family. For a moment, Lu Liang was both excited and pleasantly surprised. Chiu Meng smiled generously. "Uncle is too polite. I was just passing by here, so decided to take a break. Have I disturbed you?" Lu Liang quickly waved his hand. "How could that be? It is my Lu family's honor to have eldest niece here. The Lu family will naturally welcome you with open arms. How could we possibly disturb you?" Chiu Meng calling him uncle made Lu Liang even happier. Secretly thinking that all these years he had spent in the central capital had not been in vain. Now he had finally established a solid relationship with the Chiu family. After a few words, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. The Lu family elders behind Lu Liang also smiled and stepped forward one by one to salute. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lu Liang's expression became serious as he stared at the two blood warriors before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, "Eldest niece, this young lord is—" Lu Liang's eyesight was extraordinary, so he could naturally see that Yang Kai's status was not low. Otherwise, there would not be two immortal ascension boundary masters following behind him. Chiu Meng smiled but didn't answer, simply pointing her finger to the sky. At that moment, a loud eagle cry rang out, causing everyone in the Lu family to look up. In an instant, Lu Liang understood the identity of Yang Kai. "Family head Lu." Yang Kai looked indifferent as he cupped his hands in greeting. The rest of the Lu family's upper echelons were shocked and secretly sized up Yang Kai. The Yang family had wantonly summoned the scattered young lords. The cries of the silver blood golden feather eagles resounded throughout the great Han dynasty, and the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had also been dispatched. How could the Lu family not know of such a major event? He had never thought that he would actually meet a young lord of the Yang family this time. Carefully sizing him up, he was surprised to find that this young man's eyes were calm, his expression firm, and his expression indifferent. Although he couldn't see anything special about him, he had the air of a young master from a great family. Immediately, he realized that none of the people from the Yang family were easy to deal with. Lu Liang laughed again and gestured. "Eldest niece, young Master Yang, please come in." While greeting them, he said to the people behind him, "Go and prepare the best food and wine. It is the Lu family's honor to have two distinguished guests today. We must not neglect them." "Yes." Chiu Meng smiled lightly and pulled Luo Xiaoman inside, Yang Kai also following behind. Inside the Liu family's main hall, there were all kinds of delicious delicacies. A dazzling array of rare fruits and jugs of fine wine were served one after another by beautiful maids. The atmosphere in the hall was warm as everyone toasted each other. Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman were both women, so it was naturally inappropriate for them to drink. Lu Liang had obviously taken this into consideration and had specially prepared the Lu family's unique fruit wine for them. The two women also drank with relish. Yang Kai's identity was different, and although he was a man, no one dared ask him to drink too much. When many of the Lu family's upper echelons came to offer him a toast, they all downed the wine in one gulp, allowing Yang Kai to do as he pleased. Tang Yuxian was treated the same as Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman, all of them drinking fruit wine. Tu Feng was the only one who was drinking with a heroic spirit. He was the Yang family's blood warrior, so in front of the Lu family, his status was not low. The Lu family's upper echelons all wore excited expressions as they frequently raised their glasses to Tu Feng. Tu Feng sat motionless next to Yang Kai, and when someone came to offer him a toast, he would drink it all in one gulp, making the scene even livelier. The Lu family's upper echelons were all tyrants in this region, but in front of the Yang family's blood warrior, they were nothing, their attitude and posture extremely low. In the past, they had only heard of the blood warrior's name, but had never seen one with their own eyes. Now that there were two of them, naturally they wouldn't let them off so easily. Lu Liang's social skills were not undeserved. His eloquence was top-notch, his words not stingy with praise and flattery, but there was no trace of deliberate intent behind them, making everyone feel more comfortable. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was surprised to find that Yang Kai's young lord didn't seem to have any arrogance at all. He wasn't as domineering as the rumors said he was, and his attitude was also quite amiable, causing the Lu family group to be somewhat stunned. If it weren't for Chiu Yimeng saying that Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family, and that the identities of the 2 blood warriors couldn't be faked, Lu Liang would have doubted whether this person was really a young lord of the Yang family. "Uncle, you must be tired after such a long journey, Xiao Man, and I will go to rest first. Please help yourselves." After eating and drinking for a while, Chiu Yimeng felt a little bored and stood up to say, "Come." Lu Liang quickly called out, and immediately 2 pretty maidservants walked in. "Take the 2 young ladies to their rooms to rest." "Yes." After the 2 maidservants led Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman away, the banquet continued. One of the Lu family's elders suddenly smiled meaningfully and said, "Patriarch, drinking like this is quite boring. Why don't you call someone to join in the fun?" Lu Liang nodded slightly and said, "And it seems I was negligent." Saying so, Lu Liang reached out and patted the table. Immediately after, a group of scantily clad girls who sang and danced gracefully walked in. Obviously, they had been waiting outside for Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman to leave, so they could enter the fray. All of these women were enchanting like flowers, their bodies covered in gauze, their flat bellies, delicate navels, snow-white arms, and slender legs, all exposed to the air. All around, gongs and drums rang out, and wind instruments began to play. These young women first bowed in all directions, and then, with the accompaniment of the music, the corners of their mouths curled up into smiles as they danced and sang. Her curvaceous figure moved around, and an alluring spring scenery was faintly discernible. It was extremely alluring. These women were constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai and the others, as if they were waiting to be plucked. All of them had coquettish looks on their faces, making them look quite alluring. Tang Yuxian couldn't help but snort lightly. Although she didn't like to see this, she understood Lu Liang's intentions and quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Tu Feng watched unscrupulously, the scar on his face seemingly becoming more and more ferocious. On the other hand, Yang Kai's face remained indifferent, although there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes as they swept over these women. There wasn't the slightest hint of lust in his eyes. Even when these women danced in front of him and flirted with him, he didn't show much of a reaction. Seeing this, everyone sitting in the room couldn't help feeling secretly shocked. Young people, especially young men, liked beautiful women, which one of the Lu family's elders present hadn't been young and frivolous. When they were around Yang Kai's age, they couldn't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world to their bed and slowly savor their beauty. It was only when one got older and their mentality changed that they would chase after higher goals. Lu Liang also intended to take this opportunity to inquire about Yang Kai's preferences and see if he was interested in women. However, he hadn't expected that, in the face of such blatant temptation, Yang Kai would remain indifferent, not showing much interest. This Yang family young lord was somewhat unusual. In the face of temptation, being able to control his heart, such a young man's perseverance was absolutely amazing. As long as he had perseverance, he could achieve great things. In an instant, Lu Liang had some ideas in his mind, and secretly nodded. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes also flashed with amazement. She had lived in the central capital all year round, so naturally she was familiar with the playful faces of these young lords. Not to mention these young girls. Even some of these young lords would show a strong interest in her, causing Tang Yuxian to sometimes feel annoyed. Yang Kai's current performance undoubtedly made Tang Yuxian feel very gratified. What she didn't know was that although these women were all beautiful, Yang Kai had seen many beauties. How could they compare? Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shan Qing Luo, the Hu sisters. Each one of them was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Moreover, after years of practicing the joyous unification art, Yang Kai had long ago been able to ignore the temptation of beautiful women in this world. Unless Shan Qing Luo personally seduced Yang Kai, it was likely that no one could make Yang Kai fall in love without him even thinking about it. These young girls who sang and danced gracefully in front of Yang Kai were just a piece of cake. After a short time, after the song and dance ended, Lu Liang smiled and waved his hand, ordering the young women to withdraw respectfully. As they withdrew, all of them stared at Yang Kai affectionately, seemingly knowing that this young man's identity was extremely noble. If they could win his favor, they would also be able to fly up into the sky and become a phoenix, no longer needing to act as a dancer in the Lu family. Lu Liang laughed and said, "These women are all children of poor families nearby. My Lu family has adopted them since they were young and cultivated them to this day. Each one of them is a flawless white jade. Usually when honored guests arrive, we will allow them to come out and perform a dance. Young Master Yang, would you be interested in receiving one or two of them? With beautiful women accompanying you, you can be proud of yourself in the inheritance war." Yang Kai smiled slightly and slowly shook his head. Lu Liang's slender eyes flashed, only now confirming that Yang Kai wasn't pretending and really didn't have any interest in these women. If he was interested, Yang Kai would only need to gently nod, and Lu Liang would definitely arrange everything. Another elder of the Lu family, Lu Changmu, took over the conversation in a timely manner and said, "Speaking of the inheritance war, this old master can't help but recall the events of nearly 20 years ago. That time, the inheritance war was extremely tragic." And another person echoed, "How many great families have been unable to recover from this setback? How many families have disappeared? Unfortunately, my Lu family's strength wasn't enough at that time and wasn't able to participate. It is truly a pity." Chapter 374. The Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so the young lords of the Yang family would definitely try to win over their allies in order to win. This time, when Qiu Yi Meng brought Yang Kai to the Lu family, although she didn't say anything, Lu Liang also understood her intentions and knew that this was an opportunity for him. 20 years ago, the Lu family had been on the decline, struggling to make a living in this small piece of land. So naturally they had no intention of participating in the inheritance war. But now the Lu family had grown up and was a first-class family. People walked to higher places. Water flows to the ground. How could the Lu family not want to climb to the next level? They had already hugged the Chiu family. If they could build a good relationship with the Yang family, the Lu family's future would be bright. However, hugging the Yang family's thigh was not so simple. The Yang family was a family made of iron, the helm of flowing water. Every time the patriarch changed, it would cause a lot of turbulence. Lu Liang wanted to participate in this time's inheritance war, but he didn't know if Yang Kai had the qualifications and strength to compete for the position. If he recklessly tied the Lu family to Yang Kai and waited until Yang Kai was defeated in the inheritance war, the Lu family's decades of hard work would be in vain. Lu Liang had no choice but to be cautious, and the Lu family's elders also had to keep their eyes open. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were not a joke. This was related to the future of the Lu family. The topic, intentionally or unintentionally, gradually shifted to the inheritance war, everyone reminiscing about the great event 20 years ago, while secretly observing Yang Kai's reaction. However, To their disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to be interested in these things at all, just sitting there calmly, tasting the fruits and delicacies while listening quietly. Although he didn't show much interest, he also didn't show any impatience. The Liu family didn't know what he was thinking for a while. Gradually, the topic shifted to the current situation. Currently, the Yang family's young lords had not yet surfaced, so no one knew what kind of heritage these young lords had. However, there was a genuine Yang family young lord in front of him. So Liu Liang naturally intended to inquire about Yang Kai's connections and background. Seeing that the time had come, Liu Liang was about to pretend to casually ask when he saw Yang Kai stretch and yawn. Liu Liang couldn't help but swallow the words he was about to say. "Is young lord tired?" Tang Yuxian asked softly. Yang Kai said casually, "Not bad." Liu Liang's eyes flashed as he chuckled and said, "Since young Master Yang is weary from his long journey, let's call it a day. Come, escort young Master Yang to rest." Yang Kai didn't stand on ceremony. He slowly got up and cupped his fists at the crowd. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. Young Master Yang is too polite." Liu Liang smiled lightly. After all was said and done, after Yang Kai and the two blood warriors left, the Liu family members all wore strange expressions. They all thought that Yang Kai had come to the Liu family to win them over, so the Liu family had been psychologically prepared. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to have been observing Yang Kai all this time. Liu Liang even thought that if Yang Kai couldn't hold back and went straight to the point, how he could refuse without hurting his face. After all, he didn't know anything about Yang Kai right now, so naturally, it was impossible for him to rashly agree to become Yang Kai's support. But he never thought that this young master would actually not mention anything, nor did he say anything, and just left like that. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. Patriarch, one of the Liu family elders, frowned and said with a strange expression, "Was he really just passing by? That shouldn't be the case." Liu Liang pondered for a while before slowly shaking his head. "He must have had thoughts of winning us over. Although he acted very indifferent, I could feel it." "Then why didn't he show it?" The man coldly snorted. "Is it because he doesn't have confidence?" Many people also nodded in agreement. If it wasn't because he didn't have confidence, how could he not say anything? At the very least, he should have shown his strength and confidence, right? If that's the case, then the Liu family can't have any hope for him. Otherwise, when the time comes, we'll lose everything. Hearing this, everyone's expectations for Yang Kai were greatly reduced. Liu Liang frowned, his slender eyes flashing as he smiled slightly. "Why do I feel that it's not that he doesn't have confidence, but rather that he wants to test our Liu family's taste?" "Huh?" Everyone's expression changed. "He wants to test our Liu family? Is he even qualified?" Oh, even if he was a young lord of the Yang family and could participate in the inheritance war, he was still just a young master. Why would he want to test the Liu family? Liu Liang chuckled. "Have you all forgotten? In the inheritance war, not only are we choosing the Yang family's young lords, they are also choosing us. Do you really think our first-class family is so great? Shouldn't those young lords be scrambling to win us over and beg us to help them?" Everyone looked at Liu Liang awkwardly and laughed. Someone quickly said, "Patriarch's words sound so harsh, we didn't mean that, right? And it's just that if what Patriarch said is true, then this little brat is too arrogant, his eyes too high, right? No matter what, the Liu family was still a first-class family. They could at least provide you with some help. Whether it was manpower, materials, or any other aspect, they weren't too weak. Being able to help you was already a blessing. What was there to test?" Liu Liang's expression became serious as he solemnly said, "If my guess is true, then this young Master Yang is not simple." Everyone thought about it carefully and couldn't help feeling a little moved. Even a first-class aristocratic family had to consider carefully before they could become his support. This showed that he had a wide network of connections. In his eyes, The Lu family's support might be dispensable, which was why he was so indifferent and not anxious at all. If he really wanted to win over the Lu family right from the start, that would be a sign of lack of confidence. Thinking about this, Lu Liang felt more and more certain that his guess was correct. Immediately, he whispered, "I don't know how many days that young master will stay in the Lu family, but in any case, when you see him again, don't mention the inheritance war and don't show anything." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Liang nodded. "I'll go find young Lady Chiu to inquire about the situation. This person was brought here by her, so he should know some details about this young master, right?" Everyone nodded. Among this group of people, Lu Liang's strength may not be the highest, but his prestige was definitely the highest. It was under his leadership that the Lu family had prospered day by day. His methods and insight were obvious to all. The Lu family's backyard, inside a spacious courtyard. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stared off in a certain direction thoughtfully. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Yuxian suddenly spoke. "Little lord, why did you act so dull just now? Your actions may cause them to misunderstand. Don't you want to win over the Lu family to help you?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. "If I said I didn't want to, would you believe me?" Tang Yuxian smiled wryly and slowly shook her head. If he really didn't want to, he wouldn't have come here with Chiu Yimeng. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had come here because they wanted to borrow 2 cloud treading colts, so Yang Kai could have just returned to the central capital directly. Since he had come here, he must have a reason. "Actually, I really don't want to." Yang Kai chuckled and slowly shook his head. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Tang Yuxian suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, without the slightest trace of lying. Tu Feng's expression also changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. In this current situation, the more support he could win over, the more help it would be in the future. Right now, there was a great opportunity. As long as Yang Kai could show enough strength to convince the Lu family would definitely draw closer to him. But why didn't he have any ideas? "I don't have any friendship with the Lu family. Even if they helped me, it would only be out of a mutually beneficial relationship. I don't like this kind of relationship. Even if they are temporarily tied together, when the time comes, it is inevitable that they will stab me in the back. What I want is an ally who will stand firmly by my side, no matter how much pressure I am under, no matter how harsh the environment, no matter what kind of situation I am in." The 2 blood warriors both stared at Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that the little lord in front of them was a bit naive. The world was bustling with activity, coming for benefits, going for benefits without benefits, who would be willing to share joys and sorrows with you. "You don't believe there is such a person?" Yang Kai grinned at the 2 of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help lightly coughing, not knowing how to answer. "There will be. You just wait and see." Tang Yuxian was startled, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from, but his attitude made her feel a little touched, so she smiled and said, "Then we'll wait and see." Tu Feng also smiled, but today, Little Lord's approach isn't wrong. If you show any intention of winning them over, the Lu family will only feign civility and won't really take a stand. If that's the case, it's better not to say anything at all. And Yang Kai nodded. "The Lu family wants to know my details. That much I can also see. Now, no matter what they say, it's just a test. Before the situation is clear, they won't be able to make a real decision." The situation was naturally unclear now, and the Yang family young lords didn't know who the Lu family young lords were, or how many there were. However, if you want to befriend someone, you should take advantage of the fact that he is still weak and wait for him to become strong before throwing in your lot in with him. The effect would obviously be different. Adding flowers to a brocade was never as comforting as sending charcoal in the snow. Enough about that. I'm not interested in the Lu family, but there is one thing the Lu family has that interests me. Ha. Yang Kai chuckled. "What is it?" Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both asked curiously. I don't know, Yang Kai said, turning around and walking back into the room. The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling stunned. How could there be such a thing in this world? He was obviously interested in something, but didn't know what it was. If you don't know what it is, how could you be interested? Seeing Yang Kai walk into the room to rest, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly, feeling more and more like they couldn't see through this little lord. Chapter 375. Today was Valentine's Day. I wish all the lovers in the world a happy ending. While Yang Kai was talking with the two blood warriors in another room, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who had just finished bathing, had not yet had time to rest when a maid from the Lu family came to report, "Young Lady Qiu, the patriarch asked me to ask if it is convenient for you to speak now." Qiu Yimeng shook her wet hair, her eyes flashing as she instantly understood Lu Yang's intentions. Frowning slightly, she said, "Let him in." "Yes." The maid respectfully withdrew, and a moment later, Lu Liang walked in. Chuckling, Lu Liang said, "First, young lady, the Lu family is not comparable to the Qiu family. Our land is sparse, so please forgive us for any neglect." Although they were meeting in private, Lu Liang didn't dare to call her his niece. Calling her one or two was more than enough. If he kept calling her one or two, it would inevitably make people unhappy. Lu Liang was a cunning old fox, so how could he make such a low-level mistake? Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Lu being so anxious to see me, I'm sure you want to inquire about Yang Kai, right?" Seeing her get straight to the point, Lu Liang wasn't too surprised, his smile fading as he solemnly said, "And now that the world is in chaos, the situation is confusing. How should the Lu family stand in this chaotic world? I hope the first young lady can give me some pointers." Saying so, he cupped his fists respectfully. Qiu Yimeng smiled gently, sat down at the table, glanced at him faintly, and asked, "Are you wondering why I brought him to your Lu family, and whether this action of mine was a hint to you? First young lady is intelligent. This old man was indeed thinking so." Lu Liang frankly admitted that his Lu family had relied on the Qiu family to achieve what they had today. It could be said that the Qiu family had shown great kindness to the Lu family. Now that Qiu Yimeng had brought Yang Kai to visit the Lu family at such a sensitive time, Lu Liang naturally thought of something. Did Qiu Yimeng think highly of Yang Kai? So she wanted to help the Lu family and give them an opportunity to hitch a ride with Yang Kai. Wasn't this a sure-win deal? Did Qiu Yimeng know Yang Kai's background and connections? Was that why she did this? All kinds of speculations ran through Lu Liang's mind in just half a day. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed slightly as she whispered, "You're not wrong to think so. I know you're a smart person, but I can tell you this. Bring him here this time. I'm not hinting at anything." "No?" Lu Liang couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "No." Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. "I came to the Lu family just to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts." Lu Liang was stunned for a moment as he thought about it. It turned out that Qiu Yimeng only came to the Lu family for this reason. He laughed awkwardly. "The matter of the cloud-treading colt is easy. I'll have someone prepare it tomorrow." And Qiu Yimeng nodded slightly. Lu Liang opened his mouth. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Qiu Yimeng knew what he wanted to ask and said, "I don't know how strong his background is, but I won't underestimate him. He can often do some unexpected things, and can also often surprise people and make them gasp in amazement." Lu Liang couldn't help feeling moved. Qiu Yimeng's evaluation. It was really quite significant. Regardless of Yang Kai's background and connections, it wasn't difficult to infer from the words of the Qiu family's first young lady that Yang Kai's personal ability was undoubtedly very strong. Thinking of this, Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Her pretty face filled with anger. She snorted and he's a very vengeful person. Lu Liang heard the coldness in Chiu Yimeng's tone and couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know what Yang Kai had done to offend her, but looking at Chiu Yimeng's expression, it seemed she had suffered a lot. He looked down and saw nothing. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see anything. It seems that he does things based on his own preferences. He's both good and evil, very difficult to deal with. If you don't want to be friends with this kind of person, I'll give you some advice. Chiu Yimeng smiled gently. First, young lady, please advise. Lu Liang said solemnly, absolutely do not become enemies with him. Lu Liang paused for a moment before solemnly saying, I'll remember. Good, that's all. Chiu Yimeng nodded slightly and no longer said anything. Knowing that she was sending him off, Lu Liang naturally didn't stay any longer, bowing respectfully before slowly withdrawing. Before leaving the room, Chiu Yimeng said again, right, if you really want to gamble in the inheritance war, you should seize the opportunity now. The sooner you get close to one of the young lords, the greater the benefits you'll get in the future. Lu Liang nodded in agreement, suddenly asking, First, young lady, what about you? Whose side will you stand on? In the inheritance war, the other 7 great families of the central capital would definitely participate, so the Chiu family was naturally not an exception. Chiu Yimeng was the first young master of the Chiu family's younger generation, so perhaps this time she would be the one to lead the team. Don't worry about me. The future and destiny of the Lu family is in your own hands. Which young lord you stand on is your own decision. Success or failure in the future, whether it's sweet or sour, it's up to you to taste. Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Lu Liang was slightly disappointed. He knew that Chiu Yimeng had said this because she didn't want to take responsibility for her opinion in the future. Not saying anything more, he simply bowed and left. The next day, dawn. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both walked out of the house and saw Yang Kai slowly practicing a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts techniques as the sun rose from the east. His movements were slow, but his expression was meticulous, and his movements were also quite rigorous. The little lord got up early. Tang Yuxian smiled. It's a good thing that young people are full of energy. Tu Feng also smiled. It's just that the martial arts the little lord is practicing don't seem to be anything special. If it were used by ordinary people to strengthen their bodies, it would be especially suitable for the elderly. Tang Yuxian couldn't help giggling as she covered her mouth. Tu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, motioning to her not to speak nonsense. Although he didn't agree with the martial arts Yang Kai was currently practicing, he was still a young lord of the Yang family. As a blood warrior, how could he gossip behind his back? If the little lord liked it, then he would just let him do it. In any case, it wasn't dangerous. Suddenly, Tu Feng's expression became solemn. Muttering in a low voice, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Tang Yuxian hurriedly asked. "Look carefully." Tu Feng's expression became serious, and Tang Yuxian also stared at Yang Kai's movements. Suddenly, Tang Yuxian's pupils shrank. She found that Yang Kai's muscles were actually bouncing to the extreme, and his feet were damp, obviously because his sweat had soaked the soil. Facing the rising sun, Tang Yuxian clearly saw Yang Kai's face and forehead. On the exposed skin, drops of crystal-clear sweat quickly formed and flowed together. The slow movements of his fists and feet seemed to be extremely heavy, with each step he took causing the ground to tremble slightly. This was clearly a sign that would only appear when one was under extremely strong pressure. However, what Yang Kai was displaying now was just a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts. Tang Yuxian had even commented that it was only suitable for the elderly to strengthen their bodies, so how could it have such power? After carefully observing for a while, the two blood warriors couldn't help but admit, Yang Kai seemed to be really under great pressure right now. His tense physique seemed to contain a terrifying destructive force. However, This force seemed to be under some kind of inexplicable pressure and was being forcibly suppressed within his body, unable to be released. In other words, his physique was resisting this kind of pressure. With his body as the dividing point, he maintained a kind of balance. Where is this pressure coming from? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, both deeply shocked. Coincidentally, both of them released their divine senses and locked onto Yang Kai, closing their eyes and placing themselves in his shoes. As Yang Kai's fists and feet unfolded, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian gradually integrated their senses into Yang Kai's surroundings. With the help of his movements, both of them slowly perceived the mysteries behind them. Empathy, Hong, a feeling like the sky was suddenly collapsing, suddenly descended, as if the entire sky was pressing down on their bodies. Walla, a violent sound rang out, and the ground where the two blood warriors were standing suddenly caved in. Spider-like cracks spread out in all directions. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes at the same time, their faces filled with horror, their eyes filled with panic, their yuan qi involuntarily circulating, frantically resisting the pressure of the heavens and earth around them. How could they have imagined that the terrifying pressure they had just felt would disappear the moment they opened their eyes? Their full strength had erupted, but there was nowhere to vent it, so the surging yuan qi directly exploded inside their bodies. Two muffled groans rang out, and both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian paled as they staggered back a few steps. Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time before feeling much better. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help frowning. When he had just displayed his unyielding golden skeleton, although he knew that the two blood warriors were behind him and could feel that they had released their divine senses to investigate him, Yang Kai had never thought it would cause such a bad consequence. No one had ever spied on him while he was displaying his unyielding golden skeleton, let alone felt the pressure he was enduring in such a detailed manner. Unable to react in time, the two blood warriors had already been injured. Quickly withdrawing his fists and feet, Yang Kai rushed over to them and asked, "Are you all right?" Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes trembled, not paying any attention to their own injuries, instead staring at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster, their faces filled with disbelief. The pressure they had just felt was absolutely not fake. Both of them had felt it. How could it be fake? But under that kind of pressure, that kind of terrifying pressure that no human could resist, how could this little lord in front of them remain unscathed? Based on his strength and the quality of his body, he should have been crushed into dust long ago. But now, Yang Kai was completely fine, while two immortal ascension boundary masters had accidentally injured him. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't they be laughed at by the other blood warriors? For a time, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked and embarrassed. Both of them now only had one question: how did the little lord survive under that kind of pressure? Chapter 376. In his daze, Yang Kai asked 3 times before Tu Feng suddenly responded. "It's just a minor injury. Little lord doesn't need to worry about it." Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. How could this be a minor injury? Both of them had unleashed their full strength, and as a result, it had exploded inside his own body, which was tantamount to him not fainting on the spot. "Do you have any healing pills?" Yang Kai asked. He had some healing pills in his phantom space, but these pills were prepared by Ling Tai Su for him, so their grade wasn't too high. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were young family blood warriors, so they definitely carried pills refined by the Yang family with them, which were undoubtedly better than Yang Kai's. So Yang Kai didn't try to make a fool of himself, and Tang Yuxian nodded, and together with Tu Feng, both pulled out a bottle from their sleeves and poured out a single brown, profound grade pill. Both of their faces showed a hint of pain, as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This mysterious grade brown pill was a mysterious grade low-rank pill that all blood warriors carried with them. It was capable of healing all kinds of injuries, big or small. This kind of pill was extremely precious. Even for blood warriors, they would only carry one, so the two of them were naturally reluctant to take it at this time. However, their duty was to ensure the safety of Yang Kai, so if they didn't heal their injuries as soon as possible, it would be a disaster. So even if they felt distressed, even if they didn't want to accept it, the two of them still decisively swallowed the profound grade pill. Everything they did was to protect Yang Kai. After the two of them took the pill, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly pulled them up, then stretched out his foot and wiped the ground a few times to cover up the blood stains. The next moment, Lu Liang arrived with many of the Lu family's masters. What happened? Lu Liang asked anxiously with a panicked expression. The huge commotion just now had spread out. The masters of the Liu family were naturally aware of this. When they realized that the place where the noise came from was Yang Kai's residence, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and rushed over madly. All of them were afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai. If something happened to the young master of the Yang family and the Lu family, then even if they had the backing of the Chiu family, the Lu family would still be finished. With the domineering arrogance of the Yang family, they would not hesitate to flatten this place. It was a matter of life and death for the family. How could Lu Liang not be nervous? How could he not panic? After asking this question, everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai. Seeing that he was safe and sound, and that there were no wounds on his body, they all let out a sigh of relief. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also hid very well, both of them slightly circulating their yuan qi. Blood qi appeared on his face, making him look radiant. There was no sign of him being injured at all. It's fine, Yang Kai chuckled. This young lord just let Tu Feng and Yuxian exchange a few moves for me to take a look, but I didn't expect that it would cause such a big commotion. Exchange a few moves? Lu Liang looked stunned. Yang Kai smiled casually and said, I'm just bored. Watching masters fight can also relieve my boredom. Listening to him say this, Lu Liang and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them frowning slightly, looking at the two big pits in the ground and the surrounding cracks. Lu Liang and the others were secretly shocked by the strength of the two blood warriors. Just exchanging a few moves had caused such a big commotion. If it was really a life or death battle, how powerful would it be? Letting out a hearty laugh, Lu Liang said, It turns out that young Master Yang is so leisurely and elegant. This Lu and the others were too reckless. You continue. We'll take our leave. Take care. Yang Kai smiled gently, not waiting for Lu Liang to leave before calling out, right? Patriarch Lu. Lu Liang's brow furrowed as he turned around and asked, What other instructions does young Master Yang have? Lu Liang's tone and demeanor seemed to have lost the dignified and cautious attitude of yesterday, and instead contained a trace of impatience. Unconsciously, his attitude seemed to have changed. Yang Kai didn't care, and simply said, The Lu family is a land of great talents, and this place is also a place of great beauty. My two blood warriors, and I would like to stay here for a few more days. I hope this won't cause you any trouble. Lu Liang was slightly surprised, but didn't think much about it, just smiling and saying, Young Master Yang being a guest of the Lu family is an honor for my Lu family. There's no need to mention any trouble. Good, that's good. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Liang cupped his fists again and led the crowd away. After they left, Yang Kai turned around and stared at a loft a few dozen meters away. On the second floor, Chiu Yimeng was leaning against the armrest, a meaningful smile on her face as she stared towards Yang Kai. When their four eyes met, Chiu Yimeng raised her chin slightly, showing a hint of defiance. Beside her, Luo Xiaoman also grinned meaningfully, seemingly having discovered some great secret. Yang Kai grinned at them and led the two blood warriors into the house. Inside the room, Yang Kai didn't avoid the two blood warriors and simply changed out of his soaked clothes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore complex expressions as they waited for Yang Kai to speak. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. After changing his clothes, Yang Kai sat down directly on a chair. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before bracing themselves and stepping forward, both of them kneeling on the ground and quickly saying, "We are guilty. Please punish us, young master." Yang Kai glanced over at them and said indifferently, "What crime?" Tu Feng's expression became awkward as he quickly said, "Because of our impulsiveness, we have delayed young master's journey." Yang Kai had told Lu Liang at the last moment that he would be staying here for a few more days, clearly wanting Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian to have a safe and stable place to heal. Whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were well aware of this. And because of this, both of them felt some gratitude in their hearts. Very few of the Yang family's young lords would be so considerate towards their subordinates. Their injuries were neither light nor heavy, but if they weren't healed in time, there may be hidden dangers. After Tu Feng finished speaking, Yang Kai didn't say anything. Tang Yuxian also said, "Because of us, young master has been looked down upon by the Lu family. We are guilty." The subtle change in Lu Liang's attitude couldn't be hidden from everyone's eyes. The reason he had such a change was because Yang Kai had said he was bored and had asked the two blood warriors to help him relieve his boredom. Who were the blood warriors? They were masters who had loyally guarded the Yang family for generations and had made countless contributions to the Yang family. They had even used their own lives to save the lives of the Yang family's direct descendants. No matter which generation, the blood warriors had left behind a rich legacy with their own blood. The prosperity of the Yang family was due to the hard work of the blood warriors. The loyalty and dedication of the blood warriors was obvious to all. Therefore, although the outside world didn't like the Yang family, they still greatly admired the blood warriors. But now, the two members of this group were actually fighting just to relieve the boredom of a young lord who had not yet returned to the family. They were as close as brothers and sisters. They didn't even quarrel on ordinary days. But now they were fighting over some trivial order. They weren't monkeys. How could they be played around with to relieve boredom? Yang Kai's debauchery and debauchery were already clear. That's why Lu Liang's attitude had changed so drastically. If it weren't for Yang Kai taking responsibility for his actions, he wouldn't have been looked down upon so much. If such a thing were to spread out, perhaps the entire world would think that Yang Kai was a pile of mud that couldn't hold up a wall, which would have a great impact on his future. In an instant, the two blood warriors had thought about many things, which was why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable. What else? Yang Kai looked at them with a chuckle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not knowing how to answer. "Get up." Yang Kai smiled. "I know. Blood warriors only kneel to their master. You haven't fully recognized me yet, so there's no need for you to kneel." The two blood warriors both blushed slightly. Yang Kai's words were straightforward, but they were also reflecting their thoughts. Along the way, Yang Kai had indeed brought them a lot of surprises, and today they were even more grateful, but there was still some distance between them and submitting to him. "When the day comes when you're willing to follow me, you can kneel again," Yang Kai said flatly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood up awkwardly. Tu Feng hesitated for a moment before hesitating, but now the Lu family is definitely no longer optimistic about little Lord. I said, "I don't have any ideas about them. Whether they think highly of me or not has nothing to do with me. Looking down on me is their own fault for having eyes but failing to see." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming cold as he said, "As for the two of you, don't try to spy on me again." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly as they recalled the pressure they had just felt and couldn't help feeling a little scared. The two of them knew that spying on him a moment ago had made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, so they quickly nodded. What a joke! If the two of them had continued to feel that terrifying pressure, they would have been crushed into meat paste. They really couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to withstand it. You two focus on healing your wounds for the next few days. When you're all healed, you can set off for the central capital. And Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After this incident, Lu Liang didn't seem to care much about Yang Kai anymore. The Lu family's elders all agreed that this Yang family young lord wasn't enough to accomplish great things. Even with Lu Liang's shrewdness and wisdom, he was still deceived by Yang Kai's disguise. With a crisp cry, the golden feather eagle descended from the sky and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, using its hook-like beak to affectionately stroke Yang Kai's hair. The golden feather eagle didn't suffer any hardships during its time with Yang Kai. Before returning to the Lu family, it went out to hunt for food on its own. Once it arrived at the Lu family, its meals were even more sumptuous, with all kinds of fresh meat being provided, saving it the trouble of hunting. However, this guy only ate live prey, so every time it ate, the scene was a bit bloody. Yang Kai stared at the golden feather eagle, dipped a drop of myriad drug liquid into his hand, and fed it to the golden feather eagle. These days, Yang Kai would feed it a drop of myriad drug liquid every day, and after a period of time, the golden feather eagle seemed to have grown stronger. However, Yang Kai still had some ideas about this golden feather eagle. He wanted to know if it could evolve to the sixth order, and if so, when would it evolve? Chapter 377. In the entire Yang family, it seemed that only one golden feather eagle had successfully evolved to the sixth order, and that golden feather eagle was the leader of all the eagles. In order to make that golden feather eagle evolve, the Yang family had spent a lot of financial and material resources, and finally, through sheer luck, they had succeeded. Since then, the Yang family's golden feather eagle had never evolved to the sixth order again. As time passed, the cost was not proportional to the harvest, so the Yang family no longer had any ideas for the golden feather eagle's evolution. In any case, the strength of the Yang family didn't depend on the golden feather eagle. The biggest role of these eagles was to investigate the enemy and find their descendants. Whether it was the fifth order or the sixth order, for the Yang family, it really didn't make much of a difference. But for Yang Kai, it was different. If the golden feather eagle in front of him could evolve to the sixth order, the role it could play would also skyrocket at that time. Even if it faced an immortal ascension boundary master, it would be able to fight back. In this situation, besides the two blood warriors Yang Kai needed to subdue, he could only rely on this golden feather eagle. In the inheritance war, any little bit of help could affect success or failure. The myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai himself had been taking it every day. If taken over a long period of time, it could allow one to be reborn, so it would definitely be helpful to the golden feather eagle. After so many days, the golden feather eagle had become completely dependent on Yang Kai. This wasn't just because of the beast slave seal, but also because of its high intelligence. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked the golden feather eagle. The sound of something shattering rang out, and a ripple spread out from the golden feather eagle's body. This ripple spread out and disappeared. It was the sound of the beast slave seal being undone by Yang Kai. Without the beast slave seal, the golden feather eagle first tilted its head and looked at Yang Kai, its bright eyes seeming somewhat puzzled, but it didn't show any signs of rejection, instead continuing to comb Yang Kai's hair. Ha ha! Yang Kai chuckled. This period of time had been imperceptible. It was enough to make the golden feather eagle obey Yang Kai's orders, even without the beast slave seal. The monster beast was really easy to deal with. Just give it a dozen days of myriad drug liquid, and it would become completely loyal. It was loyal, and it would not reveal the secret of Yang Kai. It's time to eat. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked in a certain direction. With a shake of his hand, he released the golden feather eagles. Spreading its wings, the golden feather eagle flew up and grabbed a porcupine from the blood cage that the Lu family had prepared for it. Then it soared into the sky. The porcupine wasn't small, and the golden feather eagle didn't seem to be able to hold it firmly. When it was in the air, it loosened its grip, and a sound of huffing and puffing could be heard. The porcupine fell from the sky. After a long while, a splashing sound was heard from the other side. It seemed like there was the sound of blood splattering. The golden feather eagle circled in the air and rushed towards the fresh blood. Yang Kai slowly stood up. After tidying up his appearance, he strode out of the courtyard towards the house where the golden feather eagle had landed. Lu family main hall. Lu Liang was discussing an important matter with several of the Lu family's elders when a servant rushed in. Lu Liang's expression froze. Lu Liang was stunned. "What's the matter?" The servant hurriedly knelt to the ground and said in a panic, "Patriarch, something bad has happened. Elder C's house has been stained with blood." "What?" Lu Liang stood up from his chair. The other Lu family elders also wore shocked expressions. It seemed that something terrible had happened. What happened? Without any delay, Lu Liang hurriedly walked down from the head of the table. While rushing out, he casually picked up the servant and asked in a hurry. He couldn't help feeling nervous. Elder C, Lu C. The Lu family had only one above a mortal ascension boundary master, a character who stood at the peak of this world. It was precisely because of his existence that the Lu family was able to become a first-class family. It could be said that Lu C's survival was directly related to the status of the Lu family. Under normal circumstances, Lu C would not leave the Lu family residence, instead choosing to sit here and act as a deterrent. Moreover, because Lu C had encountered some problems when breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary a few years ago, it was not convenient for him to leave the Lu family residence. Usually, he would retreat into his own courtyard. That area was also a restricted area of the Lu family. No one was allowed to approach it, even Lu Liang, the patriarch. Unless it was a matter of life or death, he didn't dare disturb him. But now, Lu C's house had been stained with blood. How could the Lu family elders not worry? It was also this servant's fault for not explaining clearly. When everyone heard the word blood, they all thought that Lu C had encountered some kind of problem during his cultivation, causing him to be injured. After the servant reported what he had seen, Lu Liang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Lu Liang was both angry and amused, silently cursing the servant for being so flustered that he couldn't even speak properly. However, the fact that a porcupine had fallen into Lu C's courtyard was still a big deal. If it disturbed Elder C's retreat, it wouldn't be a joke. According to the servant, it was because the Yang family's golden feather eagle didn't hold on to the porcupine properly while it was eating and accidentally let it fall into Lu C's courtyard. Looking at the scene from a distance, he saw a bloody scene. The servant didn't dare to rush in and disturb Elder C, so he had run over to ask for instructions. "There's nothing for you to do." After Lu Liang heard this, he released the servant, but didn't stop walking, still leading everyone towards Lu C's residence, a look of displeasure on his face. Most of the other Lu family elders also wore similar expressions. Looking around, none of them found any trace of Yang Kai or the two blood warriors. Someone whispered, "Patriarch, that Yang family, young lord, is too useless. He couldn't even keep an eye on that eagle and actually disturbed Elder C. And we need to hurry up and make them leave. But he was brought here by young Lady Chiu. If he doesn't leave, what can we do? Why would young Lady Chiu accompany such a useless young lord?" When everyone mentioned Yang Kai, they all slowly shook their heads, obviously thinking that this young lord wasn't anything special. With his status as a direct descendant of the Yang family, if he really participated in the inheritance war, it was likely he would quickly fall. "Shut up, all of you," Lu Liang calmly shouted. Although he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai, he wasn't someone the Lu family could criticize behind his back. If he or the blood warriors were to hear this, it would only bring disaster upon themselves. Hearing Lu Liang's shout, the Lu family elders no longer dared to gossip. A short time later, everyone arrived at the Lu family's quietest and most remote courtyard. As they approached, everyone's brow furrowed as they stared blankly at the scene before them, because the door to this courtyard was actually wide open. Lu Ci's courtyard door had always been closed. No one had ever dared to open it. But now it was actually open. What kind of situation was this? Lu Liang held his breath and cautiously poked his head inside, his face pale with anger as he nearly fainted. A large pool of blood and bits of flesh was now present in the originally tranquil and untainted courtyard. The tragic appearance of the porcupine was faintly discernible. This porcupine must have fallen from a high place, sputtering a large amount of radioactive blood as it fell to the ground, dying without even making a sound. The Yang family's golden feather eagle stood to the side, feasting on the fresh meat. The Yang family young lord, on the other hand, was like a country bumpkin, squatting on the ground with his arms crossed, watching the golden feather eagle eat with great interest. There was even a faint smile on his face. Lu Liang rolled his eyes. He was so angry that his 7 orifices were smoking. Facing Elder C, no matter who it was, the Lu family had to be extremely cautious. No one dared to cross the gate of this courtyard. But this Yang family young lord, not only had he walked in like there was no one around, he had even stopped to admire his family's monster beast, not even treating himself as an outsider. At this moment, Lu Liang inexplicably felt a sense of humiliation. It was as if a treasure he had been treading on thin ice had been driven straight in and taken away. In short, his mood was incomparably strange. Patriarch, the Lu family members were also stunned, not knowing what to do. Waiting like this wasn't a good idea. So Lu Liang thought about it with a gloomy face before bracing himself and walking in. When the Lu family members saw their patriarch enter, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. They had never entered Elder C's courtyard before. This time, it was all thanks to Yang Kai's blessing. Walking straight to Yang Kai's side, Lu Liang took a deep breath, leaned over, cupped his fists, and called out softly, "Young Master Yang! Young Master Yang!" Yang Kai seemed to notice that someone had arrived and quickly turned his head, unable to help feeling surprised for a moment before squatting on the ground and returning the courtesy. Patriarch Lu. The flesh on Lu Liang's face twitched slightly, but he was too lazy to care about this matter of etiquette. Just as he was about to explain the situation, Yang Kai raised a finger to his lips and solemnly made a chup sound. Lu Liang was slightly surprised and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled silently and pointed to the front. "Don't speak. You'll disturb the eagle's meal." Lu Liang was almost confused. "Eagle? What time is it to be an eagle? This is the retreat of my Lu family's patriarch. Even if you are a Yang family young lord, even if you are the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle, you can't compare to Lu C. Disturbing the eagle's meal? This patriarch was worried that you would disturb Elder C by doing nothing here." No matter how steady and wise Lu Liang was at this moment, he couldn't help but want to curse. Quickly taking a few deep breaths, he squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and whispered, "Young Master Yang, this is not the place to talk. Can we speak elsewhere?" And Yang Kai nodded. "If you have anything to say it later. Let it eat its fill first." Lu Liang's body trembled, and he staggered slightly. At this moment, he really wanted to vomit blood. He even felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with a soldier. Lu Liang's eloquence, which he had always been proud of, did not play a role at this moment. Facing a blockhead like Yang Kai, Lu Liang felt like his tongue was tied. Young Master Yang, what I mean is, can we talk outside first? Chapter 378. Lu Liang really had no other choice. He simply couldn't understand Yang Kai. Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. Even if Lu Liang was annoyed, he couldn't vent his anger on the spot, so he could only speak gently, hoping that this young Master Yang would understand the meaning of his words. Unfortunately, this young Master Yang didn't seem to understand at all. He seemed to have a single bone in his head, and even though the meaning of Lu Liang's words was so obvious, he still couldn't help asking, "Why do you want to go somewhere else?" The blue veins on Lu Liang's forehead throbbed slightly. Suppressing the anger and depression in his heart, he said with a dignified expression, "I won't hide it from young Master Yang. This place is the retreat of one of my Lu family's masters. No one usually comes to disturb them. So if we speak like this, I'm afraid it will disturb them. If that happens, huh?" "Master?" Kai Yang hurriedly stood up, his voice suddenly becoming louder, like a clap of thunder. The faces of the Lu family members suddenly became extremely ugly. This guy, is he doing this on purpose? Yang Kai didn't seem to know anything about this, looking around with great interest before turning to Lu Liang with a smile and asking, "How high?" "Young Master Yang." Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he snorted. He had really reached the limit of his patience. "Please conduct yourself with dignity." It wasn't easy to force Lu Liang to say such words. If this place wasn't Lu Ci's retreat, Lu Liang wouldn't have taken the risk of offending Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before letting out a chuckle. His smile was calm. There was no other meaning to it, just a slight surprise. He really didn't expect that this place was an important part of the Lu family. He knew that there must be a master living here, otherwise it would have been impossible to make the golden feather eagle drop the porcupine and take the opportunity to run here. But even though he knew there was a master here, Yang Kai didn't know until Lu Liang and the others hurriedly appeared. He was afraid he had touched a nerve that the Lu family couldn't touch. But now that things had reached this point, he had no choice but to play the fool to avoid embarrassing both sides. Yang Kai wasn't someone who didn't know when to back down. As soon as Lu Liang and the others appeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that Lu Liang showed such an expression, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Naturally, he could determine who was cultivating in seclusion here. The Lu family's only above a mortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, Lu Liang wouldn't be so nervous and cautious. Interesting. The thing that he was interested in was actually in the house of such an expert. This was going to be difficult. Frowning, Yang Kai was considering whether or not he should just let it go when the door of a nearby house suddenly opened. A creaking sound was heard. Lu Liang and the others all trembled, their faces solemn as they quickly turned to face the door and saluted. "That little friend, come in and talk." An aged voice came from inside the house. The voice was ordinary, and one couldn't tell whether it was happy, angry, sad, or joyful. However, it shocked the group of people outside. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he chuckled. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked over. Lu Liang eagerly watched, a look of envy on his face as he slowly followed. Arriving at the front of the house, Yang Kai paused and glanced back at Lu Liang. Gesturing, he said, "Patriarch Lu, please go first." Lu Liang smiled bitterly and waved his hand again and again. "I don't dare. Elder C only called for you, so you can go first." As he said this, he led his men to spread out outside the door and stood there straight, with a meticulous expression on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and knew that he wasn't being polite. Nodding slightly, he stepped into the house. The house was simple and crude. There wasn't even a bed inside, only a table and chairs. On the table was a purple clay teapot, and other than that, there was nothing else. But as soon as Yong Kai entered the house, his eyes lit up as he stared greedily at the thing under the old man's butt. His eyes were unscrupulous, without the slightest concealment. The old man in the room was obviously the strongest person in the Lu family, Lu Si. Lu Si's figure looked a little thin, and his hair and beard were all white. His temperament was somewhat similar to Ling Tai Su's, but not as indifferent as Ling Tai Su. However, overall, Lu Si still had the unique demeanor of a powerful master. This was the second above Immortal Ascension boundary Master Yong Kai had seen so far. When one reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary, they seemed to give off a feeling of transcendence. This feeling was indescribable and mysterious. Any above Immortal Ascension boundary master was a master who stood at the peak of the world. At this moment, Lu Si was sitting cross-legged on a huge piece of jade. This jade was golden in color and had a brilliant light flowing across its surface, like a fish swimming happily in water. This piece of jade seemed to be a naturally formed bed, large enough to accommodate a single person. Lu Si sat on top of it, his aura seemingly endless. The energy in this jade was extremely restrained, so even though Yong Kai was standing a few meters away from it, he couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation. However, the Yang origin seal on Yong Kai's chest pulsed. The Yang origin seal could only sense the existence of Yang attribute treasures. With this thing, Yong Kai could accurately search for Yang attribute precious treasures. From the moment he entered the Lu family, Yong Kai had already noticed the existence of this large piece of jade. That was why he had told Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian that the Lu family had something that interested him. However, in the end, he only knew that this was a Yang attribute treasure, but he didn't know what it was. Now that he looked at it, it really lived up to his expectations. Such a large piece of natural jade. If he absorbed all of it into his dantian, he might be able to directly break through to the next realm. The dantian didn't have much Yang liquid left after he had squandered it in the evil cavern. If he ran out of Yang liquid, Yong Kai didn't know if the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton would erupt and affect his body. On top of that, if he ran out of Yang liquid, he wouldn't be able to use any of the methods he could use. So, during this time, what Yong Kai wanted to do most was to replenish his Yang liquid. However, Yang attribute precious treasures were difficult to find, even if he returned to the Yang family. The Yang family wouldn't be able to provide him with any help. A young lord who wanted to participate in the inheritance war had to rely on his own accumulation of talents and materials. Now that he had encountered such a great opportunity, how could he easily let it go? However, he had never expected that the treasure he coveted would actually be the bed of an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Yong Kai's expression suddenly became strange, wondering what kind of conditions he should offer. How could he make him willingly give up this treasure? Moreover, this was still an empty promise, so the more difficult it became. For a time, Yong Kai also hesitated in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, still staring straight at the precious treasure under the other's butt. Lu Si had been staring at Yong Kai since he entered the room. At first, his expression was indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples, but after a moment he couldn't help laughing. Little friend's intentions are so obvious. You really came prepared. Yong Kai finally withdrew his greedy gaze and grinned meaningfully. I've made a fool of myself in front of an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Yong Kai was certain all of his tricks had long been seen through. Yong Kai wasn't going to quibble about anything. Saying so, Yong Kai sat down cross-legged in front of Lu Si. Outside, the Lu family's elders all perked up their ears, holding their breaths, wanting to hear what the two were talking about inside the room. The Yang family's young lord. Truly extraordinary. Lu Si nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his face. Truly from a great family, This kind of temperament and calmness is not something the Lu family can cultivate. Yang Kai grinned. Senior is too kind. The Lu family is actually not bad. Lu Si smiled. He was an above-immortal ascension boundary master. Unless it was a young lord from one of the central capital's 8 great families, anyone else who saw him would be somewhat cautious. But this young man in front of him didn't seem to care at all. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes were fixed on his, but not putting him in his eyes at all. If this young man hadn't seen the world, if he hadn't come from a great family, how could he be so calm? Did you come here for this? Lu Si got straight to the point, pointing to his lower body. Yes, Yang Kai admitted frankly. It wasn't premeditated. It was just a temporary idea. Haha. Why do you need it? I need it, and I urgently need it, Yang Kai said solemnly. This old master understands. Lu Si nodded slightly, suddenly smiling. Although I understand, I can't give it to you. I understand that, Li Yundong said. Yang Kai didn't look disappointed, apparently having already expected this, sitting up straight and saying, "That's why I want to discuss some conditions with Senior." Lu Si looked at him playfully and said, "Even if you are a young lord of the Yang family, this old master doesn't want to, let alone discuss conditions with you, so you are destined to be disappointed." Yang Kai shook his head. Senior's words are too arbitrary. Everything in this world, as long as it is a treasure, it has a price that Senior is willing to part with. It's just a matter of whether or not I can afford it. Lu Si still shook his head firmly. The Lu family people outside all perked up their ears to listen, but after listening for a while, all of them wore strange expressions. Although the conversation between the old man and young man in the room was clearly heard, the more they listened, the more confused they became. Why did it feel like this Yang family young lord was eyeing some kind of treasure? Was it premeditated? Or was it just a moment ago? Was he willing to part with it at a price? Was he trying to buy it or rob it? The Lu family people all looked at each other, their heads filled with confusion. Inside the room, Lu Si chuckled. "Young Master Yang doesn't need to waste his energy. I didn't call you in to talk about this. Of course Senior didn't want to talk about this. I understand that clearly." Yang Kai nodded slightly and grinned. "But I have taken a fancy to this jade bed of yours." Lu Si didn't say anything, but Lu Yang, who was outside the room, heard the sentence and his expression suddenly changed. Angrily interjecting, he shouted, "Young Master Yang, Elder C's Yang crystal jade bed is the most important thing to my Lu family. No one is allowed to have any ideas about it." Today, he had been repeatedly angered by Yang Kai, but Lu Yang had been forced to swallow his anger. But now that he heard that this Yang Kai was actually interested in the Yang crystal jade bed, Lu Yang couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately shouted, his tone quite direct and straightforward, as if he would fall out with Yang Kai if he dared act this way again. Chapter 379. Lu Yang's tone was extremely tough, but when Yang Kai heard it, his expression didn't change. Lu Si took note of his reaction and nodded secretly, understanding that this Yang family young lord wasn't an unreasonable person. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai casually said, "Since Patriarch Lu says so, let's not talk about this Yang crystal jade bed for now." Outside the room, Lu Liang snorted lightly, his expression becoming slightly sullen. "As long as you don't have any ideas about our family's Yang crystal jade bed, anything can be discussed. Elder C, if you don't mind, how about we talk about you?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Lu Si calmly. Even though he had reached the above-immortal ascension boundary, Lu Si couldn't help feeling slightly stunned, pointing his finger to his nose and asking, "Talk about this old master?" Yang Kai nodded calmly. "Young Master Yang, please speak freely. This old master is all ears." Lu Si chuckled, showing a look of interest. A young man actually dared to speak so calmly in front of him, and even shamelessly wanted to talk about him. This was quite interesting. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it had been a long time since anyone dared to act so casually in front of him. For a moment, Lu Si couldn't help feeling curious, wondering what Yang Kai would say, and what kind of nonsense he would spout. Then this junior won't offend you. Yang Kai said so, but his expression didn't show the slightest trace of modesty, instead casually saying, Elder C has now reached the above immortal ascension boundary, the pinnacle of this world's martial Tao. Unless one of those above immortal ascension boundary masters comes to challenge you, it can be said that there are few who can match you in this world. Lu Si smiled lightly. What kind of realm is the above immortal ascension boundary? I don't know, but I do know that once one's strength reaches this level, it is difficult to rely on external forces, whether it is pills or secret scriptures. I'm afraid none of them can help Elder C's strength advance any further. If you want to improve your strength, it seems that you can only rely on your own comprehension of the martial Tao to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. Lu Si's expression finally became dignified as he stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. He didn't know how this young man knew this. Yang Kai observed his expression and smiled confidently, but from the beginning to the end, I have never seen anything like this before. Elder C, you've been sitting on this jade bed and haven't moved an inch. Furthermore, he has been sitting on it for many years. Yes, Lu Si nodded. There are only two reasons why you're doing this. One is because you want to use this jade bed to cultivate and strengthen yourself. But as I said earlier, when one's strength reaches your level, it's already impossible to borrow any external force. So this reason can be eliminated. Young Master Yang is being too presumptuous, Lu Si chuckled. With this old man's current strength, I am indeed unable to borrow any external forces to strengthen myself. However, I can completely rely on this jade bed to consolidate my cultivation. No. Elder C, you don't practice a yang attribute cultivation method. So sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation, Yang Kai said firmly. Lu Si couldn't help but feel moved. Looking at him suspiciously, Lu Si asked, How do you know I don't practice a yang attribute secret art? At his level of strength, if he didn't release his yuan qi, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to see through him. So how could Yang Kai be so sure? Yang Kai grinned, but didn't explain. Lu Si was stunned and no longer denied it. Instead, he said, Young Master Yang is right. Sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation. Yang Kai straightened his body and smiled. Then there is only one explanation. The reason why Elder C has been sitting up there all this time is to heal your wounds or something related to healing. Lu Si's eyes narrowed slightly. Outside the house, the Lu family members all held their breaths, none of them daring to breathe, a chill running through their hearts, secretly marveling at Kai Yang's sinister vision. Lu Si was the foundation of the Lu family's first-class family status, but his chronic illness was the Lu family's biggest secret. If this secret were to spread, it would likely cause a storm. Without mentioning anything else, a nearby first-class family would likely launch a large-scale attack, seemingly unaware of the dangerous light in Lu Si's eyes. Yang Kai continued to speak with a calm expression. Elder C, although you have restrained your aura to the extreme, there is still a faint sense of weakness. Moreover, when your yuan qi flows through your body, it isn't continuous and there are occasional pauses. If I'm not mistaken, Elder C's meridians are somewhat blocked, right? Lu Si's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, his expression calm, but in his heart a monstrous wave was set off. The young man in front of him was indeed only Yuan Qi's 7th stage master, but his vision was far more accurate than most immortal ascension boundary masters. His opinion and speculations were not much different from Lu Si's current physical condition. Lu Si's expression gradually became strange, while the rest of the Lu family members outside also wore looks of horror. It was as if an incredible secret had been discovered by this young man. Yang Kai, on the other hand, chuckled and calmly said if anyone else dared to say such a thing in front of Elder C, they would probably end up as corpses on the spot. Lu Si nodded. For the peace of the Lu family, the death of a few people isn't a big deal, but I'm different, right? The Lu family wouldn't dare kill me. Yang Kai continued, a look of disdain on his face. Lu Si laughed while Lu Liang and the others also helplessly shook their heads. Now that I know the Lu family's biggest secret, what does Elder C think you should use to block my mouth? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Lu Si's expression became strange. For the first time, he felt somewhat restrained in front of this young man. Yang Kai's background and identity really gave Lu Si a headache. If young Master Yang has any requests, please state it, but this Yang crystal jade bed is absolutely not something I can part with. Lu Si was filled with regret. He had long known that this little brat was up to no good, and had even called him in out of curiosity, but now it seemed he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot. What an unlucky year! Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Since Lu Si had said so, he also understood the importance of this Yang crystal jade bed to him. This large piece of jade was at least a mysterious grade heaven and earth treasure. The Yang Yuan Qi it contained was pure and rich. Lu Si was using this gentle Yang Yuan Qi to resolve the blockages in his meridians. If Yang Kai really took it away, Lu Si's life would likely be cut short, and the Lu family wouldn't give up. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai looked up and said, Elder C, is there no other way to resolve the situation? If he could prevent Lu Si from using the Yang crystal jade bed to clear his meridians, then he might be able to ask him to part with this treasure. If there was no other way, Yang Kai could only give up. There is. To Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Si actually nodded. Oh, what is it? Yang Kai suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and asked anxiously, I need a mysterious grade pill. Lu Si glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile. If you can help this old master find this mysterious pill, this old master will give you this Yang crystal jade bed for free. Lu Si spoke so casually, but Yang Kai also knew that this was definitely not an ordinary pill. A mysterious grade pill. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yes, and it's a mysterious grade mid-rank pill. Lu Si added. Yang Kai's face was filled with helplessness. A mysterious grade mid-rank pill. The number of people in this world who could refine this kind of pill could be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention the success rate. Even the materials required were difficult to find. Which mysterious grade mid-rank pill was not worth at least 1,000,000 silvers. However, such a mysterious grade pill was not impossible to refine. As far as Yang Kai knew, there were 2 people who could do so, Xiao Fusheng and Xianing Chang. Xiao Fusheng was the world's top alchemist and could refine a mysterious grade high-rank pill. Xianing Chang was able to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill. So after such a long time, her strength must have grown, so refining a mysterious grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult for her. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's hesitation, Lu Si smiled and said, This old master will take a step back. This old master will help you gather the necessary alchemy materials. If you can find someone to help this old master refine this mysterious grade pill, this Yang crystal jade bed will be yours. Really? Yang Kai's face lit up. Lu Si couldn't help but be startled, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart, wondering why this little brat seemed so excited. Not only did he not feel like this was a problem, but he also seemed eager to try. Could it be that he knew some alchemy grandmaster? However, Lu Si was still an above immortal ascension boundary master. So naturally, he couldn't take back his words, so he nodded and said, Really? Ha ha! Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Then that's easy, Elder C. I'm afraid your Yang crystal jade bed will have to change its name. Seeing him so confident, Lu Si finally showed some interest and couldn't wait to ask, "Does young Master Yang have a way?" "Yes, yes, naturally I do." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Lu Si couldn't help breathing heavily. For the past few years, because of the problems with his meridians, he had been trapped in this Yang crystal jade bed, rarely able to go out. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master and was respected by many, but only he knew his own suffering. He was simply a poor man trapped in this room. If he could really obtain this mysterious grade pill, Lu Si would be able to escape, compared to his freedom. This Yang crystal jade bed, no matter how precious it was nothing. Swallowing hard, Lu Si suppressed the trembling in his voice and asked, "Does young Master Yang know some powerful master?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded. "I once spent some time on Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak." Lu Si's expression changed slightly, while the other Lu family members outside were also somewhat stunned. After a long time, Lu Si asked, "Hidden Cloud Peak? Xiao Fusheng?" And Lu Si's expression suddenly became strange as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai and frowned. "Young Master Yang isn't joking, right?" "Naturally, I'm not joking." Lu Si's expression became more and more strange, and after a long time, slowly shook his head. "It's not that this old master doesn't trust young Master Yang. It's just that Grandmaster Xiao seems to only have one disciple, and that one is a woman. What's more, this old master personally went to Hidden Cloud Peak 2 months ago, but did not see you there." Chapter 380. 2 months ago. Yang Kai frowned. 2 months ago, I was still in the ash-gray cloud evil land, so naturally you wouldn't have been able to see me. I only stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 2 or 3 months before leaving. Pausing for a moment, he asked suspiciously, "Since Elder C went to Hidden Cloud Peak, why didn't you ask Grandmaster to help you with alchemy?" Lu Si smiled bitterly. At that time, Medicine King's Valley had many things to do, and Grandmaster Xiao was also in a difficult situation. According to his disciple, he seemed to be researching something. This old master was fortunate enough to visit Hidden Cloud Peak, but he didn't even get to see Grandmaster's face. Speaking of this, Lu Si's face didn't show the slightest embarrassment, only helplessness. This was Xiao Fusheng. Even though his strength wasn't very strong, and even though Medicine King's Valley was just a second-class sect, even if a master like Lu Si had gone there, Xiao Fusheng could still see him. However, Lu Si didn't dare to have the slightest complaint, and still respectfully referred to Xiao Fusheng as Grandmaster. "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled strangely and said, "What if I can ask Grandmaster to help you refine that mysterious grade pill? Will the words I just said count?" "You?" Lu Si stared at him inexplicably before slowly shaking his head. "How could a character like Grandmaster listen to you?" Outside, Lu Liang also interjected. "Young Master Yang, there are some big words that can't be said casually." Yang Kai looked at Lu Si faintly and also shook his head. "Big words or not, you'll know once you try. Although I haven't been on Hidden Cloud Peak for long, I can still ask Grandmaster to help me refine a mysterious grade pill." Lu Si was stunned for a moment before he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Outside, Lu Liang and the others were also horrified. They all knew Xiao Fusheng's name and were even more clear about his current status. The Lu family's first master had been refused entrance. So how could Yang Kai ask Grandmaster Xiao to refine a mysterious grade pill for him? That was a profound level middle grade pill, not a pill without any grade. Even if it was Grandmaster Xiao who refined it, it would take a lot of time and effort. If you miss this village, there won't be another opportunity. Elder C should consider this carefully. Yang Kai looked at Lu Si with a smile. Lu Si's expression was uncertain. Obviously, he was also very conflicted, not knowing whether to believe Yang Kai or not. Logically speaking, There was no need for the Yang family's young lord to deceive him, but he was just a young man. It was normal for young people to like boasting and putting on airs. After frowning for a long time, Lu Si suddenly said, "It's not that this old master does not trust young Master Yang. Since you dare to say so. It seems that his relationship with Grandmaster Shao isn't shallow." Yang Kai didn't deny it, his expression indifferent. Since young Master Yang has also spent some time on Hidden Cloud Peak, this old master will take the liberty of asking a few questions. Lu Si obviously wanted to verify whether Yang Kai was telling the truth. "Just ask away." Elder Si, Lu Si saw that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic and nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Grandmaster Shao has a disciple. Has young Master Yang ever met her?" Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Did Elder Si not inquire about that disciple's surname? "She seems to be called Dong Qin Yen. She is the Dong family's young lady. The Dong family and Yang family have a marriage alliance. Dong Qin Yen is my cousin." Lu Si was stunned for a moment. Only now did he recall this matter. He exclaimed, "So that person was young Master Yang." "Who?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "When this old master went to Hidden Cloud Peak, I heard that Grandmaster Shao had set up a test half a year ago. In order to accept disciples, a man and a woman successfully passed. The woman was Dong Qin Yen, and the man was said to be the Dong family's young lady's guard. Now, it seems that he wasn't a guard at all. It was clearly you, young Master Yang." "Yes." Yang Kai didn't deny it, and nodded. "But Grandmaster Shao and I are not master and disciple." When the Lu family elders heard this, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. None of them had expected that there would be such a connection between Yang Kai and Xiao Fusheng. Having passed Xiao Fusheng's test, he was now Xiao Fusheng's disciple. With such an alchemy grandmaster backing him, even if he failed in the Yang family's inheritance war, it wouldn't be a big problem. His future would always be bright. Lu Yang's eyes flashed, seemingly thinking that he should re-examine Yang Kai. At this moment, Lu Si was 80% convinced, but he still asked one last question. This old master lived in Hidden Cloud Peak for a few days and was fortunate enough to see what Grandmaster Shao was researching from young Lady Dong. "May I ask young Master Yang, what was Grandmaster Shao researching?" "Ooh," Yang Kai leisurely replied, "a spirit array. Something that could make Xiao Fusheng so anxious was definitely related to alchemy. It should be the alchemy spirit array that Yang Kai had asked Xia Ningchong to pass to Grandmaster Shao when he left Hidden Cloud Peak." Lu Si's heart shook as he finally determined that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xiao Fusheng was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know this information. "It should be such a spirit array," Yang Kai said as he casually drew a spirit array on the ground. Lu Si quickly held his breath and stared at it intently. This spirit array was mysterious and complex, making it difficult to understand. Even though Lu Si had seen it once before, he could only recall a small part of its contents and couldn't recall the whole picture. However, Yang Kai at this moment seemed to be able to draw a complete spirit array at will. Apparently, he was already very familiar with it. "That's it." Lu Si nodded repeatedly. This was the second time he had seen it, but he still couldn't understand it. Closing his eyes and trying to recall, he still couldn't recall much. After finishing his drawing, Yang Kai wiped away the spirit array and turned to look at Lu Si. At this moment, this old master from the Lu family finally didn't dare to underestimate Yang Kai, knowing that the young man in front of him was the one who would obtain the mysterious grade core. Looking nervous and expectant, Lu Si even cautiously asked, "Young Master Yang, about that mysterious grade core, give me a pen and paper. I can write a letter right now." "Quickly bring me a pen and paper." Lu Si quickly shouted towards the outside, a touch of red appearing on his old face. Outside the room, everyone's mood was fluctuating, so when they heard Lu Si's shout, they couldn't help but shudder. Lu Liang quickly ordered one of his subordinates, "Go quickly." The immortal Ascension Boundary Master also didn't dare to delay, his body transforming into a blue light and disappearing from the spot. After only 10 breaths of time, he returned, holding a pen and ink in his hand, respectfully walked in, placed it in front of Yang Kai, and then respectfully withdrew. "Young Master Yang, please." Lu Si personally spread out the paper, dipped the pen and ink, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled, picked up the pen, and began writing. Lu Si eagerly stared at him, unwilling to miss a single word. Yang Kai's letter was written very plainly, and the content was exactly as Lu Si had expected, requesting Grandmaster Shao to refine a pill for him. After finishing, Yang Kai directly handed the letter over. Lu Si's Yuan Qi quickly dried the handwriting, carefully folded it, and placed it into his pocket, carefully patting his chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. If he went this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be rejected like last time. "Young Master Yang, please don't embarrass yourself." After finishing this, Lu Si awkwardly cupped his fists. "It's fine. I ask young Master Yang to stay in the Lu family for a few more days. This old master will go to Hidden Cloud Peak. If the pill is successfully refined, this old master will definitely deliver this jade bed to you." Lu Si sincerely said. Yang Kai frowned. "That won't do. I want this jade bed now. I still have to return to the central capital." Lu Si immediately showed an embarrassed look, but this is a mysterious grade mid-rank pill. Even if Grandmaster Shao personally takes action, he may not be able to refine it. If the refinement fails, this old master will need this jade bed. What he said was also the truth. Although Shao Fusheng could refine mysterious grade top-rank pills, when it came to alchemy, no one dared to make any guarantees. Perhaps Grandmaster Shao would be in a bad state and fail to refine a pill. If that really happened, the jade bed would be gone, and Lu Si would have no place to cry to. "Well, if you help me bring something to Grandmaster Shao, I can guarantee that the pill will be refined." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before shouting outside, "Who has a piece of jade that can't be used?" Everyone outside the room glanced at each other before fixing their eyes on a piece of white jade hanging from Lu Liang's waist. Lu Liang subconsciously covered the jade pendant and glared at the crowd. "What are you doing?" "This is this old master's token of love. I've worn it for many years." "Bring it in," Lu Si shouted, immediately silencing Lu Liang. Walking in, Lu Liang took off the jade pendant from his waist, bowed, and handed it to Yang Kai with a flattering smile, asking, "Young Master Yang, what do you want this old master's jade for?" Yang Kai grinned, reached out and took the jade pendant, then pushed his Yuan Qi and slammed it into the jade. Lu Liang's heart suddenly went cold. Under his anxious gaze, the palm hit the jade pendant, but didn't damage it in the slightest. Only some Yuan Qi seemed to have drilled into it. Watching with rapt attention, both Lu Si and Lu Liang were amazed. The more they watched, the more surprised they felt. How could the two of them not see that Yang Kai was manipulating Yuan Qi to create some traces in the jade pendant? Simply put, he was using this method to send a message, conveying some information that couldn't be expressed in words. But while it was easy to say, it was difficult to do. This required a very subtle and precise manipulation of Yuan Qi to achieve this. The output of Yuan Qi couldn't be too little, but it also couldn't be too much. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his palm and handed the jade pendant to Lu Si. "If you give this to Grandmaster, I guarantee you a successful refinement." His tone was quite confident. Lu Si solemnly received it. Yang Kai grinned again and said, "However, the information in this jade can only be spied on once before it disappears, so Elder Si must be careful on the way." Lu Si was stunned, immediately shaking his head and smiling wryly. He knew that the information he left in the jade was extremely important, and he didn't want him to know about it, so he used this method. Not minding, Lu Si nodded. Lu Liang also eagerly said from the side, Elder C, this is a token of love between me and my wife many years ago. You must bring it back. Lu Si glared at him, causing Lu Liang to let out a hollow laugh and quickly retreat. Can this old master ask, what is the message in this jade pendant? Lu Si couldn't help but be curious. It's the same spirit array, but it's different from the previous one. If you bring it to Grandmaster, he'll know what it is. Yang Kai smiled gently. When he left Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai had only glimpsed a single spirit array from the true alchemic way, so he had no choice but to leave it behind. Chapter 381. He vaguely remembered that the spirit array he had left behind had a chance to increase the grade of a pill refinement, but now Yang Kai had also gained insight into many of the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Now he had given Lu Si a new spirit array that could increase the success rate of alchemy, and its grade was much higher than the previous one, which was why he was so confident. With Xiao Fu Sheng's alchemy skills coupled with this spirit array, there was no chance of failure. Are you sure it'll succeed? You won't fail? Lu Si asked worriedly. Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Just in case. There's no just in case. Lu Si smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and stood up, smiling as he said to Lu Si, Elder Si, there's no time to lose. I think you should hurry to Hidden Cloud Peak. Right. Lu Si was reminded by him and also felt his heart burn with excitement. The alchemy materials had already been prepared. Although these materials were not easy to find, the Lu family's capital was not weak. For Lu Si, they would naturally do their best. Lu Si was very decisive. He stood up and took out some jade boxes from his room. These jade boxes contained the medicinal ingredients that he had collected. After wrapping them up, Lu Si turned around and saw that Yang Kai had already picked up the Yang crystal jade bed he had been sitting on and placed it on his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Elder Si, it was a pleasure to cooperate. Yang Kai chuckled and, without any trace of politeness, strode out carrying the jade bed. Lu Si opened his mouth but swallowed the words he was about to say. Now, he could only hope that what Yang Kai said was true. Lu Liang and the others who had been waiting with their heads down suddenly looked up and saw Yang Kai's domineering figure, causing their jaws to drop to the ground. The Yang crystal jade bed that Elder Si had used to save his life had been carried away by someone else? Looking behind Yang Kai, Elder Si saw a helpless look on his face as he followed behind him. The Lu family members were all horrified. Everyone, please wait a moment. Yang Kai chuckled and called out to the crowd. Then he strode out with his head held high. He looked exactly like a robber who had just returned from a fruitful journey. The masters of the Lu family. They could only watch helplessly. After taking a few steps, he felt someone pulling him back. Turning around, he saw Lu Si looking at him with a worried expression. He stammered, wanting to say something, but hesitated. What happened? Yang Kai suddenly became impatient. For the sake of a Yang crystal jade bed, he had been entangled with Lu Si for so long. Young Master Yang, this old master will ask one last time. Can you really succeed? He was clearly still a little worried. When he said this, he stared at the jade bed on Yang Kai's shoulder, as if he was holding on to his first love, unwilling to let go. If you don't have the guts to bet, then I'll bet with you. Then return the letter to me. I don't want to do such a thankless task. Yang Kai was displeased and coldly snorted. Lu Si's head started to hurt. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth. This old man believes you. That's right. Yang Kai snorted. Let go. Lu Si awkwardly retracted his hand, glancing at the jade bed with great reluctance before reluctantly turning his eyes away. Yang Kai strode away. Waiting for his back to disappear, the Lu family group became extremely worried. Lu Liang quickly stepped forward. Elder Si, isn't this a bit too hasty? Then what do you think we should do? An opportunity has been placed in front of me. Do you think I should just let it slip through my fingers? Lu Si was also quite depressed and sighed. So, be it life or death, it all comes down to this. This old master will leave for a few days. Saying so, he leapt up into the air and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. After Lu Si disappeared, Lu Yang's face became gloomy as he thought for a long time before quickly calling out, "You guys, personally monitor that young Master Yang and see what he'll do in the next few days. Don't expose yourself." The several masters nodded solemnly. Lu family backyard. Yang Kai returned valiantly, and as soon as he entered, he saw Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman sitting in the courtyard, bored out of their minds, accompanied by Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. After seeing Yang Kai, Chiu Yimeng was stunned and stared at the Yang crystal jade bed he had brought back. "Little Lord!" Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also quickly came up. After a few days of healing, the two of them had almost completely healed, and from the outside, there was no sign of injury at all. "Where did you get such a big piece of jade?" Chiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. "The Lu family's treasure." Yang Kai responded casually, walking over to the stone table in the courtyard and setting down the jade bed. "It's beautiful." Luo Xiaoman didn't know what was good for her and stepped forward to touch the jade bed. "It's quite warm. It looks like we can sleep on it." Chiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became dignified. Just now, she had thought that Yang Kai had just taken a big piece of jade from the Lu family, but now that she had taken a closer look, it was clear that this was a kind of precious treasure that contained a great deal of energy. If it was used in artifact refining, it would definitely be of great use. Her delicate jade fingers gently stroked the Yang crystal jade bed, and the more she examined it, the more her expression became strange. This treasure doesn't seem to be of a low grade. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also observing it, and as they did so, their expressions slowly changed. Such a big piece of jade was rare even in the Yang family. Only the heavens knew how much money the Lu family had spent to obtain it. "This is a mysterious grade mid-rank Yang jade." After a long time, Tu Feng's expression changed as he confirmed this. Hearing his words, everyone jumped in fright, their faces filled with shock. Mysterious grade mid-rank. This kind of treasure was already extraordinarily high. In this world, of all the precious treasures, mysterious grade high rank was the best, and there was only a small gap between mid-rank and high rank. What was even rarer was that this large piece of Yang jade seemed to be naturally formed, slowly exuding a warm aura, making it ideal for sitting on a bed. Even if one didn't cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, if one sat on it for many years, they would still obtain many benefits. Is it really mysterious grade mid-rank? Chiu Yimeng looked at Tu Feng in amazement. Although her eyesight wasn't bad, compared to an immortal ascension boundary master, she was still somewhat lacking. "It's mysterious grade mid-rank." Tang Yuxian also confirmed, and after saying so, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared straight at Yang Kai. "Little Lord, are you really from the Lu family?" "Of course." Chiu Yimeng frowned and muttered, "I remember that the Lu families above Immortal Ascension boundary, Lu Si encountered some problems when breaking through, causing his meridians to be blocked. At that time, my Chiu family's grandelder told him that it was best to use Yang jade to warm his bed, so that the gentle Yang Yuan Qi could clear his meridians. Otherwise, after a long time, not only would his strength decline, even his life would be in danger. Is this Lu Si's jade bed?" Thinking of this possibility, Chiu Yimeng's heart trembled. Yang Kai looked at her with a little surprise and said, "You know quite a lot." "Really?" Chiu Yimeng immediately covered her mouth, unable to believe it. This time, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked. Lu Si, they naturally knew about him. As one of the few above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, he had long been famous throughout the world. However, No one could understand what kind of heaven-defying method Yang Kai had used to force Lu Si to hand over the jade bed that was comparable to his own life. Could it be that Yang Kai had killed Lu Si? Little Lord. Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, "What kind of price did you pay? How did you get this from Lu Si?" Chiu Yimeng and Tu Feng also looked at him curiously. Without even mentioning the immeasurable value of this jade bed, coupled with its special use for Lu Si, if Yang Kai hadn't paid a huge price, how could he have brought it back safely? I helped him with a small favor, so he gave it to me. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say much. Chiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, seemingly contemplating something. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian obviously didn't believe Yang Kai's story, and were both quite surprised. "Humph, I'll ask Lu Yang myself." Chiu Yimeng saw that he didn't want to say anything more and snorted proudly. With the relationship between the Chiu family and the Lu family, if she asked Lu Yang, she would naturally know the truth. "Do as you wish." Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. In any case, it wasn't something that couldn't be exposed, so he suddenly said with a look of expectation, "We'll stay here for a few days before leaving. Chiu Yimeng, if you can't wait, you can return to the central capital first." "I'll wait for you." Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Yang Kai then carried the Yang crystal jade bed back to his room and entered retreat. "Humph, so secretive." Chiu Yimeng snorted lightly, flicking her sleeves and leading Luo Xiaoman out, apparently really preparing to ask Lu Yang, "Young Lady Chiu, when you find out, let us know." Tu Feng grinned meaningfully, and Chiu Yimeng nodded casually. After Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman left, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng exchanged a wry smile. "I found that the longer I stayed with the little lord, the more I couldn't see through him," Tu Feng whispered. Tang Yuxian also nodded in agreement. "It seems that every once in a while, he'll bring us some kind of surprise." When they first found Yang Kai, in front of the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters, Yang Kai had killed him without batting an eyelid. His domineering demeanor had made Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian feel quite satisfied, and he had even framed them, forcing them and the Nan family young lord to cut off their own fingers, and then subduing the golden feather eagle. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, they learned that Yang Kai and the demon lord were actually from the same source. Inside High Heaven Pavilion, Chiu Yimeng had strongly praised Yang Kai, which had made them feel even more shocked. Here, when they had seen him cultivate, the two of them had been injured while he had remained completely unscathed. Now, he had actually effortlessly taken a priceless piece of precious jade from an above immortal ascension boundary master. One after another, which one of these things didn't amaze them? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian silently calculated that from the time they had found Yang Kai until now, it had only been a month. In such a short period of time, he had intentionally or unintentionally displayed unparalleled strength. Unknowingly, the two blood warriors no longer dared to underestimate him. Not to mention the little lord's background. Just his personality alone was extraordinary. Chapter 382. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the Yang crystal jade bed, madly circulating his true Yang secret art. Unlike Lu Si, who was sitting on top of the bed, and only guiding a little bit of Yang Qi into his meridians, Yang Kai was now madly devouring the Yang crystal jade bed's energy. His entire body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, as all the acupuncture points on his body began to emit an unparalleled suction force. Streams of golden energy, visible to the naked eye, were being drawn out from the Yang crystal jade bed, flowing into Yang Kai's acupuncture points like silk threads, drilling into his meridians and gathering in his dantian. Yang Kai felt a comfortable feeling that he had never felt before, worthy of a mysterious grade mid-rank jade treasure. Yang Kai could clearly feel how pure and strong the yang qi that was pouring into his body was. It seemed that this yang qi was stimulating his meridians, constantly tempering the subtle impurities within them, making the yang qi even purer and more spotless. Soon, his meridians were saturated and swollen, and with a light dripping sound, a new drop of yang liquid was formed and immersed in the dantian's meridians. Yang Kai's swollen meridians suddenly became empty, and the speed at which he was devouring the yang qi once again became faster. The yang crystal jade bed's energy quickly became Yang Kai's capital. Drop after drop of yang liquid was formed in the dantian's meridians and the yang crystal jade bed's meridians. The yang crystal jade bed's meridians were also decreasing at a very subtle speed. During this process, Yang Kai's physique and internal organs seemed to have undergone an indescribable baptism. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. There were now at least 200 drops of yang liquid stored in the dantian's meridians. When Yang Kai came out of the evil cavern, there were only 20 drops of yang liquid left, but now, this number had crazily increased by 10 times. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this large yang crystal jade bed was. The current yang liquid was very different from the original yang liquid. Yang Kai's yuan qi was very pure. The energy contained in a single drop of yang liquid was many times greater than before, so even if there were only 200 drops, it was still a fortune that could not be ignored. It was enough to support Yang Kai's extravagance for a long time. The entire yang crystal jade bed had almost disappeared. Lu Si would never have imagined that the yang crystal jade bed, which the Lu family had spent a huge amount of money and manpower to obtain, would disappear from the world in less than 2 days after Yang Kai had sold it. Only a palm-sized piece was left. Yang Kai squeezed this small piece of yang crystal jade in his hand, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Yang Kai found that even when he circulated his true yang secret art, he still couldn't absorb the energy from this piece of yang crystal jade. It seemed that there was some kind of magical power inside it that was resisting the suction force coming from his body. If he really hardened his heart and absorbed it, Yang Kai was confident he could absorb all of its energy, but after discovering such a strange phenomenon, he also wanted to figure out what was going on. The palm-sized piece of jade was still golden yellow, and its color was even more profound than the outer layer of yang crystal jade. It was much more solid and thick, and there was a faint aura that flowed through it. Looking at it curiously for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't see anything special about it. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai released his divine sense to explore it. However, his divine sense was unable to penetrate the jade. It was as if his divine sense had fallen into darkness, unable to detect anything unusual about this piece of jade at all. Both his yuan qi and divine sense were completely ineffective, so this piece of jade really seemed like an ordinary yang crystal jade. However, Yang Kai still felt that there was something strange about it, so he helplessly shouted towards the door, "Tu Feng, Yu Xian." The door opened, and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian entered together. "What is Little Lord's orders?" Tu Feng asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai for a moment. She found that after not seeing him for 2 days, this little lord seemed to have become stronger again. Originally, he had just broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but now he seemed to have made a great leap forward, as if he was riding on a hot spring breeze. Strange. Tang Yuxian secretly shook her head. After only 2 days of retreat, how could he have become so strong? Moreover, where had that yang crystal jade bed gone? Tang Yuxian couldn't find any trace of the jade bed in the room. Yang Kai casually tossed the piece of jade in his hand to Tu Feng and said, "Take a look and see if there's anything special about it." Tu Feng caught it, and his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly suppressed it and frowned, grabbing the piece of jade and releasing his divine sense. After examining it for a while, he shook his head and said, "My attainments in divine sense aren't as good as Yuxian's, so I can't see anything special about it. Let her take a look." Yang Kai glanced over at Tang Yuxian with some surprise, seemingly not having thought that her attainments in divine sense were actually higher than Tu Feng's. When one reached the immortal ascension boundary, not only did they have to cultivate their physical strength, but they also had to cultivate their soul. Some people had their own unique understandings of divine sense and soul skills, so they were naturally stronger than other immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Tang Yuxian was undoubtedly such a person. Yang Kai nodded and Tu Feng tossed the piece of jade to Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian smiled gently, took the piece of jade, closed her beautiful eyes, and poured her divine sense into it. Gradually, the look on Tang Yuxian's charming face became slightly dignified, as if she really had discovered something, and the divine sense she poured into the piece of jade gradually became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to it. After a moment, Tang Yuxian took back her divine sense and gently exhaled, opening her beautiful eyes, a trace of excitement flashing across them. "Little lord, this is a piece of precious jade that has given birth to a true spirit." "A true spirit?" Yang Kai and Tu Feng were both shocked. "A true spirit." Tang Yuxian nodded firmly, and according to my perception, it has been a long time since it was formed and has already begun to develop sentience, which is why it was able to deceive your divine sense detection. "A true spirit with sentience?" Tu Feng exclaimed. "That means it's been around for at least a few thousand years." "Shoo!" Yang Kai gave Tu Feng a wink. Tu Feng froze for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Tu Feng's expression became cold as he let out a heavy snort, his expression becoming ugly. He felt that there were actually several immortal ascension boundary masters hiding their auras around this room. All of them were monitoring the situation here. These people were obviously masters from the Lu family. It wasn't that Tu Feng's divine sense wasn't as good as these masters. It was just that these masters were using special artifacts. If it weren't for the look in Yang Kai's eyes just now, Tu Feng wouldn't have been able to detect them. He probably wouldn't have thought to investigate carefully. Secretly surprised, Tu Feng didn't know if Yang Kai was just being cautious or had already noticed. After knowing that there were people monitoring them from outside, Tu Feng didn't dare to speak too loudly. Yang Kai beckoned to the two of them. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly sat down cross-legged across from Yang Kai. The three of them leaned their heads together and whispered to each other. "I've heard before about jade true spirits. It is said that ancient jade treasures have a certain chance of giving birth to true spirits. Is this the case with this one?" Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked. Tang Yuxian nodded and said softly, "And it's just that the probability of a jade true spirit forming is very small. Out of 10,000 pieces of jade treasures, there may not even be one." As she spoke, her expression became slightly excited, but once a jade true spirit forms, its value immediately rises several dozen times. Tu Feng also nodded firmly, and Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Suddenly, he asked, "What's the use of a jade true spirit?" The two blood warriors glanced at each other and suddenly felt a sense of pride. After following Yang Kai for so long, he had always amazed them, but now it seemed that in the end, he was still just a young man. He didn't know any of the secrets and rumors that the two of them knew. It turns out that we are still useful. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Without hesitation, Tang Yuxian quickly explained, "The formation of a jade true spirit is extremely difficult. It must be formed in a very large-scale jade mine. If my guess is correct, the Lu family's Yang crystal jade bed should have been mined from a large Yang crystal jade mine. The grade of the Yang crystal jade mine in the periphery may not be high, so the Yang crystal jade bed is the core product of this jade mine. And this small piece should be the centermost part of the Yang crystal jade bed, right?" At this time, Tang Yuxian could naturally guess the origin of this piece of jade, and Tang Yuxian smiled. They think that the Yang crystal jade bed is the essence of the jade mine, but in fact, this piece of jade is the essence of the essence. The energy and value it contains is likely even higher than that of the jade mine. Yang Kai suddenly became excited. A true spirit is the best artifact spirit ever born. Tang Yuxian's eyes became blurred. Her voice filled with undisguised admiration. If you can refine it into an artifact, when that artifact is completed, its grade will definitely increase greatly. It can be said that if this thing is refined by an artifact refining grandmaster, it may even result in a spirit grade artifact. Spirit grade, that was just a legend. Xiao Fusheng had pursued this all his life, only to refine a single spirit grade pill. Similarly, the highest grade of artifact so far was only mysterious grade top rank, which was extremely rare. No spirit grade artifact had ever appeared in this world. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force that suppressed this world, making mysterious grade top rank artifacts the limit. If we give it some more time and allow it to develop sentience, it will be able to play a huge role. It will be able to fly into the sky and escape into the ground. It is omnipotent, so subduing it will be a huge help. Tu Feng added, "How long will you give it?" Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian chuckled. "At least a few hundred years, maybe even more." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. After a few hundred years, only the heavens knew whether he would be dead or alive. The growth of a true spirit is very slow. After all, it isn't made of flesh and blood, but once it fully matures, I'm afraid there will be no opponent in this world. So powerful. Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath. It's that powerful. Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. In addition to artifact refining, if you can safely absorb and refine a true spirit, it will be of great help to a person. It may bring you some unexpected changes and allow you to gain more heaven-defying means. Listening to her, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Tang Yuxian saw the change in his expression and quickly waved her hand to warn him. "Little lord, you must not have any ideas about it right now. The energy contained in this small piece of jade is beyond your imagination. If you really try to absorb it into your body, I'm afraid it will only lead to disaster." Chapter 383. And I understand. Yang Kai saw her speak so seriously and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart, thinking that it was fortunate he hadn't rashly absorbed it just now. After explaining the pros and cons, Tang Yuxian handed the small piece of jade back to Yang Kai and said, "Little lord, please take care of this. Don't let others know about it. Otherwise it will attract the covetous eyes of masters." And Yang Kai nodded. With the black book space, it was very convenient to hide things. Tu Feng grinned. Silently and strangely laughing, "It looks like the Lu family has suffered a big loss this time." No matter what price Yang Kai had paid in exchange for Lu Si's Yang crystal jade bed, it now seemed that Yang Kai had gained a huge advantage. Tang Yuxian also smiled tenderly. They probably didn't expect there to be a true spirit inside. The true spirit had already begun to develop sentience and was capable of deceiving the divine senses of most masters. Previously, it had been hiding in the Yang crystal jade bed, but Lu Si had not been aware of it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to give it to Yang Kai. Humph. The Lu family is a bit short-sighted, even daring to monitor the movements of the little lord. Such people aren't worth winning over. Tu Feng snorted. "My, and Yuxian's injuries have already healed. When do you want to leave, little lord?" "Let's leave tomorrow." Yang Kai didn't intend to stay in the Lu family for long, but a few days ago he had to wait for the two blood warriors to heal, and now he had to absorb the energy inside the Yang jade. So he had no choice but to delay his journey. After being away from home for so many years, he couldn't wait to go back and see his parents. Good. Then I'll inform young Lady Chiu. She seemed to have said she wanted to come with us. Tang Yuxian nodded. The news that Yang Kai wanted to leave the Lu family quickly spread. Lu Yang and the other blood warriors all felt a little relieved. They didn't know why, but every day Yang Kai was here, they felt uncomfortable, as if they were afraid the other Yang family young lords would learn that their Lu family had contact with Yang Kai. That night, Lu Yang held a banquet and invited Yang Kai, Xiu Yimeng, and the others. At the banquet, everyone only talked about the wind and snow, regarding the Yang family's inheritance war, and the future situation of the central capital. He remained silent. Xiu Yimeng looked on coldly, knowing that the Lu family was completely not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but she didn't say anything. Just like last time, he ate a little and left early. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eating heartily and did not mention anything about roping in the Lu family. Drinking wine, eating meat, tasting fruits, and other delicacies, this kind of an action made Lu Yang and the others feel relieved. He was really afraid that at the last moment he would mention something. If that happened, Lu Yang wouldn't know how to answer. The wine was the same, but it was different from the reception for Yang Kai and the others a few days ago. The attitude of the Liu family members had subtly changed. After drinking, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, the Liu family's elders, led by Lu Yang, bid farewell to Yang Kai and Xiu Yimeng at the main entrance. Lu Yang looked at Yang Kai sincerely and said, "Young Master Yang, this trip to the central capital will be fraught with danger. The inheritance war must not be taken lightly." Yang Kai nodded faintly. Lu Yang smiled and said, "It's rare for young Master Yang to come to the Lu family. This Lu has nothing to offer, so I can only offer you some silver as a token of my sincerity. I hope young Master Yang does not dislike it." Saying so, he smiled and motioned to the person next to him. The man hurriedly stepped forward and presented a box of banknotes with both hands. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces sank. Both of them were somewhat unhappy. With a cold expression, they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his instructions. Yang Kai didn't care at all and just smiled. Since Patriarch Lu is so kind, this young master will accept. Tu Feng accepted. Yes, Tu Feng nodded gently and took the box of banknotes. The Lu family wishes young Master Yang victory in the inheritance war. Lu Yang gently cupped his fists and said some polite words. Yang Kai laughed. "Then I'll take advantage of Patriarch Lu's auspicious words. Farewell." Saying so, he mounted his cloud-treading colt and left. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both snorted and followed closely behind Yang Kai. Xiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman also rode atop the cloud-treading colts the Lu family had prepared for them. After a few steps, Xiu Yimeng paused and whispered, "Lu Yang, this time I'm afraid you've miscalculated." Lu Yang's expression changed slightly and was about to speak, but Xiu Yimeng had already mounted her cloud-treading colt and shot off into the distance. Behind him, the faces of the Lu family group were not very good. Miscalculated? Lu Yang frowned as he pondered over Xiu Yimeng's final words. Her meaning was obvious. She was blaming Lu Yang for underestimating Yang Kai. But even if you were the first young lady of the Chiu family, in the end, you are still just a young woman. In terms of vision and strategy, how can you compare with this old master? Although Lu Yang felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't take Xiu Yimeng's words to heart. Time will prove whether this old master has miscalculated or not. As the 5 cloud-treading colts moved forward, Xiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman slowly caught up from behind. After leaving the Lu family, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore gloomy expressions, both of them feeling somewhat sorry for Yang Kai. When he finally left, Lu Yang seemed to be sincere and generous, but in fact, everyone present understood what he was thinking. If the Lu family really intended to make friends with Yang Kai, at the last moment, it would have been impossible for them to only offer some money. What was the inheritance war about? It was a competition of the various young lords' connections and means. To be specific, it was a competition of talents and materials. If the Liu family really wanted to participate in the inheritance war, they would have to stand on Yang Kai's side. At the very least, they would have to offer some talents, precious treasures, divine armaments, secret books, and so on. What was the point of just giving a few silvers? In this world, sometimes, even if you had money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy anything, especially good things. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had only been with Yang Kai for a short time, but they could see that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his cultivation was profound. Both of them were confident in Yang Kai's future. The Liu family treating Yang Kai so disrespectfully, it would be strange for the two blood warriors to feel comfortable. It was just that they couldn't understand why the Liu family didn't intend to stand on Yang Kai's side. Why would they give him a few silvers in the end? This undoubtedly gave people the feeling that even though I want to be on good terms with you, I won't bet my family on you. It's like I'm a two-faced person. Only Yang Kai knew that Liu Yang had only given him some silvers because he knew Xiao Fusheng. If it weren't for Xiao Fusheng, Liu Yang probably wouldn't have given him anything at the last moment. Seemingly aware of the dissatisfaction in the two blood warriors' hearts, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of holding back?" Tu Feng curled his lips and said angrily, "Then I'll say it. Young Lady Qiu, just pretend you didn't hear anything. And go ahead. I also want to hear it. Little Lord." Tu Feng raised his voice and shouted, "I took a look. Liu Yang gave me exactly 3 million taels of silver. Isn't he too stingy? How much do you want?" Yang Kai glanced back at him and couldn't help laughing. His Liu family is a first-class family. What's the point of giving him only 3 million silvers? If you want to buy a few bottles of pills, that money is gone. If you want to buy a few good artifacts, that money is also gone. At the very least, you should give him 10 million silvers. That's more in line with the Liu family status. And he's too stingy. Tang Yuxian also nodded. 3 million silvers is already a lot. Yang Kai smiled. "I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. This young lord doesn't have a single coin on him right now, so these 3 million silvers will be of great use to me. This amount of money looks like a lot, but when it comes to the inheritance war, it's basically useless." Tu Feng said indignantly, "Liu Yang clearly knows this, yet he still dares to do such a thing. If it weren't for his Liu family having some relationship with young Lady Qiu's family, I would have beaten him up and stuffed those silver bills into his mouth." Qiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. Liu Yang really was too cautious this time. But it doesn't seem to be entirely his fault. It's your little lord's acting that's too much. "What do you mean? How is it the little lord's fault?" Tang Yuxian was stunned. "You can ask him yourself. He knows in his heart how he behaved these past few days in the Liu family," Qiu Yimeng said, urging her cloud-treading colt to catch up with Yang Kai, turning her head to look at him. "You little brat, do you know what kind of situation you're in right now? Why are you still so careless, letting the Liu family slip away from you?" Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before retracting his gaze. "I'm talking to you," Qiu Yimeng suddenly said bitterly. "You're not only letting go of an ally, you're also making yourself an enemy. Don't you understand? Now that you've come and gone, the gap between us is too big." "Ally?" Yang Kai sneered. "Those who only want to have a mutually beneficial relationship with me aren't qualified to be my ally. But how can there be no mutually beneficial alliance now? Aren't you a bit too naive? I'm too lazy to argue with you. I don't need others to judge what I do." Qiu Yimeng choked on her words and angrily shouted, "Just you wait. When this young lady goes back this time, I'll join forces with the other Yang family young lords and crush your arrogance." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both shocked and quickly said, "Young Lady Qiu, you can't just say that. Yang Kai sneered. You can try, but when the time comes, don't blame me for erasing your Cho family from the central capital. Cho Meng stared blankly at Yang Kai, as if she hadn't expected him to say such vicious words. Even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were stunned, feeling that Yang Kai's boasting was indeed a bit too arrogant, and it was also quite hurtful. Just as they were about to open their mouths and say a few good words for Yang Kai to comfort Cho Meng quickly recovered and not only didn't seem to care, she even smiled towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing brilliantly as she asked, Yang Kai, tell me honestly, besides that dragon lady, how many connections do you have? How many forces can you win over? Yang Kai's words were so arrogant that Cho Meng immediately realized something, which was why she was so interested. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai sneered and said indifferently, None. I'm just a lone wolf. I'd be a pig to believe you. Cho Meng sneered. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.